Testing, looking at everything, making sure it's all good. Hello, everyone, and welcome back to the Team JYCT podcast. I am your host, Raymond McNeil, and joining me, as always, is the wonderful Twilight Guardian.
Hello, I'm festive.
Yes, and also joining me is the murky Kaiser Shonen.
Are you just so it can't be that I'm too hard to see? Are you talking about me personally? That's a weird.
Well, okay, so there was Resolute, which I thought was too complimentary. There was Fuzzy, which I don't think was accurate enough. But then there are ones that were less favorable, such as Snotty and Naughty. Those were the 5 I got on this roll, and Murky was the one that I thought would be a nice balance. Yeah, the thing is, like, I would go for like a Christmas theme there, but I know how the internet works.
Yeah.
Yes. So today on the Team JYCT podcast, we've got a bit of a double feature because I'm not sure the first video is going to carry us quite. For the night, and I wanted something a little more substantive for a bit. But our first coverage is actually touching on a game I don't think we've ever actually directly addressed in a podcast or in topic.
Even though that we've talked about it quite a lot.
We talked about it a ton, but like the
right, but it hasn't been a direct subject.
Yeah,
Celtic, I can't be too nice to Kaiser Phoenix. Yes.
What do you mean? What about the one he gave me last week?
Well,
yeah,
now
that's
consider that this is
nice.
making up for that. I gotta balance it out.
Of course.
Yeah, you know, like a 70-30 ratio.
Billy Donuts with naughtiness and donuts. Yes.
Ooh.
Hey, it's finally the appropriate time to have your Christmas hat. Fuck you. After Halloween, I'm wearing that. But yes,
December 1st.
So
no sooner, no later.
Our first video is going to be covering Shadiversity's coverage of the Kingdom Hearts Keyblade as a weapon, which I'm expecting that to be short because I'm expecting it to be bullshit for a number of reasons. And we're going to go.
It's strange because, like, I feel like Shad already made a video like this before. Like, back when I used to watch his channel, maybe, like, I don't know, 3 years ago, maybe further. I didn't really watch a whole lot of Shad, but I've seen a few of his stuff. I'm pretty sure he made a video about the Keyblade before. I don't know why he's doing it again, unless I'm thinking about somebody else.
Well, I mean,
I'm pretty sure he has.
Look at how garbage that Keyblade is. Holy shit. It's like a bargain bin item.
I'll give him props for trying to make his own, but like, I mean, dude, there's probably, well, I mean, for all we know, he probably has like an accurate mock-up, like, as for example, but then he has one that he made to be actually combat focused. This
man is an engineer, and that's the best he could come up with.
He's an engineer, not an I'm sorry. He totally is an artist, everyone. We gotta give him proper respect. He absolutely is an artist. He's not a hack that just types things into a prompt.
Right, you know what? Actually, with that in mind, this absolutely made sense. This does look kind of computer generated to me. Like a freaking 3D. You just told the 3D press to just make it just with one reference.
If only he could 3D AI generate away his thinning hairline.
Oh my gosh! Wow. What I was gonna say was, guys, if none of you guys in the chat are writers, this is a physical representation of how Shad's writing looks to us, especially his AI writing.
Yeah, well, it's not up on screen currently, but if you look at the thumbnail, yeah, that thumbnail came together real fast. Surprisingly, I actually am really happy with it. But like, it was Like, I just had to rush make that, and I'm like, oh, it actually came out like almost perfect.
Yeah, you have to
Mhm.
pull a lightning.
Yeah, I had the channel lightning in my hand. But also next on our list, hopefully we'll get to it, because I don't think Shad is going to take us forever, because again, there's a lot of points I think we'll cover even before we start the video,
Yeah.
is Xel Writer, who is trying to make the argument that Yang from RWBY is smart as hell. That is the title of
Yeah.
his video. So,
Yeah.
Now that one is gonna be very interesting.
yeah, they've already seen
Kaiser
parts of it.
and I-
I have not seen any of it yet.
Yeah.
Yeah, we kind of pregame literally halfway through it, like yesterday or the day before.
Well, because we weren't originally going to cover it, but then halfway
Yeah.
through, we were kind of getting tired of the commentary. It already took us like an hour to get through like 6 minutes of it.
Look, guys, you're wondering, hey, that video is 15 minutes long. How could it be that tiring?
Ugh.
Our boy, oh sorry, our they them apparently Xel Writer, they found a way. Okay? It's like
yeah.
love, guys. It finds a way always.
All right. Well, let's get into the meat of this coverage. Starting with Shad. I am so torn because not torn, but like my brain always wants to say Shad base, and I'm like, he's not that bad. He's not that bad.
No way. Nowhere near.
Ugh.
But yes, so Shadiversity, I'm relatively familiar with him. I've actually followed him for quite some time. I fell off within the last 2 or 3 years. I've actually fallen off a lot of people in the last 2 or 3 years, but you know, he's one of them where it's like his content interested me to some extent, but I got basically a lot of what I needed out of him. I think, yeah, I don't think there's too much more. Like, he had some coverage of like bow and arrows that I thought was interesting, in like within the last year or two, but like that's really it for me. And then especially when that controversy, like the 2-layered controversy of one, his novel, which we've actually discussed a little bit on stream, and it is an option for us in Bad Fanfiction Night, which this Friday night we'll have the vote open for the next thing we read, as we will be finishing our initial coverage of Sith Resurgence.
Smith Research.
But yes, Shad's Conqueror. We gotta make sure we have a copy of that.
Shadow of the Conqueror.
Shadow of the Conqueror.
I gave you
will
a
be on.
copy a long time ago. Do you need it again?
I will check. I probably haven't. I just completely forgot that it's somewhere on my hard drives.
He probably
don't worry, I
deleted
got
it
you.
while he was sleeping.
If I recall, he has
subconsciously.
hatred for nunchucks. Yeah, he does. I don't know if I disagree with
really?
him on that one, if I'm
I
being
forgot
honest.
about that.
I don't think... I don't think nunchucks are the most effective weapon on the planet. They're not great. But
I mean, they don't have to be super efficient. They just have to work.
yeah. But then the final point on it is, you know, he's really into AI generated imagery, and we are. I only approve of AI generated imagery in a very specific, very legally thorough circumstance when it comes down to the licensing of the art that's put into the machine, and how the machine handles it. Like, it's a very, very narrow subsect that most of the internet doesn't seem to care about. It's
especially if you're doing it as like, as a public creation thing, right? Like if you're putting it out as content for other people.
I have some
calling it
appreciation for the meme potential of it, but like you have to really like it's one of those like really gray areas where it's like, yeah, but there's kind of something lost in that you didn't make it yourself kind of thing. Like I'm a little back and forth when it comes to memes, but when it comes down to like any serious art production, I'm against it unless it's in like how like Spider-Verse used it to help generate lines. Sure. And they did it very ethically. It's all really above board. Really look into the machine learning. It's really neat.
Yeah. And like I wouldn't have as much of an issue with AI if it was purely for like ideas, like generating ideas in order for you to do your artwork off of. Like maybe you don't know what kind of jewelry you want for your character, so you generate ideas that you can build off of. Not just put onto your character as is, but just give you ideas. Or same with costuming, things like that. Because I'm not good with outfits. I can't character design outfits to save my life. But like doing something like that, the main issue that I would still have with that though would mainly be that if you're building up a repertoire of images that you want to reference from, the problem is that it's not isolated to your own personal database. It's going to go out into like this massive thing that anyone can access. And if you're just doing it for yourself, then you're not hurting anybody because it's locked up in your own personal space. But if it's out there for everyone to access and you don't have permission to put those images into AI, then that can cause moral and ethical issues.
Sure.
Oh my god, lightning. 1 minute.
What did he do?
Hold up.
Oh, 1 minute. I gotta get the guy.
Dude, I spoke his name into existence. He never makes anything during our streams.
Well, he did this time. I'll put it in Jackdaw, even though it's a Photoshop. The Smith Resurgence.
Oh my god. I gotta see this. Yes! Oh, I hope, dude. Why hasn't he been watching us like more often, dude?
I think he does. I think he just lurks though, typically.
Yeah.
Okay.
Oh, God, that's great.
Yes.
But
Lightning is always a treasure and a treat.
So, I mean, I guess we're kind of going down the route of talking about AI. Let's try and redirect back to, because I blame myself for that.
Yeah.
What are your guys' familiarities with Shad?
With my familiarity, like I said, I'm mostly familiar with him because I found him along the lines of when the Star Wars sequel series drama happened, and he made a couple videos of it. I was like, okay, let me check out some of the rest of his stuff. Watched a lot of his weapon videos. I think the last one that I saw was the one that he had about the scimitar that he made, where he kind of like merged parts of a Japanese katana and I think a Western longsword together to basically sort of make to incorporate the best parts of both. And it was actually really, really cool, in my opinion. It seemed actually pretty practical. And I've seen like a couple of his media take videos and streams not streams, but podcasts he has called Night Watch. I fell off him a couple years ago because all of this stuff, and also because I just gotten all I really needed out of his content.
Well, I found Shad for research for my novel, actually, because my novel takes place in pre-medieval times, so I need to research like castles and swords and combat and all that kind of stuff, and I thought that finding channels that would teach you about that stuff would be very beneficial to my research. So I sought him out for the specific content that he mostly does, and I kind of veered a little bit away from him when he started doing more media takes and all of that. And then, funnily enough, it was actually his review defending Disney's Cinderella, like Disney's live action Cinderella, that I was just like,
I forgot.
Yeah, he did. Now, I haven't watched the film, and from what I know, the live action Cinderella is actually the most tolerated of the live action films. But it was the way
Jungle Book.
Yeah. Well, which Jungle Book? Because there are 2 live-action Jungle Books, one from the 90s and one from the 2010s.
I thought the one from the
more
2010s was
recent
well
one.
regarded. I mean, it wasn't
that
like
one's
praised, but
well-regarded.
people liked it generally.
Right.
Yeah.
It was the way that he had defended the film, though, that I thought was very, very weird. Because I had never seen anyone attack the film from the standpoint that he was defending it from. So it felt to me like he was just making up an issue in order to debunk the issue that he made up. And it was a weird issue. It had something to do with, like, regarding love at first sight and all that kind of stuff.
Oh, yeah, because for those of you who don't know, Shad I think he's
it.
Mormon, I want to say.
He is a Mormon, yes.
And, like, he is really, really big on, like, the romance in his life. And, honestly, his romance with his wife does sound, like, surprisingly fairy tale. I mean, I can't attest to the quality of their relationship, but from all outside perspective, it seems to be relatively stable. I could be wrong, honestly. We never know. But, like, it sounds like they met, and, like, within 2 months they were engaged and married, and they've been married for, like, almost a decade, I want to say. So it's like...
Yeah. Like, the issue is that I don't think makes his in real life relationship comparable to the movies Love at First Sight is that Mormonism is very much considered the most culty official religions out there. And a lot of Mormon practices and belief systems lends to the idea of a strict unity. So when he says, "Oh, I just met my wife," it's like, yeah, but you met her in church. And she has all of your belief systems already, all of your ideals of what a good wife and husband should be, because that is what your religion dictates to you. Everything is already preset for you that you don't have to discover. And that's not going to be the case for Cinderella and the prince in the movie.
That's fair, yeah.
Yeah. So, like, I don't think that his argument was really comparable in that way.
I kind of want to see a fight now between the Mormons and the Scientologists. I think that would be very interesting.
Yeah, Shad versus who's that actor who's in the Scientology?
Tom Cruise?
Yeah, Tom Cruise.
A third of Hollywood.
Okay, who is the founder of Mormonism?
L. Ron Hubbard.
No, Mormonism. L. Ron Hubbard is the founder of Scientology.
Sorry. Oh fuck. Oh.
Because I want to see that guy fight L. Ron Hubbard. I want to see that fight.
Yeah, his name is on the tip of my tongue.
Joseph Smith?
Yes, Joseph Smith.
Yeah, Joseph Smith versus L. Ron Hubbard. Honestly, that needs to be an epic rap battle, but they would probably get themselves like a target painted on their backs after that.
Well, I don't know who I would root for, because I think that they're both horrible people, but I think that L. Ron Hubbard would actually be like the more gentlemanly of the two. I think that Joseph Smith would actually be a dirty little cheater.
Oh, yeah, but at the same time, like okay, so in a fair fight, definitely Hubbard would be the fairer of the contestants, but I think when it comes down to the way they treat the people, man, oh fuck, they're both pretty awful. Like, I'm trying, because like I can't think of like the abuses of Mormonism aren't as well spread these days as it is like Scientology's abuses of people, and of course, like in Scientology, it's just a constant money grift.
Yeah.
Anyway,
I mean,
we're making ourselves a lot of enemies today. We're never making it into Hollywood or into that Christian equivalent of it that makes all those weird Hallmark films.
Yeah.
Oh my god.
Okay.
Pure Flicks.
Yeah, Pure Flicks. We're never making it on the Pure Flicks. But yes, so let us go over what is the Keyblade. Twy, as our resident Kingdom Hearts expert, would you like to give us a quick rundown, and I mean quick, please.
Yes.
Do not. I know how Kingdom Hearts lore can be. We can't handle
It's
like more
fine,
than
Raymond.
2 tangents.
I can go into a quick rundown of the Keyblade, okay? The Keyblade is a magical weapon that was created thousands of years ago specifically to fight very specific creatures of darkness or otherwise of ill repute. So it is not so much a regular weapon as a sword as it is a magical device that can fight off evil creatures and unlock any kind of locked door, as well as general pathways that the user of the Keyblade would otherwise not be able to traverse into or through. Is that
among other
concise enough?
I believe that is concise enough, yes.
Good.
Yeah, we didn't have to create 2-3 streams and 4 different videos to explain.
I'm Dedorex. I think Dedorex sums this up. I'm terrified Twilight used the word can. Weirdly enough, of the elements in Kingdom Hearts, I know I make the joke about how convoluted. Keyblades are relatively simple, all things considered, when you get down into the more like Lord help you when you start to explain about the nature of like hearts being transferred between bodies and the creation of things like nobodies and the heartless and like how all those things play against one another. But Keyblades are relatively straight to the point. Like there's a way to transfer them through like touching the Keyblade or by being pure of heart in a certain way. Like there are elements to that, but like at the end of the day, you use it to whack things and unlock doors and unlock hearts. And it does a very good job of all of that, and it typically it does slashing damage to some effect as far as we can tell.
And what most people don't know is that you don't actually use the key end to whack people for the most part. The majority of Keyblade users use the blunt end in order to hit. I think only 1 or 2 Keyblade wielders actually use the key end to hit.
That would be Ven, I want to say, is one of them.
Ven and maybe Roxas, but I'm not sure. But I know that Ventus wields his Keyblade.
He does a reverse grip.
Yeah,
he does a reverse grip.
Because he's cool. And he apparently has noodly wrists that can just bend however he wants them to.
Yeah, which I think was really clever in Union Cross, where he used a Keyblade that is mainly using reverse metals because he uses a reverse grip.
Gotta love little gameplay synergies like that.
Also,
reacting to this when
really
Shad
cool.
is just looking
also,
at the Keyblade.
He does use the blunt end.
Well, yeah, no, that's the Yasha the Flames. That's where I was going to go with this. I don't know why y'all are reacting to this when Shad is just looking at the Keyblade. If the Keyblade would work as an IRL weapon minus the magic. 1, we haven't even really started the video. 2, this is what I supposed, is that it's going to be, okay, what if it's just a big hunk of metal in this shape? And it's like, that's not really the point. Like you're saying, I don't know why y'all would react to this. I don't know why he made this video.
Yeah.
It's like, that's going to be like the whole contention. It's like, what are you hoping to get out of this if you don't acknowledge the magical aspects of the blade?
Yeah, realistically, a video like this would be like 2 minutes. Not 10.
Like not only that, but there are a lot of weapons out there that are specifically meant to be decorative. The fact that the Keyblade looks like a decorative weapon but is used for combat is mainly because it is a magical weapon. In real life, the Keyblade would purely be a decorative weapon. You wouldn't use it in real life combat. And Shad should know that. So why would he act as though it should be considered a real-life combat weapon? It makes no sense. So why would he make this video? Everybody knows that the Keyblade would not function very well as a real-life weapon because it is built to be decorative.
number
Yeah,
one rival.
TLDR, basically, how is Shad gonna freaking drag this one out?
Yeah, this is going to be an endurance test for us. Number one, tonight on Team JYCT, Kaiser fist fights his Discord. Celtic Phoenix angers two cults, and Twilight Guardian wins a duel with facts, logic, and the sacred law.
Yes.
Insert.
Let's
Top Gear
get ready to
music.
rumble!
Yeah, let's figure this out.
Hang on.
Oh,
Alfonso says, I'm surprised that there isn't a heartless on your head considering the topic of the video. I would have put a heartless on my head, but this is the closest stream that we have to Christmas. So I figured that I would be festive.
yeah, I was going to say, I don't know if we're not going to have one on Christmas. We might have one on New Year's. We'll see how that goes.
Yeah.
We'll see.
But yes, let us go right into it. I might speed up the video if it's like really dragging, because one thing you will learn about Shad, I like the dude in general. I don't think he's really a bad person. He's a little strange and has some strange
He's
thoughts.
a little up his own ass.
He's a little up his own ass. I don't think he's a
Right.
bad guy though.
Which is impressive, just given...
Yeah, but
his,
he's
interesting
long-winded. And as someone who does like
Yes.
to go into detail about things, that's saying something.
Well, like, the problem isn't necessarily just that he's long-winded, is that he's long-winded, but he also doesn't think about what he says first, so he ends up stuttering a lot.
Yes.
And then he runs out of breath, and then he needs to take a few seconds to, like, gasp for air before continuing on his tirade.
Oh, okay. All right. New game. Let us predict the number of times that he has to stop and reorient himself.
Yeah.
Like, everyone,
man.
you know what? Everyone in chat, take your bets. Everyone take your bets. I'm going to put up a notepad. I'm going to put it off to the side here for myself.
They do not know about the book. I know about the book.
Yeah, we know about
I know
the
about
book.
the book.
I'm going to take
very
a guess.
aware.
I'm going to call it Shad Stutters. I'm going to take a guess that within the 10-minute span, we're going to see about a stutter every, 30 seconds or so. So over the course of 10 minutes, it's probably about, 20? I'll go about 25. I'm going to bet 25. Anyone else?
Rika says, Shad's not a bad person. James Tullos might disagree. James Tullos also has his problems, okay? He is a self-righteous, skinny little fuck. And he gets on my nerves a lot.
Let's see.
You have to bring the man's weight into it. God damn.
5. I am keeping track of everyone in chat. So Robbie.
But I have heard about that guy, and I've seen a couple things that
He mostly
kinda-
goes after books geared towards women. And yet he claims himself to be such a feminist.
Oh, he's one of those. Got it.
He's one of those.
Okay, well, in terms of my vote, I'm gonna go 40. Actually, 45. Gotta be the generous one here.
I'll go 35.
So Kaiser, you said 45 Kaiser? And
Yes.
Twy is 35. That's 34, not 35. There are so many people I need to keep track of here. I'm only doing so many. Donuts is 34.
While you're doing that, I'm gonna go to the bathroom real
Kai
quick.
0, 69 for the meme. Zero to Hero just says 15 seconds. No, that's not how this works. That's not. That's to be presumed. That you're actually hitting the free space in bingo there. Fives will be 30. Number one rival.
We have a super chat.
We have a super chat. We do. And I think I'm gonna stop counting there and just I have the like first 10 people. I think that's fair.
His book was not okay, Yasha. It was quite a thing. We'll get into it one of these days, but
yeah, it's on our list to cover. Whatever grievance Shad has with the Keyblade, there are moments where it acts like a sword or a mace. Yes. In fact, we're going to get into that, I imagine, with the nature of the transformations, but I will touch on that as we go in because I want to get through the video.
I can't imagine that he actually played the games. So I don't know if he would even touch on the transformations, because most, like, I'm not trying to like diss the man or anything. It's just most people who aren't into Kingdom Hearts don't even know that there are other Keyblades outside of the Kingdom Key.
Yeah.
Yeah, they don't know that Fenrir exists.
They don't know.
Why would
they
you go
don't
to
know
Fenrir?
Any of the other
Why,
Keyblades. Maybe
why Fenrir in specific?
Oh, because that's probably the one that seems the most like a practical sword of.
Oh, okay, sorry. My brain was going to Kingdom Hearts 1 Fenrir, not Kingdom Hearts 2 Fenrir.
Oh, I forgot that those are different. Fuck yeah.
Yeah, I remember getting Kingdom Hearts 2's Fenrir and being like, "This is a fucking chunky sword. What is it?" And I took a moment. I'm like, "Oh, it's a rake. It's like a modern key. That's really cute."
Yeah.
All right. Well, let's.
would think that.
Oh.
Sorry, I was just gonna say. I think that if someone who isn't a Kingdom Hearts fan would know any other Keyblade outside of the Kingdom Key, it would probably, just based off popularity, be like either Oathkeeper or Oblivion.
Yes, those certainly.
Yeah.
Because they had like the isolated cutscene of Roxas walking up to the tower from the end of Kingdom Hearts 1 Final Mix. That is so iconic, and I think that really informed the fandom. Like, that's where you suddenly, all the edgy bros started coming out of their woodworks for Kingdom Hearts.
Yep.
Yes.
Oh, I forgot to mention, Shad's and his crew can sometimes be cringe.
Did you ever play Kingdom
Kinda,
Hearts,
yeah.
Tarth? Neither did I.
Neither did I.
I
Yeah.
knew it.
It didn't take that long.
Why are you?
Orion
Hang on,
Luca-
I can't
I don't
hear
think
for
it.
some reason.
I don't think it negates
There we
them
go.
from being able to give commentary on it. Let's sit them. They
No.
can have done the research.
But it does give us. It
It does give us
like,
ammunition.
limit how
It does
much-
hand us a lot of ammunition.
Yeah.
Yeah, it gives us a lot of insight about how they're going to go about talking about this thing. And,
what's the
like,
no-name Keyblade? I'm trying to remember.
Oh,
It's
isn't
Xehanort's
that-
Keyblade.
Oh, okay.
Yeah, I'm pretty sure.
Wait,
it's-
as an
like,
Orion Lupin's like, as an outsider to Kingdom Hearts, the only Keyblade I know is No Name. Why is that the only one you know?
Yeah, that is curious.
People didn't
Why-
even
why
pay
is-
attention to that when Xehanort was wielding it until like much later when it was turned out to be important. Like, everyone just thought it was his Keyblade. They didn't think it was like anything special. Sky Slasher says he knows the Keyblade is magic, right? And therefore doesn't need to make sense design-wise. Well, again,
Right.
let him make his point and argument, but we'll see.
I only know the things I know is because I had to do research for the episode and stuff, right?
Well, okay, so then I might know a little bit more, because people I know have really loved the games, seen a lot of the background stuff, and I've also seen it just dance around the internet quite a bit. The characters, as well as this thing.
Yeah, the Keyblade from Kingdom Heart.
God, that thing's so
Kingdom
ugly.
Hearts.
Kingdom Heart.
Okay, honestly,
Oh
I
my God,
don't-
look at that.
I
Ugh.
don't like the attitude already.
Mhm.
Yeah.
Like, it's- Like, I don't know why you're presenting it this way, guys. It feels like you're making this out of obligation instead of out of interest.
Yeah,
right.
it sounds like they had like a gun pointed to their head in order to make this video.
Like,
And-
there's
okay.
nothing wrong. Oh god.
Well, I was gonna say, I hate the Gunblade from Final Fantasy VII. Final Fantasy VIII. I think it's one of the dumbest designed weapons on the planet. But you know what I would be really psyched to have? A functional fucking Gunblade. That would be really fucking cool to have. Like, I would be really excited to have, like, I don't even care for, like, half of the giant swords in Monster Hunter, because they're giant and ridiculous and kind of silly in that way. But I would be so psyched to have one and be able to talk about it.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, and like, you don't necessarily have to like the series or like the weapon or whatever, but like, I don't know, you could give a little bit more, not necessarily reverence, but I don't know, have a little bit more enthusiasm.
it's-
Like, you guys are the types to go on and on about how we have to preserve we have to gatekeep fandoms, we gotta preserve people having interests in certain products to make better versions of it in the future. What the fuck are you doing, dog?
Lance
Yeah.
Corporal Anime Guy says most likely their fans asked them to give it to review it, and Dedarex right below the super chat says, "What's a Patreon thing? Does he have a Patreon?" I think he does. And like even
pretty
then,
I
it's
think
like
he does, yeah.
if your fans are asking you to look into these things, give some energy to it. Like even when I was
Yeah.
commissioned for shit, I tried to actually have some enthusiasm about it, even if I didn't like
give
it.
a show a little bit.
Yeah, like this Keyblade, I'm pretty sure that they're going to review the physical blade that they made in like 4 hours in their garage. And like the proportions are all wrong. It looks like it's about to fall apart any moment, the moment that they like hit it against something. Like, of course they're probably going to give, I am going to assume that they are not going to give it a good review purely based off of the fact that they didn't build it correctly.
Well, I mean, like,
Be right back.
Yeah. I was going to ask her this question now. Daigato, correct me if I'm wrong, but when Sora in the move
Zentetsuken,
he uses the key teeth when using the reverse slash. Probably. I mean, I don't think it's like a hard rule. It's more that it's just like the regular edge that they attack with, but they can use the other side.
Yeah, they can. It's just that they usually don't because they're the Heartless are going to disappear when they're hit with the Keyblade no matter what. Because the Keyblade is a magical object and is the only thing that can defeat the Heartless, so it doesn't really matter what end or what side that you hit them with. They're going to disappear anyway.
Sky Slasher, that Keyblade probably can't even open doors.
Damn straight.
I don't know if the
Most
door's made of
important
balsa
part of
wood,
it.
it might.
Honestly, though, the most baffling thing about this that I found out was how it's used.
It's used like a sword, isn't it?
It is, but how would you use this? If I gave this and I said, Shad, here's your weapon.
Oof.
There's a lot to get into before you even do anything. How would you use it?
I mean, I would hit people with the.
Yeah, nah.
What?
Yeah, nah.
Huh?
If you look at the clips, he hits it with just the pole.
With the. Is it got a blade on the back end?
Nope.
What?
Nope.
It's got magic! It is a
right.
magic object! It cuts through fucking skyscrapers! What? Why did you not see that in your fucking research?
Like, I get this is probably a bit, but like, and I'm not as mad about that. Of course, that was gonna come up, but again, where's the energy? I don't know, man. It's like, oh no.
But this is like an axe head.
Yep.
What?
I'm
mean,
more
if
like
I'm
a mace,
wrong,
honestly.
Feel free to
I
correct
think you're
me.
wrong.
But I don't think I am. I watched some clips and he hits with the back, the blunt part.
In all games? There's not.
Oh, I don't know if it's in all the games.
Oh,
You're
okay,
asking now
okay.
high-level questions, Shad, that I don't have the answers to.
I'm like, you would think that there's an obvious
10
striking
Google
point on this
searches
blade.
is a little too high. I understand.
Oh, I've been trying to keep count. Have we had... do we count that as a Shad stutter?
I would say that one counts.
Yeah, I
think
I
he
feel like
might
we've
have
had a
had one a
low
little bit
number
further in the
of Shad
beginning.
stutters, but it's because he's not really talking all that much.
Yeah.
But the thing that
I guess it probably
obvious.
helps.
no, the thing that makes me raise lots of questions is this.
Yes.
Whoa, no. Oh, no.
Hold on. Wait a
No.
second. How?
Wait.
Okay, all right.
Of all the parts in the Keyblade to make you raise your brow, the handle is what fucks you
Okay,
up.
no, okay. On one hand, I think I know where he's going with this, in that I actually do think some of the hand guards for the Keyblades can be like prohibitive when it comes to how you grip them. But on the
Especially
same
the
token,
thin ones.
this is not an accurate representation of it at all.
No, it's not.
It's a
Like
very
you can
crude.
see you can see the screws that are like poking out like an inch long. What the hell? Like, I wasn't kidding when I think that this thing was made in literally 4 hours before they started filming.
They probably, you know what? I don't know what would say more, that they used a 3D printer to make this or that they didn't.
Can't some of the guards spin in the games? Look, we're going to get to the nature of how malleable the Keyblade is in a bit.
Obvious striking point on this blade. But the thing the thing that makes me raise lots of questions is this.
Yes.
We've seen it on multiple, Kingdom Hearts versions of the Keyblade. They have
he
a
acknowledged
double
that.
knuckle bow, essentially, which encapsulates the whole handle. Like, having one knuckle bow, normal, fine. We've seen it on swords.
Yeah.
But this back one, why?
Well,
Just why?
also, this is a round handle. This is one of the games where the whole thing is round as well. So,
Yeah.
now edge alignment, you don't really have an edge. However, with an axe head like that, you're generating a lot of force up there.
Yeah,
so
you don't want to hit
and
on
roll.
a wrong angle.
Yeah, so having a
you're
round handle,
holding it
not the best.
backwards.
And that guard, we're gonna
We're going to talk about,
get.
Actually, that is an interesting question I would like to raise about the Keyblade. Does edge alignment matter with it? If its magical cutting properties are magic, do you need to actually be able to, like, could you hold it sideways effectively and still cut something with it?
Yes. They've done that several times in the games where you can just hit a Heartless or a Nobody or even an unknown, unversed, from literally any kind of angle that you swing the Keyblade at, and it will still disappear.
Well, I wanna direct more, because like we can acknowledge that it's designed to fight against those mythical entities, those creatures. Let us try and focus on like the people that Sora ends up using it on, like Clayton, or on it's Clayton. Clayton and Squall and Yuffie and Cloud. Like the actual, well, actually, I debate whether or not Cloud is actually like a nobody, but that's a different conversation. But like the idea of like, he's using it against actual physical people like the Disney villains. Like, does it matter then?
Tends not to. Granted, we like in cutscenes we never see them do that, but given the properties that are already in the Keyblade, the edge just hits regardless.
Yeah. Josh, you can use the Keyblade like a mace, so however you hit the thing, it will hurt. Like it's a hunk of, but it's not just a hunk of blunt metal. It got magic. It's like that's the important part of it. The magic part of it. It's like a wand, as I Know Nothing described it.
Think of it in a lot of ways. Think of it less like a regular sword and more like a magical bat when it hits people. Yeah,
it's a club that also can shoot fire and lightning and ice and stuff.
And freeze time.
And transform.
Deep freeze.
Deep freeze.
I'm interested, like double-handed grip. It might not actually get in the way as well. I'll find out. We'll get to put it to the test. Maybe it'll be awful. I'm looking forward to trying it out. But one-handed already, this is an issue.
Yeah. If you want to check out where I made this and tested it, you can. My links will be down below to my personal channel. So I already have all the answers. So this is fun.
Taranth makes these on his channel.
You know what? I've been very soft on the Keyblade he built here, and I think this kind of confirms it. The guy makes a lot of things, so I'm gonna give him a bit of a. I would wish it were more accurate, and I wish he would highlight. I made it so the essence of it was kept versus like the aesthetic. I made it purely for the practicality examination. Like, I wish there was more acknowledgement that this is not supposed to be one-to-one, but like he's representing it like weirdly here.
I don't mind that it isn't one-to-one. However, if we were going to make a comparison here, I would say that this is like making a longsword out of copper instead of steel or iron.
Right.
Right.
So, like, again, the main problem that I have isn't necessarily that he's not making it one-to-one accurate and perfect and beautiful and stuff. It's the fact that
It's
the
just a lack of
proportions,
effort.
yeah, the lack of effort, the fact that the proportions aren't really correct, especially for the actual blade of the Keyblade. The handle, while not looking very good, is still not really accurate to how it would look and feel. And you can make arguments about how it would feel against your body. Like here, I know that you guys can't see it, but I have a replica of the Starlight Keyblade right beside me, and I can hold it right now. Just give me 1 second.
I can pull it up on screen for you.
Yeah, that's the one from Mysterious Tower, right? Or
no,
that's Union Cross. My bad.
Yeah, this is Union Cross.
That's not.
So,
it's
like,
not Star Seeker. Got those mixed up.
Yeah. This is plastic, so you could probably hear the chain of it like jangling
is it
around
the
here.
base one or the fancy one?
It's the base one.
Okay.
Yeah. So like right now I'm holding this, and you do actually use it with the star blade down. So you would actually be holding it correctly the way that Shad is holding it, because that's how you handle the star blade, the Starlight. But I'm fairly comfortable holding it like this because it has a flat side that sits comfortably against your wrist. So even though that it's a lot thicker and it's very blunt, it still is comfortable enough to be able to hold and move around and still be able to protect you as the guard is supposed to.
Yeah, and the guards are pretty wide themselves anyway.
Yeah, but like with his replica of the Keyblade here, the Kingdom Key, it's horizontal instead of vertical. So it's going to rub up against your wrist. It's probably going to like dig into your skin. It's going to be very, very uncomfortable. So like, of course, it's going to be an issue that you're going to have with it because, again, you didn't build it correctly.
Yeah, of course, there's gonna be some misalignment because the freaking guard that you have, it almost looks like it's like tape around it.
Yeah.
Like when the guard isn't very thick, then yeah, of course it's gonna be misaligned.
Mm-hmm.
So does this count as a magical mage staff axe, or rather a hammer? Depending on the Keyblade you have, I guess it could. I would typically kind of just say it's like a magic wand or a magic staff that's got like a magic blade effect on it.
Yeah.
Zero to Hero says, there was a steel replica I once held at a Ren fair, and it was very comfortable to use once I got used to the handle. Yeah, I have a replica downstairs that a friend was making out of... I know I have that at my grandpa's. That he was making it out of wood, and I remember it being relatively comfortable. I've held ones at conventions.
Dude, I went to in the conventions that I've been to, and people had their replicas of Keyblades and shit that I took pictures of with. Those felt very comfortable. Like the only ones that didn't, I think, are the ones that like had it so that the metal part of the blade was a little bit too thick or a little bit too long. That's about it. But the ones that are relatively close to how it is supposed to be, they tend to fit really well.
Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
And like this is also not taking into consideration that the animators would have to account for this, would they not? Like,
yeah.
Like this is not just something that like the animators can cheat. I mean, they could theoretically just clip his wrist through the guard, but they don't typically. I've seen the animations in slow motion. In fact, that's part of the like one of the charms of Kingdom Hearts that's maintained itself. When you beat a boss or a major enemy, the screen does this slow motion like blurry thing where you can see a lot of shit in detail, including the motion of your swing, so you can see how the character is moving.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, and the Keyblade is kind of like this thing where that other guy, I don't know his name, he was showing an example of like Thor's hammer where he has something so that he can throw the hammer and then bring it back to his hand and stuff like that. You can You do that with the Keyblade as well. Half of the time, the Keyblade isn't physically in Sora's hand because it's spinning around in front of his hand, or
Yeah,
like
pretty
spinning
much.
around like his body, and it acts a lot like Thor's hammer in that way.
Yeah, they all the strike raid and all the raid commands. that people
Yeah.
use For. Also, you have people like Aqua that has a much more fencing style with the Keyblade.
If you want to check out where I made this and tested it, you can.
Lots of
My links will be
stabbing.
down below to my
Aqua
personal
does.
channel. So I already have all the answers, so this is fun. This is just fun.
Taranth makes these on his channel and he brings them here where we get to destroy them, or close enough.
Yeah. Let's get started.
Let's destroy it. One test maneuverability to your hands. I'm like,
Why are you wielding it
can't
the
really
wrong
do
way?
reverse edges because of this, so that's a problem against it. But in terms of just like
Why are you wearing
standard maneuver,
gloves with
it's
this?
not good. But
Yeah,
it's
why are you wearing gloves with it?
barely plausible.
They're
Because
very
your hand is offset by this guard,
Yeah,
it's actually, if we grab a sword, for example,
that's a nice looking sword.
it is a very nice looking sword. How you hold a sword, right? This is in line with my arm, meaning all of that leverage
Yeah, in
goes
line.
straight up with my arm. Because this one offsets it slightly, ever so
Yeah,
slightly.
you know, you're right. I feel more strain on my forearm.
Yeah.
right
With
there.
that thing,
And,
dingy thing,
it's not
really?
good. Now,
No, I do actually get this positioning your hand in a different way when holding a weapon, even if it seems like only like a slight bit more pressure. If you're regularly swinging it during like the heat of combat, you will tire yourself out more. I don't think this is
Okay.
an unreasonable complaint from him.
No, I would agree.
Yeah.
Sure.
imagine there was something heavy on there, on the end of that.
Because this is not as like thick and big as they
The
show in
gloves
the
is the
video
one that's getting
games.
me. None of the users, I don't think,
Alright.
ever have gloves.
Another issue.
Yeah,
just-
no, they
This is a
don't.
problem with axes generally.
Oh, wait, no,
cutting ratio.
Xehanort.
Much smaller target area to try and
Well,
hit.
yeah.
But
like,
if you aim
most
it
of them
and
have
get ready-
fingerless
You
gloves.
don't hit with the blade part of the key.
But yeah, you don't hit with the teeth of the key.
Yeah, sorry, the teeth.
Oh.
Yeah.
This is a problem with axes generally. Cutting ratio. Much smaller target area to try and hit. But if you aim it and get ready,
It's an axe, though.
I know this is a messy axe.
It's not an axe.
This isn't a.
It's not. Why?
Far from it.
Why are you
Yeah,
treating it
no.
like an axe? If you wanted to make a recreation of a Keyblade that was functional, you would make the back end sharp. You would make the back
Yes.
of the key. You would actually make it a blade with a like. You would basically take like the one of the fancier ones, or I guess Lionheart would be a good one. Lionheart from Kingdom Hearts 1
Yeah,
would be a
Lionheart.
great one because that's already. I can pull it up, I guess. Lionheart Keyblade. I can show you guys it.
Or again, just go with Fenrir, which is basically
Yeah, Vanitas-
sword anyway.
Vanitas has gloves, but they're still not the Hema gloves. Like, they're not
Yeah, they don't
wearing the
cover
proper
all
kind
the
of gear.
hands.
Yeah, they're not wearing the proper kind of gear for a Keyblade, which they're trying to treat the Keyblade like it is a regular combat weapon. When again,
Like
I
a-
said that it's a decorative weapon.
Like, of course,
also-
all the nobody Keyblade wielders have like gloves, but they're not super thick. They're like, thin black.
no, they're
gloves
not.
that they
I mean,
wear.
honestly, Oathkeeper and Oblivion would both make
Mhm.
excellent blades. Now, they have the caveat that they have the big gap in the middle, which causes problems. I know for swords, you can't really do that.
Sure.
But like, or should I say, you can do that. You're just going to get stuck in things. But like, it'd still be effective. It'd still actually be a blade.
Well, you could still probably like make the Oathkeeper a little bit more sturdy by adding some bits in there. But you could also customize them so that even if there are little bits that would get stuck in there and make it hard to pull out, you can add that to the damage. Say if you're sticking the sword into the person, you can have those little bits that just tear flesh.
Yeah, like you could make it like
Yeah.
like make it a razor in there, make it as a double
Yeah.
down. But yeah, it's like
That'd be pretty useful.
the
in
I,
Minecraft. In Minecraft,
I
you
appreciate
do.
the fact that you guys went through the effort of making this thing. You should have done
Mhm.
more research into what the fuck you guys were doing.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
Because this guy was like, "Oh, I did research for this video," but it's like, no, Did you research what it looks like when they're actually using the weapon and
Did
when
you
they're
reach
eating?
out
Hearts,
to
bro.
anyone? Like, that's my question. Is
Yeah.
like, there's a lot of people online that would willingly give you expert testimony about what the Keyblade is and how it operates.
Yeah,
Why
I
didn't
was
you
about
reach
to
out to
say-
anyone?
I was about to say, we Kingdom Hearts fans are literally have this like program in our system that makes us obligated to answer any lore questions in extreme detail whenever anyone asks.
Also, Kaiser,
Okay,
just
And we would
pause.
also be the first
I am
people to
paused.
tell
I have
you
to
that you
restart this.
don't hit with the with the key part with the teeth. Oh, I can't get over that. I can't get over that. Even the blacksmith guy. The blacksmith guy built his Keyblade, which was amazing.
Yes,
He built that
yes.
specifically
Man of
to
Yeah, man
Yeah.
arms.
he built his Keyblade specifically with the idea in mind to make it an actual weapon, even though that he knows that it's a club. So he specifically reinforced the teeth of the blade and sharpened them in order to make them deadlier. So he understood what the Keyblade was, how it functioned, and he still modified it to be able to do it, to be able to wield it in the way that Shad is trying to wield his Keyblade.
The Keyblade Riku used called Soul Eater is basically a single-edged sword. Okay, look, Soul Eater is... Me and Twy have talked about this before. Soul Eater is
Yes,
kind of
yes.
weird. It's like a proto-Keyblade. It's not quite Keyblade. It's...
Technically, it's not even a Keyblade. It is called the Soul Eater Sword. So it is actually not a Keyblade because it is a powered down Keyblade due to the fact that Riku is tainted by darkness. He cannot use the full power of his Keyblade until he realizes that he is not part of the darkness anymore and heals from that. So the Soul Eater will never become Way to the Dawn until he realizes that fact. So it's not a full Keyblade.
And Kaiser... oh, there we go.
Yeah.
Get that back. Make sure it's up and running. Sorry, we're biblically accurate from... No, he's gone again. And he's
Uh-oh.
dead. Oh, and he's alive.
Okay, now it didn't let me hear it first when I came back.
Oh.
And there we go. All right. Now we're back.
But exactly does Soul Eater become Way to the Dawn? You mean when does Soul Eater become Way to the Dawn? Towards the end of Kingdom Hearts 2.
I think it's off screen actually.
Yeah, it is off screen.
Yeah.
Because the transformation
off-screen.
takes place simultaneously when he stops looking like Ansem and starts looking like actual Riku.
Mm.
That's when when
Right.
Soul Eater transforms into Way to Dawn.
Right.
See, axe.
So was Ansem throughout Kingdom Hearts 2.
Try and give it a horizontal.
Yes, he was.
Yeah, that's what I'm doing.
Dude, you're
Ready?
why are you wearing such heavy HEMA gloves for this?
Mm-hmm.
Like, it's unnecessary.
Yeah.
Kinda did it. I mean,
Yeah, it's gonna really mess up your way of handling that
It's
thing.
not pretty.
not pretty at all.
Yeah,
The Bloodborne weapon is actually better than this.
much better.
I mean,
like-
which one?
What? Did they do a
Because
Bloodborne?
Bloodborne has a shit ton of weapons.
I would imagine it's like the regular saw cleaver from it, which does the transforming thing. And that's a different story. That one's actually kind of weird because it's kind of a batleth, and then it unfolds into like a long axe.
In terms of
Yeah.
like thumbing the blade, right? It gets the guards out of the way. The
Yeah.
problem is the amount of force that you can actually generate with a reverse edge is nowhere near just a dedicated strike. So technically you can go, yeah, I can get it on like that, but it's not a valid way of using a weapon. That's like making the best.
Okay, I'm baffled by this. I'm baffled because he acknowledged you hit with the back of the blade, but they are completely ignoring that as the way you're supposed to use it, and they're like, okay, but we're just going to use it as an axe for practicality. And I'm like,
It's even worse because
no.
they acknowledge that you're not supposed to do that in the beginning.
oh, it was the saw
that's
spear
what-
they did. Okay, interesting. Anyway, continue.
Well, like, I'm pretty sure that the only reason why they're doing it this way is specifically so that they can get those pretty shots of the bottle breaking and the water flying everywhere. That's the only reason why they're doing that. And that is not the way to test a weapon. You don't test a weapon in order to make good shots for YouTube. That is very irresponsible of you.
Like, I don't mind if you did that, like, and acknowledge that's how you
Like,
wanted to handle it, but, like, I don't know, get a watermelon or something? Use it as a blunt force tool? Like actually try and smash something with it? Maybe they'll do that later.
At the very least, don't do the wrong way to use it first. Like, I understand wanting to do that after that, because I want to try it out. I think it'll be funny. But like, don't open with that.
Yeah. And fair enough, Dedorex. It's been a while since I've looked at the cutscenes for KH2. At least 6 to 8 months since I've watched it.
When he hands
a
Kyrie
full
her
ruby.
Keyblade.
Kyurem the Frozen. If Shad had done the Switch X from Monster Hunter, I'd be very skeptical. Dude, I don't even know how that thing fucking works, so.
Dude, oh my god. I love the Switch X.
To the
But yeah,
bad
that'd be crazy. How would you make that work?
You know what? I was wondering why my arm is still sore today. I was just thinking about it before. I'm like, why are swords feeling? It's because I've just finished using this and my arm is still sore from it. Oof.
Well, you know what would have helped with that guy? If you built the Keyblade correctly, that would have helped a little bit.
Like, you could have approached it from the, I'm going to take the general shape of a Keyblade and try to make it a practical weapon, because I acknowledge it's a magical tool and thus does not obey the laws of natural physics. I don't know what you wanted here. What's your goal with this video? I haven't gotten
this is from the... This weapon was made from the same company that created the freaking Buster Sword and the Gunblade. Of course, these things aren't going to be very practical.
Okay, you say that, but there is a guy that is currently training right now to wield the Buster Sword, and he's getting more
for real?
Yes, and it's amazing because he's gotten so good with it, like with the test weights.
Oh, nice.
He looks incredible. And it's like, I will believe that this man can wield a Buster Sword one day. It's going to be great.
You gotta link that to me.
I have to find it. I've only come across it randomly.
I think you sent it to me once, so it's probably in our archive.
It probably. I think I rolled it.
Oof.
Yeah, there we go.
Mango.
Shad's done the Buster Sword. Oh, I expected.
And keep in mind, I think he uses it like this. Just as if I wanted a pole.
Yeah.
Why do I?
So why aren't you doing it?
Why
aren't you doing it?
Why didn't you just acknowledge? Oh yeah. So I have observed in the clips that I saw that when he wields it, he can cut through fucking concrete with laser precision. Maybe there's something more going on here.
Yeah, I'm gonna be honest. I'm surprised that wasn't one of the first clips that you see.
Yeah, the Xemnas fight is fucking metal. Like, I have a lot of complaints about Kingdom Hearts 2 I not as many as I used to, but I still do. But like fucking the boss fight at the end was a visual treat.
Dude, I saw that when I was 8. I was never the same again. Like, literally. I just compare any other fight scene in any other movie to it, and I'm like, this is not peak.
I was gonna say, like, I saw that when I was 8. I am now. After I saw it, I became 9. We'll ignore it with
I wonder if Digimon can have a Keyblade. There is a Digimon with a Keyblade.
What Digimon is it?
It's Clavis Angemon. Look him up.
Clavis Angemon.
Yeah.
Oh, yeah, this guy. Open a new tab. Thank you. He's a little small.
Yes.
Let me see if I can find a bigger picture of him.
Oh, wow.
No. Why are all these so tiny?
Yeah.
Okay, the toy of him is actually a decent size. There we go.
Zoom in on it. Yeah.
Zoom.
Yep. That's a...
Holy shit, that is a kind of a Keyblade. Holy...
Yeah, it is a Keyblade.
It's interesting that the teeth are sharp as well.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, Twi and I discovered it's like Kingdom Hearts and Digimon actually line up really well.
Yes.
There's a lot of like overlap in theme and concept.
Honestly, I'm not surprised at all.
Yeah, like I would love a Digimon crossover with Kingdom Hearts because you already have the care system that is built into Kingdom Hearts with the Dream Eaters. I love Dream Drop Distance.
Someone was asking if there's a Common Rider Digimon. What's Ken's partner's champion form?
Stingmon.
Oh yeah. Yes.
But look up Kokabuterimon and all of its because I think Kokabuterimon and its like Tiger Vespermon is a much better Common Rider.
Vespamon?
I still really love
Tiger
Stingmon's
Vespermon
design, though.
Oh yeah, that's totally. They're all Common Rider references easily.
That's Kokabuterimon,
It
and then look up
reminds
Tiger
me a little
Vespermon.
bit.
Yep, I got them all up. I was just flipping through them as I'm going. So there you go. That's your answer. There is
Tiger
a common.
Vespermon,
There is Common Rider
Kind
references
of reminds
in
me a bit
Digimon.
of Kamen Rider Saber,
Um,
which came granted much later, but yeah,
Mm-hmm, mm-hmm.
I don't know when this one came out.
But yeah, these are all
Cyber
probably Common Rider inspired Digimon.
yeah, I mean, almost. Yeah, I was gonna say like Stingmon is absolutely.
Absolutely,
That
it's
is like
definitely
classic
Kamen
Kamen
Rider
Rider right there.
Ichigo.
Yeah.
Why am I bringing logic to any of this? Did you want to try some pool noodles?
That's a good question. It's a
Oh gosh.
fucking magic weapon.
Gee, what happened to this pool noodle? Like it's been abused horribly.
Well,
With
Oh, like
some
this poor
yeah, if you keep
Keyblade?
hitting
crime against nature weapon of some type. What?
I'm counting that as 2.
I wonder what that could be.
No idea.
No idea. All right. There's a chance. There's a chance this will get through. If you like line it up right there. Yeah.
and he misses.
No.
I'm not calling that
I
out
think
as
he
well.
was doing
That's
a
cutting
the
the
He's
vision.
just testing the swing.
Because I usually step back to get some draw cut in, action in, but I can't because of the. And look, this is getting in the way for guidance big time. That's annoying.
Bullshit.
There we go.
Something I want to mention about that guard as well is that's actually a better guard than in the game. In the game, it's not only thick on that dimension, it's also
Debatable.
thick, so it gets even more in your way.
That might be the ugliest cut I've ever done. Oh. All right, one
Well,
hand.
yeah, because the teeth look like garbage. That's why.
This is
See?
ungrown.
No,
No,
he's-
he,
don't
yeah,
think
you're
he's
right.
doing
He is
that on
missing.
purpose.
He did explain. He
Alright,
steps
yeah,
back to do
he's
that
clever.
draw cut thing. That's oof. You're not accounting for the length of your weapon.
I don't think
Yeah,
that
just-
you're a very good swordsman, Shad. I'm sorry.
Oh, but
just-
I
I'm
think-
not gonna go that far. I think it's just a shittily built weapon.
Well, yeah, it's a shittily built weapon, but I don't think that he's doing any stances correctly. And like he even acknowledged, he's stepping back. What do you like? Would you step back if you're in a sword battle so that you would fucking miss the person on purpose?
I mean, it would depend on the circumstance quite a bit.
Yeah, but this is a stationary.
Yeah, no, that's a
noodle.
very good question. Is like, why aren't you closer if you know you're going to step back with the length of your weapon? Like that
Yeah.
is that
Yes.
is more the like. Okay, how Shad is losing a fight to a pool noodle.
Yeah. This is
Yeah, he's
embarrassing.
approaching this shit like it's a Rubik's cube. You know what I mean?
It's embarrassing. Oh my god.
He's not
You are
taking it
losing a
seriously.
fight. No.
But if he's going to try and exemplify what this weapon can do, he should be taking this seriously. That's why they're using the
Yeah, a
teeth,
little bit
because they
more.
think the backside is a joke.
Yeah.
One-handed, man.
Oh,
Like, I
Zero
wanna-
to Hero, I
What-
think, sent me the Buster Sword thing that y'all were talking about.
Oh, excellent. Send that to put that in our chat so we can look at it later.
Yeah.
Level it off, but this is hitting my wrist, and so I need to raise my eye. Like, holy, this sucks.
You suck.
I got the aim right and everything.
Okay, you know what?
What's
That's
funny
actually
about this
that
is
is pretty funny.
So this
Right on.
axe head is sharpened all the way on the inside as well.
Yeah.
So it's just getting caught in there.
Gosh, and I think that was actually edge alignment because I can't like angle it because of
and maybe
the
that's
guard.
because you built the teeth wrong. You built the teeth in such a way that it gets caught in everything because you built this in 4 hours.
Yeah, it's like it's you've made a vice. Like you actually made a vice out of the teeth. You didn't actually make the profile, I don't think. Like it's actually not even that hard of a profile. It's literally Mickey Mouse's ears.
Yeah, it's literally.
Like,
Actually,
the
that's
teeth
I
are
think it's more
one
the crown as
object,
well.
and he did 4 objects and then welded 2 of them together. There are gaps in there. There are, like, edges that wouldn't be there on the actual Keyblade. Of course it's going to be a shittier cut, because you literally built it to be a Wish product.
It's important to point out it is bigger than like they're making it out to be. It is not as like narrow, which
it's not as nowhere near as thin either.
I was gonna say, like if you're going to complain about it, like you need to complain about all of it. And like if you were to realistically model a Keyblade and make it out of proper sword making materials, a real Keyblade would be fucking heavy. Like it would be like prohibitively heavy to swing with one hand. Like 2 hands you could, but with one hand you'd be really straining your shoulder with that. So it's like
actually Periodic Pete had put that the actual Keyblade that was done by Man of Arms up there, so we could probably like watch that as a comparison. Like not the actual building of it, but the ending where he does test it out.
Yeah,
the demonstration aspect of it.
For that, yeah.
Oh yeah, Pete did link that.
Yeah.
Let me find it.
Raymond, the teeth of the Keyblade is shaped like Sora's crown necklace. The keychain is shaped. Right, sorry. I know it's indented in one way, and I thought like I realized that one day, and I'm like, oh, that's neat.
Yeah, this is where the video is.
How to describe it? It's like this is just not fun. This one is not a fun weapon.
You
I
built
don't enjoy it. I don't like using it.
I mean,
you could have made it better,
dude.
And it
I
just
don't know what
doesn't
to tell you.
well as well.
Yeah, you get what you pay for, and you get what your skills can muster.
Well, I mean, the only way to get it out of my way, the guard, is to come down on it. But nope.
You're missing the blade section. You're stepping into.
Forgive me,
I know,
my cutting
that's
area
the problem.
is like 4 inches.
It's the wrong shape.
Yeah, that might
It's
be
the
a bit
wrong
of a
shape,
problem, dog.
and you're not
I don't
supposed
know.
to. You're not supposed to cut with it in the first place. That was never the function of the Keyblade.
A lot of the
You are
fantasy
literally hurting yourself
Yes,
for no
Riker, it
reason
is a
because you're trying to
literal
make it
skill
something that
issue.
is not. Yeah, you're trying to make it something that it isn't.
There's a defensively. Is there a defensively built Keyblade in Kingdom Hearts? Yes.
Yes.
My mind is I'm more familiar with the Kingdom Hearts 1 Keyblades than anything else because they're typically some of my favorite. It's actually one that I don't like very much aesthetically, but the Olympic Keyblade.
Oh, Olympia?
Olympia, yeah.
E-Blade, which is actually stat wise, it's defensive. And it's a chunk of a fucking sword.
It is.
It is.
It is
I
chunky.
would always go in.
Very thick.
Later, I would get like the Lionheart, and I would go into the Riku fight with that instead. But before that, the Olympia Keyblade was the one I would typically have by that point. So him blocking Riku coming down with the Dark Keyblade, or I guess Ansem at that point, and just like this ching, it's like, oh my God, Sora, why'd you put a cinder block in the way? Just put a brick wall between you and Riku. Isa says, just woke up due to time zone difference, but man, I don't trust Shad to review sword stuff at all, given he's not well regarded in the Hema community.
Yeah, no, he's not.
Hema?
Hema,
sorry.
Hema.
It's historically accurate. I'm trying to think of what the acronym stands for. It's like historical combat reenactment. Effectively.
Yeah. You should show the upgraded Keyblade from Union Cross for Olympia, because it gets even chunkier than that.
Oh, right.
Than what you see in Yeah, it does.
Is it this one?
Oh.
Give it a moment.
Olympia.
This. Okay, look.
Oh my god!
This is garish.
Yes.
Like.
Yeah.
And I have issues with like especially later Keyblade designs just getting more and more garish. But like this one's up there in terms
I'm
of
not
just,
even
like,
sure.
Oh my
I
god,
like
my
them.
eyes.
I'm not
like
even
them.
sure if freaking Terra can swing that one around.
Now, admittedly, there's a little bit of proportional goofiness going on because it's like chippy characters wielding them. However, even compared to what they normally look like, this is a fucking monster. All right, so it's like
it's basically like wielding like Guts' sword and all those like big chunkers.
I decided to hit you with my fucking bookcase.
We look at.
That is
some
one that I would
validity
refuse
there.
to
Like
call
you can go,
great. That
yeah,
one's
if you know
definitely
how to
a
use it,
cult.
maybe if you train
I mean-
specifically in that thing, I don't have that big of a gripe with it. However, there are sometimes you get into some weapons that are just really.
That's the thing. Like, we've been pleasantly surprised by a number of fantasy weapons. We've got the the R-long sword, the tooth sword.
Oh, hang on, Raymond.
From
Someone's asked me a question. Out of curiosity, how heavy is the Keyblade replica that I have? It's made of plastic, so it's not that heavy. I would actually like to have a metal replica. I think that every year that there is a metal section at Anarevo, so I could buy an actual Keyblade made of metal out of like from there. But as it is, like my Starlight isn't very heavy, but even so, it still sits comfortably
it's very
against my wrist.
anatomically
Because,
correct, at least.
yeah, it's anatomically correct. It is.
Oh, what?
Oh yes, are anatomically correct. All of our Keyblades are field raised, and they are all anatomically correct. You need not fear. You will. Every Keyblade has either a penis or a vagina.
Raymond.
Oh, they don't call it keyholes for nothing.
I'll give you a hint. You'd be surprised which ones have which. You'll never guess.
Yeah.
You might think you know, but you'll be surprised. All right.
Smash or pass
Raymond losing the
Keyblade
PG rating.
edition.
Smash or pass Keyblade edition.
from One Piece, as well as
Smash
the
Oathbreaker,
Bloodborne Blade.
Oathkeeper, definitely.
Right? Like, surprisingly effective. This thing is
Basic.
trash.
Well, the way that I do it and the way that I like to rate, rank, all these sorts of things is if I had to fight someone in a one-on-one duel to the death and you laid out a big table of weapons, would
Can I
pick
be
it up
can I
and
be
use it?
really toxic for a second, Raymond?
Go for it.
Oh man.
Just like him standing in profile like that, you have this other man here, like he is fine, but Shad looks like he is wearing his outfit that is like a size or two too small. So it's like, oh, you have a very curvaceous figure there.
It's weird to me how awkward these guys look in their armors.
Yeah.
Both of them. Like they even the guy on the right, what's his name? Terrence or whatever.
Tyrannus.
Tyrannus.
Yeah, he
I'm
looks-
sorry, he is not Darth. he is not fucking. Oh, why do I always forget his name? Played Sauron. Anyway, Izanagi. Wow, I just saw the imitation Keyblade and it looks trash. Yes.
It is trash.
Yeah,
It's
it
like,
is
yeah,
pretty trash.
they're saying that the Keyblade is trash. It's like, yeah, you built trash. It's gonna wield like trash, of course.
Okay.
Trash does
It's
not
the
become not
Keyblade we
trash.
have at home.
Yeah, and also
It's the Keyblade
Christopher
at
Lee.
home.
Yes, thank you. He is not Christopher Lee.
Christopher
I was gonna
Lee.
say,
he's definitely-
I would
was
love
joking with
next Kingdom Hearts game. You can get the trash Keyblade. It's this. It has weaker stats than the wooden sword.
Dude, imagine going through a level 1 0 XP run with this in critical mode.
There are a lot of weapons where I'm like, I wouldn't use that, but somebody definitely would. That's not bad. This is one of those weapons where I'll go, no, and keep going.
Like a stick
Well, yeah.
would be better.
Again,
Like a literal-
because
Also, what am I fighting? Am I fighting Heartless? Yes,
Yeah,
I'm
what-
taking it.
Right.
yeah, if I'm
110%.
fighting Heartless, I am taking this. Also, again, like Thor's hammer, half the time you don't even have the Keyblade physically in your hand. It is flying around using magic because it is a magical object. Of
Yeah, you can
course,
literally
you're
chuck
going
that
to
bitch.
have a lot of versatility when you're not physically having it in your hand and you are using magic to wield it around.
I think it's Izanagi says, I think it's telling that these Gambesons have been used for several years when in actuality Gambesons get worn out quickly if he was a Hema regular. Interesting.
Yeah.
Huh.
Well, again, like you
Sounds
can physically see, like Shad looks, because of the way that I'm pretty sure that he has probably gained weight since he has bought this thing,
Yes.
but it bucks out at the chest area, so it looks like he
Yeah, I'm
has
looking at
breasts.
it. Like it kind of folds up a little
Yeah,
bit,
like he's-
which I would
he's-
imagine
our
would not
our
be very
shads
comfortable.
are home raised and anatomically correct.
They
He
are
has
not
multiple
supposed
sets
to
of
be
breasts. No, sorry, you mean Gambesons. Okay, sorry.
Yeah, are Keyblades supposed to be used like swords or blunt weapons? They are blunt weapons.
Yeah.
But they have
Like,
magical
they-
effects that allow them to cut, so they can be blades.
Yes.
They're like they're
Yes,
a jack of all trades weapon, really.
Yeah, they are.
Yeah. It's literally the Swiss Army knife, but for magical weapons. Like it can probably do your taxes for you if it wants.
Do I have a favorite KH358 over 2 Keyblade? I would need to go back
Oh,
through them.
man.
I did. I think it was
think-
Omega Weapon. I think Omega Weapon.
Yeah,
was my
Omega
favorite.
Weapon. That's the one.
But I
really
actually
like.
really liked all the 358 over 2 Keyblades. I
What's that one that allows you to do all those combos in the air?
That might be
win
also.
something.
Like I liked air combos too. I'm trying to remember because like the only problem I have with the 358 over 2 blades is that they go a little bit too far in the opposite direction where they're almost too abstract. They're not enough of a personality to them where they're all kind of just funky blade shapes, and it's like that's neat.
Well,
Yeah,
no,
a lot of
they-
them are just
they-
pretty samey.
They have the aesthetic of the organization.
Right, but I think like as a result of that, there's a lot of sameness to some degree
They're less
inside
memorable.
of it.
I guess.
There's
Yeah.
like whereas I have a problem with a lot of the later Keyblades where they get a little ridiculous with how explosively weird they are in different directions. It's the other way around with the 358. Like I do prefer the 358 over 2 blades, but I wish there was a little more of that energy. Like give me some of that energy to feed into them ultimately.
Also,
I mean, hell, if
because
you were to make any of the Keyblades like more practical as weapons, a good chunk of these seem to be a lot more practical than the normal ones you would get.
yeah, because
I'm looking at
it
them
was
right now.
Ventus's weapon in Union Cross, I am very partial to the missing ache.
That's the missing ache.
Oh, I see.
Oh, yeah, the
okay,
missing
so
ache. Oh, that
this
was
is
a
the
good
one
one.
from
That
Union-
was
Yes.
such
Yeah,
a good
Union
one.
Cross. Yeah, that one. Yeah, that one looks really nice. I also
Mhm.
love Abyssal Tide and Astral Blast.
Yeah, no, those are good.
They kind of remind me a bit of scimitars, almost.
I mean, is there a nice, convenient list of Kingdom Heart blades? No.
Oh yeah. I'm looking at it right now. I'm gonna just link it right here. Hold on. KH Wiki.
Oh, beautiful. Yes. All right. I mean, they're
I
all
love
good.
how there's one called Maverick Flare.
Abaddon Plasma. That one's dope. If I can
Yeah.
open that in a new tab. I mean, all of them I do like, typically all of them. There, no, sorry. I completely forgot. 2 became 1. 2 became 1.
What you don't like?
Yeah.
You don't like the umbrella?
The umbrella's a meme. I love it. I do
I know.
love that.
It's great.
These are all
Dude, I wish they brought
tiny.
that one back in 3.
Sorry, these are so small, but like Omega Weapon, 2 became 1.
Yeah.
Abaddon, like they're all really, really cool. I do wish there was a little more variety, like because like when you then get like the Star Seeker or the Oath Keeper in Oblivion, they stand out a little too much from the pack in terms of like this is really different now.
I wonder if they modeled
I'll be right
some
back.
of these after like. Okay, I wonder if some of these other Keyblades, at least the ones that are different from the usual, I wonder if they're modeled more so after like the Heartless you fight in the game rather than in the worlds in particular.
No, I think a lot of these Keyblades are supposed to be representative of the organization members. Because I mean, you have like Bond of Flame there. That's obviously Axel.
I mean, yeah, that one's. And Crown of Gil, that seems like Marluxia-ish. Darker Than Dark kind of looks like a Zigbar-esque weapon.
Yeah. I can't decide if Abyssal Tide or Leviathan is a Demix or Syx weapon. Like, I think those are like Demix and Syx, but I can't tell which one would be which.
Oh, I thought Lunar Eclipse would be Syx.
Yeah, I guess.
Either that or Silent
Maybe after
Dirge.
we finish Shad's video, we can come back here and start taking guesses. Like this is serious.
Well, we were just passing the time while you were out away from your keyboard. So.
All right. So I was going to be like, okay, I go to wiki pages, maybe I can learn there. But anyway, we'll just continue on with the video and try
We
and
found
finish this
Kaiser's
Yeah.
Keyblade. Shush.
For a poll would be better because this makes a poll bad.
Yeah.
Because you have these guards here on top of that.
The weight is off. It's too top heavy.
Because
it's
how
like,
you have to hold
Look,
it to
the
actually use
Keyblade
it.
already looks like it's fucking bent.
Oh yeah,
Yeah.
no, the construction on
Poll.
this is
Yeah.
You have a big
they
counterweight
didn't put a
on
lot of effort
one
in,
side.
and it
So
feels like this was
It's not just a
obligation.
bad
I know.
weapon. It makes it, even if you want to try and use it realistically, it's worse at that.
And when you find a weapon that can't even beat the humble stick in effectiveness, we are in nunchuck levels
I mean,
of bad.
yeah, because
Like,
the
this is
stick
a
that you
nunchuck
have isn't
equivalent.
very thick at all.
I'm sorry, Shad. We know how a stick does against Heartless. Not very well.
Yeah.
Yeah, no.
We're bound to get
Don't
one,
let
right?
Roxas
right.
tell you different.
Is there any other uses you can think of? Like trapping swords, deflect? No, not really. Because it's so top heavy. It's not maneuverable.
But top heavy is fine. Like a regular axe is fine.
But because of this thing,
This guard does so much damage. And this is, like I mentioned just before, this is actually a good, this is a bit more of a generous guard. On the actual original ones, they're like this thick on this dimension.
Okay, on the flip side, it widens out the further down the handle it goes. You made it narrower at
Yeah.
that point.
Yeah.
Yep.
So that'll make it even worse for your hand. But because it's offset like that, it means that you are applying a lot of forces on the inside here, and it offsets it. So if there's even
This is the only good
too much
argument
weight down
you
here,
guys
you
have.
literally
You have
can't
to
do it.
keep
You just
laying
don't
it.
have the leverage.
yeah.
Which is really not good.
There's also like the effect of, well, they shapeshift. Some of them become guns.
Yeah.
And a good chunk of them have very thin guards anyway.
Some of them
like a
become
way to go-
spears
way to
and
dawn.
flagpoles. Some of them become completely different weapons and after transformation, which is a conversation of like, I don't know if maybe it's getting a little far away from what I think a Keyblade should be, but that's, neither here nor there for this conversation. It's like
Well,
taking all the elements into
I mean,
account
that's-
of this stuff.
It's been canon since Cage too. Mostly with
The lingering will.
Terra's Keyblade. Yeah,
Yeah.
the Lingering Will.
I don't know if I want
Layer
to classify that as like a special circumstance. Like my brain would want to argue that's a special circumstance, but that's a whole other discussion
Well,
about the nature of the Keyblades to begin with. So I'm not
we're-
gonna like.
We're also seeing Sora, who is basically a self-taught Keyblade wielder, against
Yeah.
effectively a Keyblade master who knows a lot more about the Keyblade than Sora does. So that's why it's not until like KH3 when you get actual transforming weapons.
Yeah,
Sure.
I know. I get it. I get, and it's actually a well justified thing. I have a preference. I'm acknowledging it's a preference to me as opposed to like a mechanical complaint.
Yeah.
I think
It's
I'm
not
kind
like
of
how
happy
it
to
was
keep
back
this short
in
and sweet for
my
this
day.
one because these are final thoughts already.
Back
I'm
This thing is
old!
crap.
It's just not
It's a
good.
dumb design, and I don't know what they were thinking. Keyblade.
I think they use it like this as well.
You then use it like that. You didn't even
no,
try
like
once.
that.
Because that you acknowledge it and then proceed not to do anything with that doesn't make it okay.
Yeah,
I
no,
thought this
no.
was at least you guys were going to have some intellectual honesty, but it doesn't feel like you did because you didn't feel like you did any of the fucking research. Like
This-
what research? Please tell me what research you did into this. Oh, I watched a couple of clips. That's all we know. Did you look at the wikis? Did you talk to experts? Did you talk to anyone that's played the game? Did you sit down and open a copy for yourself? Did you buy it on Steam? Did you fucking pirate it?
Well, they said they
I
didn't
would-
play it, so clearly.
Yeah,
not
they've
the
never
latter
played the
parts.
game. They don't give a shit about the game. They did the barest amount of research that they could possibly do, probably specifically only to be able to build the Keyblade, and then that was it. They are lazy content creators when it comes to building weapons like this. If you're going to do an actual breakdown of how a fantasy weapon in a video game or in an anime or in a TV show or whatever, I would expect that you would do your due diligence, not do bargain bin content like this.
not-
Yeah, Spike
Not
Jet.
the Keyblade at
Yeah,
home.
Spike Jet says, yeah, it's not the best takedown of the Keyblade I've seen, but you guys just seem salty that someone dared point out these things are impractical in real life. I think a Keyblade
No.
in real life would, like, if you just gave me a weapon in the shape of a Keyblade, would be a very impractical over tons of different weapons. I do not think it'd be a realistic weapon to use for a number of different reasons. First of which is, I don't know how to use the magic
jokes
involved.
about that for years.
Which I know there's
said-
magic involved. Like, we all acknowledge it's a magical weapon, but they make no acknowledgement of it. They don't seem to want to use it in the correct way, despite acknowledging it multiple times. They don't do anything with it that couldn't just be fundamentally seen. The only good point they've made mechanically is about the wrist guard, which most people can honestly mitigate in a time of emergency, and it's also accounted for in the games because each Keyblade comes from the heart of the wielder, so it perfectly fits the person wielding it. Like, oh my god, there are several levels on which they cannot and choose not to acknowledge because they haven't done the research. I'm not
And
just
not only
salty
that,
for that.
I said at the beginning of this stream that the Keyblade is built more like a decorative weapon for realistic purposes. Because it is a magical weapon, therefore it is allowed to look more decorative while still being functional. If you were to have a real-life Keyblade, it would be primarily for decoration. It is for the nobility to parade around to show off their status. It is not a weapon that you would actually use functionally in real life, but they are trying to force it to be, even though and trying to make it into an axe when it is not an axe.
Like we'll
that's the
cover
worst part
Man at
about
Arms
that.
video here for comparison shortly, just because I
Yes.
want to watch something good.
Sure.
The point of it is, I gave them an out at the start of the video. They could have acknowledged, hey, this is a magical weapon that operates in a magical way. We're going to build it like it is in the games and see how it would effectively work without the magic. They could have acknowledged that. But they didn't even do the barest minimum of work. They presume it is a mundane weapon, when one of the key features of it is that it magically appears and disappears out of your fucking hand.
Yes.
It's more of a key club than it is a key blade. Oh, I'm sorry.
Yes.
Yeah, sort of. Maybe it applies magic to it that cuts a lot of shit, including buildings. So, yes and no. I'm sorry. It's both. It's simultaneously both because it's a magic weapon. And they're, again, if they acknowledged that, if they went into this with way more acknowledgement of what is observable fact within the games, I would be way more okay with it. But I think this is a terribly done video that's made for bargain bin content.
Yes.
Yeah, it's not very. This video isn't very additive to the conversation either.
Yeah, it's
Like,
not. The one
it's
thing
not
it added
even
was,
bringing
oh,
in anything
wrist
new.
alignment is hard with it.
Like,
Yes.
guys, I don't know if you hear about this, but people have been saying a lot of the same things about the Keyblade for ages. Okay, we're not stupid. Okay, we know that realistically it's not very practical. They're just doing a really bad job at showing it because it looks like the kind of thing that comes out of a bargain bin.
Yeah, it feels like Shad and
feel
his friend
bad for
decided
the
they
bin.
hated it before they made the replica. Yes.
Yes.
It feels like they went into this with bad faith. You know what? Even if they acknowledged it, if they went into it, I think it's a ridiculous weapon. It looks stupid. I don't think it's going to work very well. If he had acknowledged it in any way, shape, or form, instead of like kind of playing, like not even really saying anything, commenting on it initially, it's so. Oh God.
I think Rival makes a very good point. He says every magic wand is a stick. I guess that makes every wand in Harry Potter or any magical staff useless. Yeah, it would be like these guys are making a video on Harry Potter wands and they're like, well, you can't cut anything with this. And then they're like trying to bash the stick against like
weapon like it's a shiv.
Yeah, that's what they're doing.
I hate to defend Shad, but when I used to watch his series on fantasy weapons, he normally goes at it as if it were real and have no magical effects. Realistically, you'd want to use the cuts of the key. No!
Then they would make it better.
Yeah, then you would actually design it in a way that would be used. The Keyblades are designed in a way that account for the magic. If you were to make a Keyblade specifically to use in practical terms, it would be built slightly differently, or you would have gone with a different make of Keyblade. And on top of that, a lot of the fantasy weapons that they are using are typically heavy ones that have, like, the magic is typically to boost your strength. So it's like the Buster Sword, for example. And even then, apparently people can actually wield a real Buster Sword in real life. Like, it's actually a thing you can do. So it's like, it's not equitable. You need to acknowledge the differences in these types of weapons. You can't just not acknowledge that and then go on like you're somehow talking definitively about it as a weapon. Because, like, if it was offered to me, and, like, if you gave me a bunch of normal swords, but you offered me a fully functional Keyblade with magic intact, I'm fucking taking the Keyblade. Because, by God, do I want a goddamn Keyblade.
Yeah.
Deep freeze, motherfucker.
That in mind. Keyblade, thanks for watching, guys. There'll be another video here. Click on it, should be good. Something more useful.
Yeah, like the Kanabo weapon from One Piece.
Awesome.
That thing that's a beast.
That's the end of that.
For the record,
this is
of
a
the
little
winner,
bit of set dressing.
The winner of this, because I did not account for his friend doing most of the talking, Chark Gillian, exactly on 5 shutters.
Oh, wow.
Everyone else, we lost. Wow, I have to take the bow out on that one. Damn.
Yeah, holy.
I guess I overestimated how much he would do in like 10 minutes.
Well, yeah, I expected Shad to talk more, but it looks like he leaned a lot on his friend to do the information for him.
Yeah. Because, like, while Shad has an interest in weapons and he has an interest in history and a lot of this, there is a limitation for him being an armchair user of these things. He doesn't have like practical experience with anything, so when he does have a guest on, he does
armchair sword nerd.
Yeah, he is an armchair sword nerd.
All right, I'm gonna be right back. I'm gonna grab one more drink, or I guess a drink, and we're gonna watch a good video. In fact, you guys want to play it, you can. We can just get this started on the road. I think it's 5 minutes. I think we can just watch it through. I don't think we're gonna have much commentary other than just saying, yeah, that's about right. So yeah, I'll be right back. If you guys want to
Also, if I remember correctly, there might have been like a thumbnail that I saw, but I think Shad made like a movie or something like that on YouTube about using weapons or something like that, and somebody was going to make fun of it. It might have been Westside Tyler or something. I haven't watched it.
Yeah, Westside Tyler really has it out for Shad. It's so funny.
Yeah.
I did love his breakdown of his books. I also liked, I also liked Ian's breakdown of Shadow of the Conqueror, as well as, like, she did a review of it, and then she went on with Alex to do a live stream about it.
Okay.
Those were also very good.
I found it. It's called Shadiversity made a sword fighting movie. It's bad.
Ooh. Oh yeah, because he made one adapting one of the fight scenes from his book, didn't they?
What?
Yeah, that was
That's what it's about.
Yeah,
Okay.
it's a fight scene that adapted.
Yeah.
Maybe we'll cover that at some point. Who knows? After we do like a Shadow of the Conqueror arc.
Oh man.
All right, so let's see Man at Arms and see how they handle this concept.
I've been a blacksmith armorer for over 30 years. Pirates of the Caribbean, Zorro, Blade. I've created weapons for over 200 feature films.
Yeah, this is a
This
professional
is Man at Arms.
Yeah.
a professional weapons
this guy
maker.
knows what he's doing. I've seen a lot of their videos.
And look how accurate he built the Keyblade. It's beautiful.
They gotta get that beard.
I looked up online to
Yeah.
see what the actual lengths would be on this, and I think the Keyblade comes out to about 36 inches long overall. We blew it up from an image we found online, printed it out on some thin paper.
Yeah,
that
doing
thin
his
paper really
research.
doesn't work for me as a template to transfer it from, so I just took some thicker cardstock and glued it to there with a spray adhesive. The ward, or the little key kind of crown on the end, will be made out of 1075 steel.
It does. It's teeth. It's the
Next,
teeth
I'm
of
cutting
key.
out the ward on the bandsaw.
Stop calling it's the teeth of the key. It's called the teeth of the key. Come on, it's not that
I
hard.
kept making that mistake too, so
Cutting out the handle on a half-inch 6061 aluminum because we can weld 6061 as opposed to the 7075 we use on a lot
Yeah. I,
But I also think
I put a
that
plush
technically
cover on mine.
I also technically think the shape and size of the guard would do a lot for how it feels.
that's
Which
very
was
important.
my criticism when they were going after the guard. Because he was talking about how, it's so much better than what the actual guard was. And I'm like, I'm not so sure about that. Because you have this flat thing with a very thin part of it that is going to dig into your wrist. How is that better than what the actual Keyblade guard is like?
When it's wide like this, it actually
Pretty
would
much.
rest very comfortably along the wrist.
Yes.
Yeah.
Which is what I said when I demonstrated with the Starlight.
Shad, why maybe reach out to Man at Arms, get their
Yeah.
Keyblade? Like I don't see why they wouldn't want to do a collaboration of some sort unless they didn't like you personally, I guess. But who knows?
Maybe.
Interior
Maybe
cutout.
you didn't want to spend a lot of money on it. I don't know.
Then we use the bandsaw to cut out the exterior of the Keyblade handle. We're dynafiling the interior to get the shape right. But sometimes it just comes down, you have to do it by hand and just take hand files.
Oh, look at the
Yeah, and they're
We're
taking a
cutting
lot
the
of
aluminum
care
sections
to build
of the
this thing
handle
right.
on the
I
bandsaw
appreciate
before
it.
turning them on the lathe.
Look at that. Oh, look at that. Do you see the thickness of that piece of metal?
Yeah, seriously. Now that's
We're
what
cutting
the
the
actual
aluminum sections of the handle on the bandsaw before turning them on the lathe.
Oh, damn it.
On the lathe.
Damn it. I was trying to pause it there. But that is a thick.
I use this
That is
alloy
thick
because it's
pipe.
more readily
We
welded.
got some
that is-
anatomically correct
Hold
Keyblade.
up. If I use the normal alloy I use, which is 7075, the welds would break.
nice and cylindrical. Exactly.
Sanded the exterior sections of the hilt of the half-inch thick plate on the belt grinder. I did a rough layout with my pattern to see how everything was looking, and it looked fine.
Okay. All
I
right.
cut a piece of Delrin, I chucked it up in the lathe, and drilled a hole through the center for the grip. I took some embossed leather.
I think that even if you wanted to do a much cheaper and faster method, you would still roughly use this method to build it instead of the quick shoddy work that they did for that Keyblade in the other video.
Yeah, I wonder.
Yeah.
Like, maybe we should at some point look at what's his face's video on how he actually constructed that weapon. It doesn't look like he actually did some decent job with some of the other weapons, like the Kratos blades. But who knows?
Yeah, it looks like they went and,
Blades
like,
of Chaos,
put
I
through
guess.
a lot more efforts on those.
Yeah,
Barge cemented it over the Delrin grip and dyed it black with some leather dye. I like using Delrin high-density plastic for the handles. It's very strong. I also use it for mallets for forming metal. The Keyblade doesn't look like it would have any sharp edges, but we're finding a way to make it dangerous. After I'm done with this Keyblade, it's going to be a real weapon. We took the chromoly tube, milled a slot into it to accommodate the ward. After everything was ground to shape, I TIG welded the sides up.
It's so much better than what they did with that other Keyblade.
Yeah.
And I would imagine that it would have been faster to do than the
It was a
welding
good
job
weld.
that
It
they
looks
did.
pretty damn good.
Yeah, because they
After I got everything welded together and cleaned up, I put it into the furnace and brought it up to 1550 degrees,
Yeah.
Flex tape.
piercing out Mickey's head out of nickel silver.
and then we were promptly sued by Disney.
When I took the blade out of the heat treating kiln at 1500 degrees and quenched it in oil, there was a small crack in there,
Hey, it's
and
after-
some oil seeped into the tube. And this is one of the hazards of working with this material.
I want to Seawits. I want to say Shad does not represent the rest of us Latter-day Saints.
Oh, I imagine that there is a lot of variety when it comes to the Mormon faith. It's just that, like, when I criticize Shad, I'm talking about like a specific kind of like, I would imagine more like religiously fanatical.
Yeah, there's
Yeah.
as someone who lives in a very religious area, there are definitely a type among religious congregants that can get very pushy, and no one likes them, even the other congregants.
Yeah.
Wow.
After tempering the blade, I take it to slack belt grinder and smooth out the edges to 320 grit. Keyblade is not known for being a sharp cutting weapon, but I'm known for making sharp cutting weapons, so
See,
I'm going to put
he
sharp
did
edges all
more
over this piece.
research, and he acknowledges it.
I'm grinding
But he's
the round
still
disc
changing
on a
it
10-inch
anyway,
belt
because that
grinder
was the
to
point
weld
of the
onto
video.
the end of the tube.
He acknowledged. He acknowledged the goal
showmanship
was to
to it.
make it a functional weapon. So that's what
Yeah.
he did. Ah,
Oh my
well,
god.
you know
Wait,
what?
He
And he said it in
actually
so
made
few
one
words,
for a few
too. There was no
Keyblades as
fumbling
well.
around about it.
Like he. Yeah,
I
it's
couldn't
like,
hear
oh,
either
I
of
guess
you.
we gotta
What-
talk about the Keyblade. Oh, sorry.
Is it petty to be angry at him owning all of Kenshin despite the creator's crimes? No, that is very
No.
petty, I find.
Not really.
Like I
Yeah.
like look, Kenshin is a well-regarded, well-respected series. I do not blame anyone for having purchased it because it's not just the mangaka that made that. He has a whole team of editors that was also there
100%.
working with him. He has a whole team of people that made the production work, that got the anime out, that did all that sort of stuff.
Yeah.
There is more than just him you're supporting by buying those books. And I understand if you don't want to support him, you are free to abstain from that. But I wouldn't pass a judgment on anyone for supporting or buying a book. It's like, I know there are people that don't like
even
J.K.
then-
Rowling, but you can still buy Harry Potter because it supports a whole bunch of people around her that help make those books come to life. It's like you gotta.
And even then, I'm
Yeah.
pretty sure like Shad probably bought those mangas before that whole Shabakalako came
I
out
own a
anyway.
volume of
He's a big
Kenshin.
he's a big fan of the series. So am I actually. I think
Yeah.
Kenshin himself is probably like up there with some of the best shonen protagonists, if not the best.
M3D, real Keyblade versus Netflix live action Keyblade. Yes. Yes.
Yeah,
Yes.
basically.
Uh, should I watch Samurai Trigun? What is
Samurai.
Samurai
Kenshin.
Trigun? Oh, Kenshin. Oh, oh. Yeah. I remember
mean,
liking
I
the
think-
original anime, but people warned me away from season 2. It's actually on our list to watch all of it. 'Cause I haven't watched. I've always
Wait, season
I always
2.
fall off on the way to Tokyo, on the way on the Kyoto.
On the Kyoto arc?
Yeah,
Really?
I always fell off. Like there was
For
some
me-
moment during that where I just really start dragging.
Oof.
For me, I feel like that's where the story like really picks up. Like that's some of the best parts of the story, honestly. Which makes sense because Kenshin as a whole, when you take all the canon material, is really freaking short.
Yeah, no,
So, there's
I
that.
might actually go back to it at some point, considering like I have a much higher tolerance for
Yeah.
manga now. I mean,
Definitely do that. The presentation is much better. I'm kind of iffy on the remake. I saw a few episodes of that.
Yeah.
Not a big fan.
I recently just binged freaking Shugokara with Twi.
Yeah.
I gotta read the new chapter, by the way, of Jewel Joker.
Yeah.
After we've
Yeah,
got
we
a
do.
good fit and finish on the pieces, we take it to the anodizer for coloring. We anodize the
Oh,
hilt
that looks
for
beautiful.
the Kingdom's Heart blade, gold and blue. The anodizing is actually a process that makes it as hard as a ruby on the surface. I was surprised how well this turned out. This came out really nice.
Look at that.
Oh, that's gorgeous.
Right costs like $1,000.
And he's using the side!
Yeah.
Yeah!
How many schools can you blow up with this? What? Here's Tony.
That was
they're
just good.
actually having fun with it.
Yeah.
Yeah. And you could see that not only were they using the Keyblade actually correctly, but the
Yep.
blade part could still cut what was necessary and able to be cut. So
Yeah.
like it is a multi-use weapon in the way that they
Yeah,
built it.
Like as a blunt weapon, this one is most definitely more useful than the one Shad
Yes.
had. Like they actually have a thick freaking pipe.
Yes, Blade Charge, how Keyblade is supposed to be.
Yes.
I'm surprised you guys aren't
Definitely.
complaining about them using the teeth side of the weapon. No, because they acknowledged it. They acknowledge it's traditionally known as a blunt weapon. I am known for creating bladed weapons, so I'm going to adapt the design to be a bladed weapon. He
And they did it
changed
both
the design.
ways anyway.
They did it both ways anyway, but they acknowledged that they were changing the design to better suit a realistic need of the design of what they wanted to accomplish. And it still came out looking correct and functional.
Yes. So like that is the difference between the Man-at-Arms video and Shadiversity's video is Shad and his video partner both went into this and started swinging it incorrectly, and only halfway through the video did the other guy say, I think it's supposed to actually be used on the blunt
No.
side.
In the pushback there, he did say at the very beginning, but like,
Okay, fair enough.
Which no, it makes it worse because
Yeah.
it wasn't. They decided to just do it wrong anyway. Isn't Man
Yeah.
at Arms video shorter? Yes, and it's more concise
much
to the
shorter.
point, and they did it more effectively. And we actually got more out of it because
More
not
of
only
it in half the time.
and have them
Literally
because it's
half the
talking about
time.
how to make the damn thing. It's like that's the cool part is we get to actually see the making of it and all the effort that went in. And here's the thing that
Yeah, the
gets me
actual
about this is
practicality of it is much more simple to talk about.
they
Like,
weren't
it's
even
1
trying to
minute.
praise the Keyblade or even criticize it. I've seen Man at Arm videos where they go into extreme depth about weapons they love and they love to create. This is a very
Yep.
brief video by their standards. And you know
Yeah.
what? they were very professional about it. I didn't get a feeling that they particularly cared about the Keyblade themselves, but I got the feeling that they understood that this was an important weapon for people that people wanted to see and they wanted people to make. So they were like, you know what?
Yep.
We're going to treat it respectfully. We're going to do our research. We're going to go into this and try to be accurate as possible with it. And we're going to have fun with it. And they did.
And you know what? As some people in chat have said, they've also made videos on a couple other Keyblades as well. The Oath Keeper.
Oh.
And the Pirate Keyblade from
And,
Kingdom Hearts 3.
Ooh.
Yeah.
Yes.
Which we maybe check out in the future, but not right now.
Yeah.
Yeah, now for the main event, people.
now on to...
Ugh. Oh.
All right, so...
Yes.
I hope...
Okay.
Oh, I hope there aren't any minors in his... Dude, don't even get us started about Shad. Oh. All right.
Yeah.
Anyway, yes. So, kind of transitioning here because I kind of suspected we did not use up all of our time. We, not that we have like a set schedule really, but I do like to go like, 3 hours-ish. This will almost certainly take us
4 hours seems to be our standard.
Yeah.
Yes.
So, we're going to now dive into Xel Writer, an old pal of ours on the channel. I think when was the last time we covered him on this channel?
I think
year.
the first video.
Yeah.
Was it really the first video? Wow.
Yes.
Yeah. So that's our pattern. Every 50 videos we'll cover a Xel. That's how much we can handle him.
It's a tradition now, you know?
Yeah.
I was actually talking about the Kenshin author, Raymond, not Shad. No, to my knowledge, nothing of what he is accused of, or I guess convicted of now, nothing of that made it into his manga. I don't believe.
Yeah. Aside from the age difference between, I guess, Kenshin and Kaoru.
But like even then,
but,
there's like
it's like not like
medieval arguments being made on that kind of stuff.
And it's not really fetishized in that
it's not
way
fetishized.
anyway.
It's actually, it seems to be a very sweet romance. So,
like there is a difference between a story property that acknowledges very squeaky things that happened in history and fetishizing it, or
yes,
on the reverse, like having squeaky content in your work just in general doesn't have to be historical, and then also fetishizing it.
Lightning. Oh, lightning. He also made another one, but like it was just like Dark Souls 2, Kingdom Hearts, and Guilty Gear, like everyone putting their hands in for beating people up with a giant key. That was the one. But where is it? This is the one that he just made, which I will put up on screen shortly here.
High on the Bumblebee. Yeah, Blake. Dude, listen.
Dudes be like, this sword sucks.
Yet.
And it's like, my brother in Christ, you made the Keyblade. Blade Shark says, he high on the Bumblebee. Xel is high on the Bumblebee.
He is high on the Bumblebee.
Listen, this video... Okay, this is probably gonna be the one that we spent most of our time on. Me and Twilight were watching this yesterday, and we gone halfway through. I want you guys in chat to guess in how many sentences do you think it will take for each bad point Xel will make? Just guess the number.
1. Half. I imagine somehow he's going to fuck up the word "the."
Okay, 3, 6, 96, 1, 2.
-1. Oh, zero
-1.
out here with the accurate takes.
-1. Half sentences.
All right, so to give you guys a little bit of primer, this is RWBY's Yang is smart as hell.
Yep. Do you want me to read the points that he has on his title card here?
Oh, sorry. Does he have?
Oh no, you did.
It's
you started it. You started the video. Now I can't read it.
wait, what on the title card? Like I didn't.
No, there's some things wrten on the thumbnail.
Oh.
Itself.
Yeah.
Okay.
And you started it, so now
Sorry.
I can't read it.
Sorry, because I wasn't seeing it. I was confused. I was like, wait, what are you guys talking about? Oh, it's on the
Hello
thumbnail.
again.
I apologize. Here.
Yeah.
Okay. I guess I will. Maybe I can open image in a new tab. Can I do that? No, I can't. So it says an artist and pilot, a brilliant engineer, thoughtful and wise, plus an actual detective, skilled strategist and martial artist, promoted to parent, and much more. What? Okay. Let's do this.
Before anything else, don't worry, chat. That's not an illusion. He did not space between the and sign, martial and artist. So they're all one word.
Oh.
Oh.
Hello again. I wanted to do more spooky material for this season of RWBY's birthday, but life has a way of interrupting these things. Still, expect my essay on how RWBY writes horror this month once the amazing rewrite is
That's
done
the scariest thing
editing.
yet. All right, that's fine.
Yeah,
I actually like that he's acknowledging this.
Till then, please welcome Lulu So Blue as our guest editor, and thanks Sir Adamus for beta reading. And of course, as always, thank you to my wonderful patrons making these episodes possible. Links
God,
below.
Sir Adamus is one of those nasty, anti-rude people on Tumblr.
Oh, really?
Okay.
Yeah.
Which makes sense. Xel is friends with Crimson, who is friends with Lilith.
I guess, technically speaking, the people that guessed 0 were correct. Before we even started the video, he had stupid thoughts.
You're right. It was doomed from the start.
RWBY's official
God,
Twitter
I had
posted
watched
a
that.
lovely set
I
of
had watched this
colour-themed-
video before, and I still got scared by the jump scare there.
Of course, as always, thank you to my wonderful patrons making these episodes possible. Links
Still
below.
not a fan of his new avatar? Yeah, it's awful.
Yeah, no,
No,
it's technically
worse.
better than his old one, but it's still worse.
Yeah, it's technically
It's so
better
bad.
than the old one, but like, I kind of miss the moldy toast.
Yeah.
Also, Rival, you know he's friends with Crimson. Don't you remember? He's in the comment section of this video, in fact.
Lance Corporal anime guy. Celtic get the gun, battleship 16-inch guns. Unfortunately, Tareth was the one that made them. They're falling apart.
Oh, no.
Is he British? No, as far as I know, they are Australian.
They are discount British. Got it.
I posted a lovely set of colour-themed character images for the main team discussing what the colour of their respective auras represent about them.
Oh, wait.
Okay.
This is an assertion from the fucking official... Oh, my God.
Yes, it's that bad. You want to reel it back a little bit so we can tell?
You guys literally had... Oh, God, I hate that we have to keep repeating this. Kyurem the Frozen. He sounds like if AI tried to flirt with a girl colleague.
Jesus Christ! Kyurem with the haymaker, dog.
Can AI be roofied?
Oh my!
I feel like he's gonna help us find out. Okay.
Now, RWBY's official Twitter posted a lovely set of colour-themed character images for the
Passionate, energetic, driven, wise, compassionate, honest. No, RWBY, one of these should be actually way more intelligent. Wise and RWBY are both incredibly... In fact, of the team, Yang is the least intelligent.
I want you to keep that in mind for the
Gus,
rest of
as a
this
Brit,
video.
I'm very relieved Xel isn't. I gotta warn Jay that he's in imminent distance. Imminent distance of Xel Writer.
As far as I know, they are Australian. I could be wrong. I could be spreading misinformation.
The main team discussing
what Kaiser and I had discussed was, because now you can see that Yang is optimistic, intelligent, energetic. We would have swapped out intelligent and wise with Yang and Weiss.
Weiss. Yeah.
Yeah.
Because the whole point in regards to, like, Weiss frequently throughout the story has shown to be much more knowledgeable and able to, like, put things together. But with Yang, the whole idea, you know, in theory, if she is written well, Yang is supposed to be the most street smart of the group, you know, sort of down to earth, emotionally intelligent.
People are fairly pointing out, apparently it's Bash the Australians Day.
Oh my god!
Whoops, that was unintentional.
Oh my god! Wait, for real?
Yeah, because Shad's Australian.
Yep.
Dude, we did not plan that.
So basically that Mimi
The
Techno
frozen-
Sparkman image Twi briefly had in her Lily video. What?
No, that wasn't Sparkman. That was Elecman.
Yeah, those
Sparkman is a completely different character.
Yeah, he's much taller, isn't he? And like he's orange and silver colored.
Yeah,
He has, like, needle
Elecman.
arms.
Yeah, and Elecman is much more humanoid, and his colors are black and yellow and
Their
red.
respective auras represent about them. As one has come to expect, there were the usual bad takes, especially from people who refuse to acknowledge what belladonna means and the like. As
No, we don't refuse to acknowledge belladonna. It's the fact that you guys ignore what Blake means.
Yeah. Wait, guys! Hold your fire! This girl is not black.
You're right, Xel. We're gonna change her name from Blake to Purple. I'm sure
Yes.
no one's gonna be annoyed by that.
As this was part of a meme regarding aura colors and what traits are associated with which colors, these bad takes are even more moot than usual because Blake's aura is purple and
What
we
did that
acknowledge
say?
what belladonna means and the like.
Let's see. Okay, he wants a European or purple or green bell ship. So she should be green. We should actually make Blake green now.
Yeah, purple.
We
or
actually
green.
really
Yeah.
the only green representation we have on the heroes team is Ren. So
Hey, look,
And
glossy black berries.
As this was part of a meme regarding aura colors and what traits are associated with which colors, these bad takes
Remember
names
the good old
correlated to their
days when
color?
all
Yeah,
the
I
names
guess. Oh, this is okay. You know what? On the flip side, her aura has always been purple. Like we do acknowledge that. Like that's
Sure.
like that's not a bad thing. But like, why?
Was it a meme based off of their aura?
Yes, it was.
Yeah.
Okay.
are even
Yeah,
more
they're
moot
actual,
than usual
like,
because
auras.
Blake's aura is
Blue and purple.
Yeah,
always
it's
been-
because Weiss's aura is blue.
Wait, why are you using Grim Eclipse as examples for this? Just use the show footage.
purple and
Yeah.
Weiss's is blue and always have been. But there was an even bigger stink raised by the zero reading comprehension crowd by one of Yang's traits being listed as intelligence. After all, she's buxom, blonde, and a
She's
brawler.
not.
She's not allowed to have a brain. I cannot emphasize enough how
Okay,
I'm-
you are textbook shadowboxing my guy. Let me get this one thing fucking straight. Just because people are saying Yang isn't a intelligent character doesn't mean that people are saying she isn't smart, right? They're saying
Yeah,
that okay,
intellect
her
isn't
being
her key
intelligent
trait.
isn't a defining. Yeah, it's not a defining character trait.
It's like oh. We're
Like,
not saying
what
she's
is-
dumb, although that is arguable in some circumstances, but that goes for every RWBY character.
Yeah.
Xel has a big hang up with anyone criticizing Yang in any capacity, and he always says that if you criticize these girls based off of either inaccurate information or this, that, or the other, that you are inherently sexist, which he did say
Oh.
right here. He says
Oh,
that
we'll
you're
get into this
sexist
one.
if you say that she cannot be considered intelligent simply because she has big boobs and is a blonde. But that's
Which
not what
he showed
anyone
no
says.
one say.
Talho is fucking hot, and she's also one of the smartest people on the fucking Gecko.
Yes.
Yeah.
Goddamn, is it Mitsuru? No, it's Mitsuru from Evangelion.
Yeah,
right?
Mitsuru.
Mitsuru.
From Persona 3.
Oh, sorry, no, I'm thinking what's her face from Evangelion.
Misato.
Misato is fucking hot. She's also one of the most intelligent people at Nerve. Like, she might not be like book smart, but she is incredibly wise when it comes down to a lot of things. And she's also
Lena Inverse is very attractive, and she is also incredibly intelligent. And sometimes you wouldn't
all right.
that because she has a lot of weaknesses, but she still is considered a very, very intelligent character despite her flaws.
I was gonna say, like, she's got a savant power. She's also sometimes rock stupid.
No, like she
like
she
in the
has
wisdom
her
category, I would
weaknesses.
put like she has
She
a high
has her
intelligence, low
weaknesses.
wisdom.
yes, but that is the thing, because wisdom and intelligence are two different things. You can be an intelligent person but not a wise person, and you could be a wise person without being intelligent.
Izanagi says,
And that is what we are arguing, is that we think that Yang is wise, not necessarily intelligent.
Izanagi says, why did the aura thing seem like the stupid color theory thing? I don't know.
I mean, basically, it seems to be that what they were going for there. Yeah.
Darjeeling from Girls on Panzer, blonde and smart. Also, Assam is blonde and the intel person for the British team. Yep. And then, oh God, where else
Faye
can we go?
Valentine from Cowboy Bebop.
Tifa Lockhart is incredibly intelligent. She's not just your fucking prostitute best friend. Thank you very much, Miles, for that comment.
Sean says, we can't use Lena because she's an A cup. It's like, that doesn't matter. You can still be beautiful and have a flat chest. That is why Lena gets so uppity about that.
To be fair, in the context, Xel is talking, he's a buxom blonde. So he's like trying to draw attention that she's like
but he's going,
which is
he is going for two stereotypes here: big breasts and blondes, because blondes are stereotypically considered not all that intelligent.
Right.
But that is not what anyone says. Anyone says, well, Yang is too blonde to be intelligent. Nobody says that.
I mean, especially how big a freaking Weiss's cup size gets throughout the series. I feel like this is rendered pretty moot, don't you think?
Yeah. Outside of the anime context, Weiss's hair could be considered platinum blonde. So we technically have two blondes in the group, and one of them is considered incredibly intelligent.
Yes. Except for when she loses all of her fights because she's stupid. Anyway.
The zero reading comprehension crowd by one of Yang's traits being listed as intelligence. After all, she's buxom, blonde, and a brawler. She's not allowed to have a brain. I cannot emphasize enough how I am not exaggerating how...
His name's notes have been blurred out. Please don't go hunting these people down. You know better than that. Thank you for that. At least you should probably say that out loud, but whatever.
Yes.
Sure.
Yeah, Yang isn't intelligent. Made sense until you called Yang smart. She's the idiot of the group. How could the smarts go to her? Weiss wise? Lol, nope. I disagree with that person, actually. Blake intuitive? She needs everything explained to her.
True.
Look, there's a lot that's wrong here beyond the Yang's intelligence, honestly. Again, the distance between intent and what you actually had these airheads do on screen shines through. Yeah,
exactly. And Xel is about to say that these people are sexist, but these are not sexist comments.
Yeah, no.
You do realize...
He is literally saying, if you criticize these characters who happen to be female, then you are automatically sexist because you are saying negative things about a woman. And that is not how you accuse someone of sexism, Xel.
Xel, I just checked my channel. One of my most popular videos currently that has 80K views is a video where I call Jean a fucking dumbass.
Bless you.
Thank you. Sorry.
Don't worry. That's the effect Jean has on me.
So, it's time for a chronological clapback to remind everyone that Yang Xiaolong is smart as hell and always has been.
They contain spoilers for all of volumes of RWBY, Ice Queen, Grim Eclipse, and the crossover. Okay.
I saw the first 10 episodes of Slayers when I was a kid. She is no A cup. That or yellow makes her look bigger.
Oh, actually, go ahead. This is interesting.
The anime, makes her out to be a lot bigger. And that's because, the main artist who draws Lena prefers to draw bustier women, but in the original light novels that were created by the creator of Slayers, she is supposed to be an A cup. It's just that the artist does not draw her as an A cup.
Yeah, it's
That's
the
why he
artist
needs to
for the
compensate.
light novel always draws her as like she just loves doing it, and it's like
Yeah,
and so that's why all the
he's
other
a man
characters
that
are
loves
bigger.
boobs. Yeah. That's why he has to compensate by making all of the actual busty characters to have incredibly large boobs in order to compensate, because Lena is canonically supposed to be flat chested.
Okay,
Also,
prequel knowledge and
also, going back
pre-canon
to-
events. I'm sorry,
yeah.
is she
Also,
a big fan of the Star Wars prequels?
I'm so confused by what prequel knowledge means, because it's like, what do you mean by that? Do you mean like she has knowledge about things
Yeah.
that have apparently happened before the series started? What does
I
that
mean,
mean?
Is there a
It should be
definition to that?
prequel information.
A story or movie
Instead,
containing events that precede those of an existing work.
But
There
the
is
only
no other
prequel
definition.
is
You are
the
using that
freaking-
word wrong.
One of the comics.
Lance Corporal Anime Guy, Xel would unironically call the U.S. military fascist. Yeah.
I mean, I don't know, but yeah. Maybe.
No, he would.
But like, okay. But like, even worse is that I'm going back to the sexism thing real briefly, and like, you do realize it's probably arguably just as sexist to argue that like she can't be dumb.
Yeah,
Yeah.
You know what I mean?
like there are different women that exist in the world, and some of them can be very stupid, and some of them can be very intelligent. And yes, it is sexist if you never recognize the intelligent women when they are intelligent and when they do incredible things. And because it is the general societal assumption that women can't do anything, and that is slowly being eradicated from our society as the generations pass, but it is going to take time. You can't just turn a light switch on and then everybody thinks radically different.
Just
That's not how
because
life works.
the male equivalent bell curve is flatter, generally speaking, than the female one, does not mean you can ignore that the females have a bell curve. And they can be both incredibly smart and incredibly stupid, just as much as any man can be incredibly smart and incredibly stupid.
Sometimes the same individual can be incredibly smart and incredibly stupid. I should know.
I can't tell if that was a dig at yourself or a dig at me.
Yes.
I just love how somebody just called Xel a potato.
I mean, that's what his model looks like.
Island just off the coast of Vale.
Pre-canon Yang has been reading to RWBY since they were small children and serving as a substitute parent who kept the family together. a
That
fact
doesn't
brought
mean
up
that
by
you're
both Yang
intelligent,
and
though.
RWBY in canon.
I love books. Yang used to read to me every night before bed.
I was always busy with school.
I love how he's going to ignore the fact that in his own video, RWBY says, "I love books."
Yeah.
Yeah, it's like, great, RWBY started her love by having it read to her by Yang, but like, I mean, I want to hear his full argument and then piece it out.
Serving as a substitute parent who kept the family together, a fact brought up by both Yang and RWBY in canon.
I love books. Yang used to read to me every night before bed.
I was always busy with school and RWBY couldn't even talk yet. I had to pick up the pieces.
If you thought we wouldn't come for you, then you must have forgotten who raised me.
Was capable.
Okay, this is going to sound insulting. It's not. It's genuine. A motherly instinct, the ability to care for the young, doesn't necessarily require the most intellect.
I was about to say there are a lot of shitty maternal figures out there.
Well, no. I'm not saying I'm not saying because you are dumb you're a shitty parent. What I'm saying is like you can have some incredibly intelligent people that don't know what they are fucking doing caring for the young, and vice versa. You can have some people who are rock stupid. We're talking they do not know what they don't know what up is from down, and yet they are amazing parents because they know how to care for the young. So this is not there is no causation between these 2 points. This is correlative.
Yes.
Also,
and this is going to be his main arguing point, is that because Yang can do things, therefore she is intelligent, even though that those things that he is arguing for does not require intelligence to do.
yeah, or a considerable amount of it. Like I'm writing down and keeping track of 3 different counters. Actual showcases of Yang's intelligence, basic shit, and shit that every other character can also do.
Yeah.
Mhm.
As far as we know,
Leave your guesses
every
down in the
main
comments.
character can read.
Yes.
Yeah.
And as far as we
Just
know,
because-
we only ever regularly see, even that, Blake reading. So,
Yes.
yeah. The last time I think we saw
Just-
Yang reading, it was a magazine.
Just because RWBY prefers comic books doesn't mean that she doesn't know how to read, and doesn't mean that she cannot read books.
Yeah.
Yes.
Capable of deducing the location of a rundown ruin she'd never been to before based on a single picture, and was responsible enough not to leave a toddler unattended while being at most 5 herself.
No! No!
Irresponsible
No!
and not intelligent.
Okay.
You don't know.
So first of all, okay, fine. She deduced the location of this place. For one, we know nothing about the logistics of this moment. For all we know, there was a clearly labeled
Yeah.
fucking map that she
Yes.
found somewhere. Two, she took a fucking toddler out into the wilderness where there are fucking Grimm.
Yes. Yeah,
That is
which
not a
brings
smart
me to
thing
the
to
fourth
do.
counter that I'm keeping track of. Stupid.
You are now like damaging your argument that she was a good mother figure at all.
Yes.
Like, this is one of the most irresponsible things she ever had to do. Now, is it understandable? Is there a reasonable nature to this? I could argue yes, because she is a stupid kid making a dumb decision, and this ends up being something she reflects on as a fucking mistake.
Yes.
I mentioned this to Kaiser when we were doing our reaction just to each other yesterday. But this is the equivalent of a 6-year-old taking a 3-year-old to look for their mother through a street block filled with drug dealers and violent homeless people and all sorts of things, and saying that is the responsible thing to do because she didn't leave the child at home asleep where
Pretty
it's safe.
much.
Yeah.
Yeah.
I will take the chance that the child will somehow get out of its crib and stick its finger in a light socket over being torn apart by hellish wolf monsters that regularly prey on people that have negative emotions, like yourself, when you are trying to find your missing mother.
Yeah,
Yes.
did they not have any family, friends, or other neighbors in Patch that
No
Yang could have been all
Crow,
like, hey,
no
yeah.
Ty, no anyone. Crow apparently swoops in at the last minute. Where the fuck were you this entire time?
Yeah. Like I mentioned this before, but the intelligent thing to do would have been, regardless of how far the next house away was, to, if you really wanted to make sure that there was somebody responsible looking after RWBY, take her to the next house before you go looking for your mother.
I get that's the more responsible thing, but like I think that wouldn't have crossed her mind, because that would have been like, where are you going? Oh, into the woods alone? Yeah, you're staying here. That's like the adults would not let her go, I don't think.
Yeah, but I'm saying that
Yeah.
in regards to RWBY's safety, that still would have been the more intelligent thing to do if you are arguing for her intelligence.
I do love how M3D. I do love how emotionally intelligent and motherly Yang is. She'd never do anything like ignore her obviously depressed and spiraling younger sister. Yes.
Yeah.
Oh yeah, that totally didn't happen. But again, let's not move ahead, okay? I gotta keep track of the markers, all right?
Is the only member of RWBY with a driver's
two for
license,
stupid,
but likely
by the
multiple
way.
licenses, as never been to before based on a single picture, and was responsible enough not to leave a toddler unattended while being at most 5 herself. Is the only member of RWBY with a driver's license, but likely multiple licenses, as she alluded to being able to pilot airships.
Coordinates my loads to a lab contained within data regime. An airship has been deployed and will rendezvous with you shortly.
Ship's Ingram Eclipse and was shown doing so.
Wait, what? But how did
He's
that
trying to
Total
argue.
unattended while being most
I wanna
fight
see what-
herself. Is the only member of RWBY with a driver's license, but likely more.
Good news team. That's where is that all implied here?
No, it's not.
He's gonna go into further about it in like a later clip in this very same, I guess, sequence of
That-
the
Yeah,
video,
he brings up the pilot license multiple times.
Okay.
Just randomly he does.
Yeah, but great.
But-
She can drive a vehicle. I know plenty of dumb people that can drive. I
was
okay.
about to
Here's a story, guys. Guess what happened on Sunday? I witnessed
Yeah.
a real life fucking hit and run.
Yep.
Yeah.
Like legitimately a pedestrian, not even another car getting hit. It was a pedestrian that got flat out hit and knocked off her fucking feet. The person that hit her got out of the car, decided to yell at her, and then got back in and drove off. It was one of the most baffling things because, like, she could have stopped. She had plenty of time to stop her car and not hit the pedestrian that was right in the middle of the road. I have seen some really dumb people have driver's licenses. I am sorry.
Yeah.
now
Just
if-
because you have a license does not mean that you are intelligent. Just because you will pilot something doesn't mean that you have the license to be able to do that, because there are a lot of stupid people who will do it anyway. Just because she
yeah.
piloted a ship does not mean that she has the skill and ability to properly do it safely.
Okay, everyone, Dakota Miller wins for the proper reaction to that story. Were they okay? Yes, they weren't. Well,
Were they okay?
they were okay enough to limp back inside the McDonald's they had just come out of. And I went in there with a couple of other pedestrians that saw what happened. And we made sure that she was as okay as she could be. She was like hyperventilating and kind of panicking. EMTs arrived, and it looked like she maybe gotten a couple of bruises. I don't know if it was severe enough to consider like she got a break or anything, but you know, I didn't stick around too long other than to give my story to the cops.
Fair.
She went back to the
Yeah,
McDonald's
like-
after that. It's even worse. She had just gotten done with a shift there. Like that. Like you want to add on to that. She works at the McDonald's.
Oh damn.
But like she was overall okay enough to get into the ambulance, and she was eventually calming down. It was very relieving, and I basically gave all my information. I was like, look, if you want to sue that lady, if you guys track her down with all the cameras around here, I'm right there I will be your witness for all of that.
Yeah, Raymond had explained it to me when it had happened, because we were going to do our weekly hangout, and I experienced the aftermath of another vehicular accident, and the moment that I had looked at it was when Raymond messaged me saying that he experienced a hit and run. So I took a picture of it and I said, "Was it this one?"
I was confused. Like, did you just like? Because I was like, I don't recognize. What did you like? Just look up accidents in my area to try and find? I was confused what she had just sent me. It's like, oh, you also saw an accident. That's interesting.
Yeah, we saw an accident at the same time.
Oh,
Multiple licenses,
also-
as she alluded to being able to pilot airships in Grim Eclipse and was shown doing so in Justice League X RWBY.
One question. Can I fly the airship when we're done? I think I've earned it.
And was also the first to realise that RWBY lacked CQC skills and tried to address the issue. She also
basic shit.
Yeah, basic shit. This is like
Yeah. Also, to quote, actually, time brings up a good point. To quote George Carlin, thousands of people on the road with people who have licenses, apparently, and they get you so pissed off.
Also, as a martial artist, I have met a lot of really dumb martial artists too that are actually pretty good at their job. So
Yeah.
you're not winning me with this.
demonstrated the leg
Yeah.
sweep that Ty, finger quotes, taught her in Volume 4 long before, finger quotes, said lesson. What's
Okay,
Stupid
but
you
that
needed to learn
also
that again.
Now you're actually hurting the continuity of the
Yes.
show.
yes.
Yep.
I
Zell,
was just about to say that.
are you saying there's a flaw in RWBY?
Oh.
Interesting.
Oh
Maybe want to go into that a little bit? Raymond is a martial artist. I should mention I am very rusty. It hasn't been since I was really like a teenager. I haven't practiced actively in a while. I do actually keep up a little bit on form, but not as much anymore. I'm much more about just keeping fit in general.
More, Yang conceived of, designed and built Ember Celica, a shifting weapon every bit as, if not more complicated than Crescent Rose, a weapon that can be disguised as harmless bracelets when not in use, allowing for stealth and ensuring she can always be armed and ready, as well as making them easily one of the most compact design weapons we've seen.
Okay, several points here. One, everyone's seemingly done that except for John.
Yes. So
Two,
that's normal shit.
Two, she has never once used it for stealth. Not to any knowledge.
None.
Like Kaiser and I had discussed this again because we watched up to like the 7-minute mark, I believe.
Yeah, halfway into it.
Both RWBY and Yang went to Signal. RWBY specifically states that everyone at Signal forges their own weapons, so it is assumed to be a class activity. There is a class specifically made to help you build and design your weapons. So Yang would have gotten assistance and learned practical skills in order to build her weapon. But what Xel is doing here is he is acting as though she is just some genius who made these weapons in her garage. Without any kind of skills.
It makes even less sense because all of these other, junior huntsman schools, I guess you can call them, presumably there's no reason why none of them wouldn't have the same curriculum.
Yeah.
Yeah, and let's also remember that her friends use a much wider variety of tactic with their weapons. RWBY has 3 different forms of the Crescent Rose that all can shift and change in different ways. Weiss uses multiple types of dust along with her semblance, which, theoretically speaking, could be the most complex of them all. And Blake uses multiple types of dust in conjunction with her semblance, which can have a lot of variety of effects. So it's like, Yang, Ember Celica is just literally a gauntlet that fires explosive shells. That's it.
Mm-hmm.
Yes.
It's like nothing to sneeze at. It's actually
one of the
simplest.
least versatile weapons out there outside of Jean's weapons. But to be fair to Jean, they are his grandfathers. And it is established in canon that weapons from older generations do not have the versatility that the newer weapons have, that these are fairly new and recent developments in weapon technology.
Yeah.
Yep.
So again, basic shit.
Ember Celica also enhances Yang's fighting style rather than having her build a fighting style around her weapon. This means that Yang's combat style can work independently of Ember Celica, which is not true for everyone, and their design means she can't easily be disarmed.
Okay, that's not an intelligence point, though. That's just, like, if anything, that shows that she cannot dedicate herself around a more complicated tool. She needs to use only her fighting style. She can't adapt outside of it. Like, you're actually expressing a limitation that others aren't bound by. Now, RWBY, I argue, shouldn't be as untrained as she is, but apparently she lacks that, but we don't see that in Weiss or in Blake.
Right. Yeah. And also, going back to the fighting style point, what do you mean, Xel, when you say that, the weapon is built around Yang's fighting style, not the other way around? The only character that the other way around applies to, which is like, someone picks up a weapon and they decide to train with it because that's all we have, is again, Jean. So again, normal shit.
Izanagi says, dang it, Xel, you're making Yang look worse than she already does. Yep.
For real.
Saito also makes the point that the show can't even decide whether to treat Yang as a meathead or smart.
Yep.
100%.
Now, here's the thing. That would be interesting if they did it, like, well. You can have moments where a character is incredibly intelligent, given a specific, like, knowledge base, and times where they're incredibly dumb. That's actually kind of a healthy thing to have, because, Twi and I, we joked about it, but, like, Twi and I and Kaiser, we all have our gaps in knowledge. We all have our gaps in wisdom. We all have stupid things. Trust me, I have done some really stupid things in my life. I regret them, and I learned from them, and I'm better for it. But, like, I also recognize I will still make stupid mistakes in the future.
And it's not a bad thing to make stupid mistakes as long as you learn from them and are able to grow from them.
Yes.
The problem with Yang is that she doesn't really seem to do that. She just gets angrier and more snarky.
And arguably dumber.
Yeah.
Well, she did lose some brains along with that arm.
Yeah. And to be fair to Yang, I will say that I do consider her combat intelligent to a certain extent.
Yes.
Do I think that she is a genius? No. I would still regard RWBY as more of the combat genius, but I would say that she is intelligent when it comes to her instincts and her ability to fight and to have tactics and all of that.
I was going to say
but that is not what he argues.
Yeah, I was saying on a personal level, she is incredibly well informed as to her own strengths and limitations. Like when she's fighting on her own, she knows how to handle herself. RWBY is much smarter when it comes down to like group fighting, that sort of thing, like teams and such.
Which makes sense because, leadership.
Zero to Hero says, one of my favorite TV tropes is when dumb characters say something incredibly smart outside of their usual wheelhouse that the smart characters can't grasp. Like clip,
Grog from Legends of Vox
Machina.
Machina.
No, I was going to say, my favorite clip is from Goofy, definitely, but I was going to say Knuckles from Sonic Boom, when he goes on that feminist tirade against Amy.
Oh, that one was so funny.
That one, it's like, what? I'm dumb. Doesn't mean I can't be a feminist. It's just like... That show was unreasonably funny.
Mm-hmm.
All students at Signal forge their own weapons.
To say that Yang's engineering skills are anything other than brilliant is absurd.
You mean
no,
the same skills that everyone else has?
Yeah, I was gonna say, like, for us regular humans in the real world, yeah, it's absurd. But if we're comparing her to her peers, no.
Not really.
No.
It is incredibly mundane, in fact, when it comes down to all the other huntsmen.
Especially given the fact that one of RWBY's defining traits in the start of the show is that she is the weapon nut.
Yeah.
Oh, you'd be forgiven for missing that because they forgot about that after, like...
I know, but they forgot about a lot of things in this show.
Like, did Yang learn just by tinkering, and did she build Bumblebee from scratch? Because if she did, then maybe I would say that she has incredible engineering skills. But if she just gives the machine a tune-up every once in a while and is able to fix basic things, I would not say that makes her an incredible engineer.
Oh, God, I know quite a few engineers. In fact, one of them was one of my best friends. I haven't talked to him in quite a while, but he never got a degree, believe it or not. So he actually, he engineer learned on the fly. And B, he has moments of incredible stupidity. Like
I was gonna say the same thing about a very close family member of mine, my stepfather. I mean, I wouldn't say that he is like dumb. He's just very simple.
I still remember one of the
life experience.
The best moments my friends tell me about with him. It's my friend Jack and my friend Ryan. They went out and they got some McDonald's, and Jack unwrapped his hamburger, and apparently it was like unnaturally perfect. Like, it was like the kind of hamburger you would see in like an ad. And he's like, they both stared at it in awe. And then Jack just went, "This isn't right. This is wrong." He wraps it back up, squishes it down, unwraps it, and it's shitty now. And he's like, there we go. And then he... all is right. Like, that's actually happened. And I'm just like, yeah. I can't remember what it was. He's also the guy where I used to carpool him home from school when we were in high school together, and he said something. I can't remember what it was, but it made me turn and look at him as I was driving, going like 40 miles per hour. And for no shit, 20 seconds, I just held his gaze, not even looking at the road. And we just stared at each other. And it was this perfect comedic moment where we just stared at each other. Like, nothing bad happened, but it was just a moment of like, that was incredibly dangerous. But my God, did it land.
Yeah, is that still alive? I mean,
Oh.
clearly, yeah.
Isa is volunteering himself to be shadowboxed here. I'm an educated engineer, but also I can be dumb as bricks in several things.
Yes.
Personal attest to that,
Sure.
yes.
Yes.
We do love you,
and
Isa.
Yeah, that doesn't mean that you're not like intelligent in general. Like Isa has general intelligence, but he doesn't have like social intelligence. But the problem with Xel's video here is that he is talking about general intelligence just blanketly. And
Yeah.
we're trying to specify that no, Yang is intelligent in literally one aspect, and that is combat. But he is trying to make it that she is just an intelligent person on all fronts.
She is.
And
This
that is not
dude
true.
is kissing the ground she walks on for being able to tie her shoes.
Yeah,
like,
that's a great way to put it.
I don't know how else to put it.
Yeah,
man.
she is observably intelligent when it comes to her own personal combat, not anything beyond that. So like coordinated combat, not really her strength.
Yes.
And then she is arguably intelligent when it comes to some level of engineering, but that is not an unreasonable amount of intelligence for the average person in this setting, or the average huntsman in this setting.
Or even just the average person in general, even in real life.
Yeah. Lance Corporal Anime Guy says, Twilight, if you want to start a career in poking, smithing, and throwing technology, go to SDA Doot ed DU edu. So SDA.
I think he's
spelling
out a website.
Yeah, SDI.edu. For more details in the world of RWBY. Oh, you're doing the fucking Brandon Herrera thing. SDI.
Yeah, okay. I scrolled up and I saw he made a similar post earlier.
No, I'm not going into weaponsmithing. I want to, but like I don't think I have the patience for it.
I probably could do that, maybe.
M3D. The big problem here is that an idiot plot like RWBY characters' problem-solving skills and all the intelligences involved are tanked. Yeah.
Yeah.
For real.
Like the main problem with RWBY's combat system is that it's all spectacle. But because there is nothing beyond the spectacality of it, that means that there is a limitation to what can be done in the combat. Like there is no real strategy or effort to be able to outwit your opponent, because all it is at the end of the day is be fast, be flashy, and use your special moves and attacks.
Yeah, and even then, again, in regards to Yang and her characterization and development as a character, the whole point isn't that she's supposed to be intelligent. The whole point is that she's supposed to be wise. You know, she's the team mom, as it were. You know, that's the whole thing that the show wants you to believe about her character. Putting freaking execution in a casket and burying it 30 feet deep real quickly. That is the idea of Yang's character.
She's the party girl with a heart of gold who actually has the mama bear instinct. Like, that's the intent from the writers, from the word of the god. So it's like...
Yeah. We've never seen her party.
Yeah, we've never seen her party. They did a shit job of that part.
But I guess they don't understand her, because they also think she's intelligent because her aura is yellow.
And on the face of the combat element is like, it's one of the things that like I in my hero script I praise vehemently is the combat in that show is until the very end, where power creep really becomes a major demonstration. But even then, within that, they do a good job of different powers bouncing off one another and using them in creative ways to solve other problems. One of my favorite elements of the final arc of My Hero is the fact that every single person plays a key role in the positions that they have been put in, with very little exception. It's like every
Right.
single person is where they need to be for a reason. Like all the electric people are powering the freaking crypt. You got the fucking, you got Shinso being where he needs to be in order to make sure Gigantomachia stays down. You've got, Creati. You've got her making all the different materials that they need and being constantly fed by fucking Lunch Rush. Like every single person at the end of My Hero was popping off in different realms of combat.
Even a lot of background characters, like there were 2 general studies students that we had seen since the Olympic Games that they had there. I'm forgetting the name
class
at the moment.
Yeah,
The business class. They also served an important role. Their role might have been just video recording what was going on, but they still felt that it was incredibly important to keep people in the know of the struggles that the other characters were going through, and keep everybody
the morale boosted.
The morale.
It's like
100%.
It's like, and RWBY completely forgets about that with it's the exception in RWBY that anything creative like that happens as opposed to the rule. Like, whereas in My Hero, it's very much the exception when it just turns down to a pure strength on strength challenge.
Yes.
Yeah, and also, just to respond to Josh in chat, Yang is not Osamu, 100%. Dude, if Team RWBY were in World Trigger, if they were to fight any of the B rank agents in Border, they would get wiped out in 5 minutes flat. Those guys are actually fucking intelligent, especially strategically.
Gut says Kaiser burying RWBY's execution in the astral realm.
100%. Let's just send RWBY's execution to the Shadow Realm. And even in theory, this doesn't make any sense.
Oh god, I hate your dude. We have the official font now. Download it. It's available. This looks so ugly, and I hate saying that because I think this was Lightning's font. I'm pretty sure Lightning made this font, but he recognizes it was shit.
Yeah, to be fair, Lightning does say that he also hates it, but it was good for at the time, way back in the day when you didn't have anything.
How long are we? We are 3 minutes into this video.
Yes.
Don't worry, we'll get there.
The yellow trailer opens with the quote, "Scathing eyes ask that we be symmetrical, one-sided and easily processed, yet every misshapen spark's unseen beauty is greater than its would-be judgment." Which, yes, foreshadows the loss of her arm, but is also saying that Yang isn't to be judged just...
Scathing eyes ask that we be symmetrical, one-sided, and easily processed, yet every misshapen spark's unseen beauty is greater than its would-be judgment. Okay, first of all, that's a bunch of gobbledygook.
Yeah, it's word salad.
Yeah, okay, there's a reason why this quote has not persisted like the white trailer quote. The white trailer quote is actually really good. Every man is entitled to their own, or every person is entitled to their own sorrows. That's a great fucking quote.
Like this, let's break this down. So Scathing Eyes asks that we be symmetrical. So symmetry means that both sides match each other in a mirror fashion. But then it says one-sided, which
easily
is not symmetrical.
Well, I guess, is it saying that
symmetrical, one-sided?
I don't know why I went to there. So one-sided and easily processed, are we a flat plane? Is that what you're trying to say? It's a flat plane, but that's not what that really means. It's either it's a contradiction or it's unrelated, if that makes any sense.
I think that it is a contradiction. I can understand the easily processed thing. It's this is a don't judge a book by its cover sort of thing. But yet every misshapen spark's unseen beauty is greater than its would-be judgment. I think that is trying to be a lot deeper than it actually is.
Quite literally, this is the shitty version of Jay saying, there is beauty in imperfection. That's all this is. And that was so much just more meaningful and to the point. Because his backup to that was, hey, your limp leg and your disease that was killing you made you who you were, and that is important because that made you beautiful. It's like, yes, that's more important.
Dude,
Yes.
Xel is reaching here. He took a bite. Yo ho ho! He took a bite of gum.
Now, admittedly, this isn't necessarily on him. He's trying to read into something that is empty.
Yes. But like that's what
That's
he
RWBY in
does
general,
all
though.
the time.
Yeah, I was
That's
about
what
to
he-
say. Isn't that the show in general?
He thinks that because this thing exists and because it is RWBY, which is attached to an idea of a female person, that means that it must automatically be deep. And it's like, no, sometimes unintelligent people try to pretend that they are more intelligent than they are, and actually intelligent people can see through that bullshit.
Why are you talking about Xel?
I mean,
yeah, Torino, the White Devil de Guzma says that quote sounds like something someone trying to sound deep and intelligent. Yeah, that's exactly what we're trying to say.
This is like a hipster.
Yeah.
This is too deep 5 me. That's what this is.
yeah, 3 deep 5 me because
Why they're not even intelligent for that.
Easily processed, yet every misshapen spark's unseen beauty is greater than its would-be judgment. Which, yes, foreshadows the loss of her arm, but is also saying that Yang isn't to be judged just based on her appearance, and there's more going on below the surface, which is also a theme of her trailer song, I Burn, with
I'm glad we were told
they're
that
really-
instead of, being shown that.
Dude, Twilight, that's exactly what you said when we were watching.
Yes.
Yeah. It's weird how, like, the Weiss quote is phenomenal. Like, I actually really adore the quote they use for Weiss, which is why I constantly think they must have gotten that from somewhere fucking else.
Yeah.
And actually, now that I think about it, that aspect of Yang's character, I guess that motif, I'm thinking about it right now. I didn't even think of this when we were watching it. That's not unique to Yang either. Because remember what the writer said about how they were going to write, Team RWBY and all the other characters.
One-dimensional
The idea
characters
is
that
that
grow
they
into multiple dimensions.
Yeah, exactly. So the whole thing about, don't judge them by their cover and all that stuff, that is not even unique to Yang either. Fuck
And this is
me.
why season 2 of Arcane
No.
is better than RWBY at its best. Yes.
100%.
Yes. Like, it's such a baffling concept to me that they think that character development over the course of the story is a revolutionary concept that has been rarely done before in fiction.
You know what? It makes sense that Xel is a fan of them then, because I'm using wrong pronouns. I keep fucking up. If they are impressed by the fact that Yang can learn how to drive, then it makes sense for him to be a fan.
Oh my
People
god,
that-
Zero. All right, he gave us a meme. 1 minute.
Oh, really?
Yep.
Holy shit.
Whoa. Where'd my mouse cursor? Whoa. Okay, mouse cursor has vanished. No, it's back. All right, there we go. All right. Whew. False alarm. Well, not false alarm. That actually did happen. But this is his interpretation of mathematician. I will now put this on screen, for everyone's benefit. Takes a minute. Mathematician, bathroom scale. Don't put a scale in the bathroom and not expect me to weigh myself before and after pooping to calculate how big my poop was, then chart those findings so I can determine my average poop size. Engineer, just shit on the scale, dumbass.
That is unsanitary, though, engineer.
You're
I
telling
mean,
that
they're
to an
both
engineer.
doing the same thing, but at least one of them is more streamlined about it.
Yeah, I was gonna say
Yeah.
the streamlined versus socially correct.
lyrics like that is the loss of her arm, but is also saying that Yang isn't to be judged just based on her appearance, and there's more going on below the surface, which is also a theme of her trailer song I Burn, with lyrics like, or in other words, don't judge a
She's a transformer.
Don't use the songs, because even the guys that
Who
make
made
the
them?
show said don't use the songs to justify canonical shit. They're just thematic.
Yeah. That's it.
Yes.
The white trailer quote might be a slight alteration of a quote by Bernard Bark, who starts with, "Everyone is entitled to their own opinions." It might be.
Yeah, probably.
Book by its cover. If someone thinks Yang is simple, they are the problem and very much the type of person this quote is referring to. Yang also tracked down an information broker and he seemed surprised she could identify him by name, suggesting solid detective skills. Yang Beta Jr.
That's the detective skills.
This is a pretty big bar. What are you talking about?
It's like, oh, people say you know everyone. I don't know if that's detective skills. I kind of get the implication that he's a pretty well-known person. I think it might just be someone who says, "Oh yeah, no, ask Junior. He knows everyone." It's like detective skills takes a lot more work. I'm sorry. Also, not very intelligent. She walks into a club, grabs the owner by the balls, unprompted, by the way, and then starts a massive fight, causing massive amounts of damages that she did not need to whatsoever.
Yeah, there is no reason why she just suddenly got violent at all. There is no reason, because she is a meathead, because she isn't intelligent. Why? What is the point if she wants this guy to give her information? There is also no justification for her to suspect that he was maybe lying to her in order to cause her to get violent. There was no indication to say that if she got violent, that he would eventually spill his secrets to her. There is literally no reason why she started this brawl other than
Junior is within every right to call the cops and have her arrested. She has no dirt on him. That's the thing that I may be fixing, is that she had dirt on him and that's what started the fight. It's like, oh, okay, that makes more sense. But no, in here, there's nothing that she has over him. There's no reason for, she never even gets an answer to her fucking question. She just walks in, asks a question. He doesn't know the answer. She grabs him by the balls, starts a fight, destroys his club, and then he knocks everyone else out. Maybe even kills people.
No, but Raymond, you gotta understand. Sexual assault is very intelligent.
Only if you get away with it.
It's baffling to me. Like the whole yellow trailer is baffling to me, and how stupid it is. It is not an intelligent trailer whatsoever.
She also endangers civilians. Yes, there's that too.
Yes. This is a woman who gets cranky and starts punching people when she doesn't get what she wants because she is a spoiled brat.
Blake, on her terrorist mission to blow up a train and steal dust, is more morally sound than Yang walking into a bar.
Yes.
Yeah, also CBF just coming in with the facts right here. I heard you have connections, club owner.
Okay. Yeah, no, that's more of that, I could see her trying to find someone telling her, I don't know. It's not the easiest thing to presume that a club owner might know things, but it's not the dumbest thing. I don't know. It's stupid. This is all stupid. This is a terrible argument. Your fucking model mocks me. Get the fucking cat out of your face. Do not besmirch that genus of animal.
Don't worry, I have my cat ear headphones on. I can take away some of that just a little bit. Actually, I should make cat ear headphones for Takara.
Oh yeah, that'd be cute.
Yeah.
Problem and very much the type of person this quote is referring to. Yang also tracked down an information broker and he seemed surprised she could identify him by name, suggesting solid detective skills. Yang baited Junior into a trap and took him out of the fight for a time, a stunt that prompted the civilians to get out before the fight actually started, and then proceeded to undermine her foe's
That's it. That had nothing to fucking do with her.
Yeah.
It was literally that no one tried to attack her. And the thugs waited for the civilians to leave. They are more morally, because they're their customers. Fucking hell, Xel.
Numerical advantage with a shockwave.
That doesn't mean that she's intelligent. That means that she's strong.
Yang prioritized the long-distance gunner the moment he became a threat, isolated the Malachite twins, and removed the easiest target.
No, she didn't.
So she could give all her focus to the more challenging one without distraction.
What? There was
No,
no
she
indication she
didn't.
was a more challenging one.
Exactly.
Yeah,
How did
That
she
was
even
my
tell?
point yesterday.
What?
They were
And
twins
also,
that were
yeah-
working in tandem. Like I don't deny the fight is cool, but everything around it is just fucking rock stupid. Also, bullets are
is-
bullshit in this fucking world.
He is making up things based off of the conclusion that one of them got punted out of the way first. Therefore, Yang must have thought that it would be a tactical advantage in order to get her out of the way first. That is not what is happening. You are making up fan fiction.
I love it. It's like just the
Dude,
fact
when-
that Yang wasn't blindly fucking attacking civilians and that they ran from
Yeah,
her
that-
assaulting the cruiser. Like, that makes her intelligent. No, it doesn't. This is one of the
No,
dumbest
babe.
fucking moments in all of RWBY, and it started here.
Yes.
Oh, I can't believe my baby sister's going to Beacon with me. This is the best day ever!
Now onto the early volumes 1 through 3. Yang is the only member of Team RWBY to get into Beacon, the most prestigious Huntsman Academy, which is a university/college equivalent, not high school, through the typical academic path. Blake did not attend
No, you don't know
combat.
that. You don't know that.
You don't know
Yeah,
that?
I'm pretty sure.
We don't know
Yeah,
how
there's
Yang
an
made it.
argument. Yeah, there's an argument that you could make that Weiss also got in through a traditional education.
Also, I
path.
want to hear what you have to say about Blake, because making it into extra education from the outside of not even having a route from, like, transcripts, holy shit.
Yeah, like he is going to make an argument downplaying the other girls in order to prop up Yang. And I think that that is a very slimy and disgusting thing for him to do in terms of these other characters.
His proof was
especially
revealed.
since he loves RWBY so much.
His proof was revealed to him in a dream.
Ah.
Yeah. Also, anime guy says any Marine would have done what Yang did in enemy identification, and that's during GWAT where the rows were.
Yes,
were
and we
at
all
each
know,
level.
like, yellow is one of the least liked flavors of crayon for the Marines.
School, while RWBY was brought in as a special exception. Weiss's
Wait.
prestigious Huntsman Academy,
What was
which is
that
a
about Blake?
university/college equivalent, not high school, through the typical academic path. Blake did not attend combat school, while RWBY was
And yet she made it in on her own. Like, either she was smart enough to either forge transcripts, or she passed general education things well past the what would be reasonable for someone. Like, it's
Or
When by that
she
metric,
was-
Blake would be more intelligent.
Or Blake was able to demonstrate that her practical skills from being out on the field in real life scenarios was equivalent to the skills of other students who would come into the school through the natural routes, and Ozpin acknowledged that and was able to overlook her lack of official education in order to bring her into the school.
Yeah, okay, so first of all, 2 super chats. Sora Heart, Zell is
Yeah.
saying that because Miles once said that Yang has a problem fighting with kicking people. Okay. Yang smart because people get out of the way of attack. Yes. Absolutely. Fuck you, I love the yellow crayons. Okay, you know what? Dude, that's good for you. It means you get more out of the unit.
Yeah.
Yeah.
But I was gonna say here, it's like, okay, we have no indication how any of these girls made it in other than RWBY, and RWBY was in on a
Yes.
RWBY was in on a
Yes.
savant circumstance. She is
Yes.
she has proven herself combat capable based upon the weapon that she built and the skills she demonstrated, which means that she is above and beyond her peers of her age and even those older than her. I'm sorry.
Yep.
How is Yang special in comparison to that if she went through the standard railroad track? For all we know, Beacon has a walk-in policy from fucking Patch.
And not only that, but you cannot disprove that the reason why Yang got into the school was nepotism, because her father is a teacher at Signal and her uncle is in Ozpin's inner circle. You cannot discount nepotism as a possibility
to add to
as
that,
to why Yang got into the school.
Both Crow and Tai were teachers at Signal at this time.
Yes.
So, yeah, both of them could have also pulled strings. Like,
Yes.
let me tell you, going through Boy Scouts, the people that often made Eagle Scout, their parents were often very much deeply involved in the organization to some degree. Very rarely was a kid that wasn't deeply involved or had parents deeply involved with Boy Scouts made it the Eagle Scout because their parents weren't pushing them as hard or didn't quite know how to push them. It's like, yeah, maybe she had some legs up.
Brought in as a special exception. White is less clear.
Yeah, a special exception. Just gonna glaze over that, fine.
Yeah.
But there's no reference to combat schooling in her law, so as it stands, Yang is the only one we know who got in purely via a scholastic.
Because as we all know, someone that goes to high school is somehow magically more intelligent than a person that was somehow maybe homeschooled, like by private tutors, or someone that maybe just naturally did a lot of good work on their own, learning on their own, like say Blake, or maybe has a lot of real world experience, or someone that has a very particular like knowledge base that makes them very well trained for a specific type of education, like RWBY.
And not only that, but like the fact that he is saying that she must be intelligent because she naturally got into a combat school is rather a weird argument to make, because like the thing that would get her into the school isn't her scholastic intelligence, but the fact that she can do the punchy punch well.
Yeah.
And also, so dude, you're going to just assume that Weiss didn't go to a combat school before going to Beacon just because it's never been stated? And yet you've been going through all of these different hoops to make Yang seem intelligent? But we're sexist, apparently.
Yeah,
okay.
Excalibur says, while the corruption in Boy Scouts runs deep, burning down the system, one, they're doing that themselves by becoming just scouts. That's a whole conversation in itself. But two, I don't really hold it against anyone. I was kind of a shit Boy Scout, if I'm completely honest with myself. Like, I again, untreated ADHD looking back, like, man, really could have done better there. Really could have applied myself, but
Imagine what you could have been if you had been diagnosed as a child.
I know! At least I would have known I was fighting myself half the time.
Yeah.
Path. Yang uses her landing strategy to cover mutual exception. White is less clear, but there's no reference to combat schooling in her law, so as it stands, Yang is the only one we know who got in purely via a scholastic path. Yang...
Wait, is that a secret that will be for later? Oh, she went through... Okay.
Uses her landing strategy to cover more ground and place her closer to the relic, which...
That doesn't make her more intelligent, also.
You know, actually, I'm going to give him a small point there. I actually found that very impressive compared to everyone else. But
yeah, but here's the thing. They don't know the location of where the relics are supposed to be.
True.
And they don't know what the relics are supposed to look like. So the fact that she was able to fly farther than other people, without knowing where the relics are supposed to be, she could have flown right long past them and not even known.
Yes, actually, it would be hilarious is if the landing strategy, and then it turns out the temple is like at the base of the cliff. You have to go all the way back.
Yeah. And like, he's also... like saying that she is more intelligent because she used her landing strategy in order to go closer to the location that happened to house the relics makes I felt that kind of was a bit insulting to the other characters and even Pyrrha, because like I said, they don't know the location of where the relics are supposed to be. Pyrrha, if they had known, then why did Pyrrha not say anything to Jean when they went looking for the relics in the cave? It's like, I don't think that this is the location that Professor Ozpin had told us where the relics are supposed to be. Let's look elsewhere. And then they wouldn't have dealt with the Death Stalker.
I also want to highlight everyone else using their toolkit very wisely in how they do their landing strategies, but highlighting Pyrrha in specific, because not only does she land herself safely, she sees someone flying through the air that doesn't know how to land himself, takes pity on him, which shows kindness, although could be horny at the time, we don't know. And just eyeballing it, manages to launch her lance at him and pin him to a tree from football fields away.
Yes.
Yep.
That is an insane amount of calculation that you need to do on the fly.
Yes. And I would say that Pyrrha is a lot more intelligent with her landing strategy than Yang's was. Not saying that Yang isn't necessarily intelligent or not intelligent because of this. It's just I don't think that pulling a less complicated Bakugo is necessarily an intelligent thing to do.
And then she fumbles it at the end. She slips below the trees and rolls out of it, and she's like, nailed it. And the joke there is that she fumbled and then recovered and is like, oh yeah, no, totally got that on the first try. Like, that's a running gag for Pro Jared. Like, first try after his 15th attempt. Like,
she is a cat that falls off the table and then starts licking themselves like they didn't just fall off the table.
Mm-hmm.
Right.
What's more, Yang was the one who disabled the Nevermore, making her the only one to really damage it and deduced RWBY's plan simply by looking.
Okay, no.
The first part wasn't intelligence. In the second part...
It is implied that RWBY organized this thing off screen. That's the whole joke in Fat Man's review. Like, you can't just say that she deduced the whole plan. She didn't. It would be... If she did, this is a level of knowledge that would require her being precognitive, all right? It is not
Which even
reasonable.
then is shared by all the other characters.
Yes!
By that logic, they all do the same shit,
And
too.
also, RWBY gets the killing blow! What do you mean she does? She's the only one that does fucking damage to it. Weiss pins it to the fucking ice! Like, what do you want? Oh.
Like I said, he just makes the other girls in the show look worse in order to try and prop up Yang. I think that is really dishonest of him.
Oh my god, Dederex. Oh, Dederex, it has been so long, but it's so good.
What'd he do?
Oh,
What'd he do?
It's loading. Give it a moment. I will pull this up on screen because I'm figuring out how to do this shit now.
Also,
is this what you want? So good. So good,
Yes.
Dederex. Amazing. 10 out of 10.
Love it.
Oh,
my god.
You actually make his new model look bearable. It's actually expressive.
Supposed to be his hair. I thought that's like... I
cape or
thought
something?
that's
Yeah.
like... Yeah.
Yeah.
Yang is the only one showing to be comfortable and confident in a classroom environment. RWBY is distracted, Blake looks out of her depth, and Weiss is obsessively scribbling down everything she hears.
What? What, you What? Wait, what?
Taking notes means that you are less intelligent.
Oh my god.
At this
point.
I can feel my brain cells dying.
Yes.
Let me take this one. How the fuck does Blake look out of her depth?
Yeah, what the fuck are you interpreting? Like, if anything, she has no notes in front of her and is confidently paying attention. Like, she is like eidetic memory here.
Let me rant for a bit here because I got really heated yesterday at this moment. Because Xel is being unintentionally ableist here. Because he is simultaneously saying that because Blake doesn't have any notes in front of her and looks and just randomly for no reason at all looks like she's out of her depth, therefore she cannot be paying attention correctly. Weiss is taking notes and therefore cannot be intelligent enough to be able to understand what is going on without being able to write things down for memorization later. He is saying that because people are differently abled when it comes to education, some people are oral learners, some people need notes, some people are visual learners, because you are different because you are differently attuned to different styles of learning, therefore you are inferior to how Yang learns. He is being ableist here in order to prop up Yang as being intelligent.
Now, if I would imagine if Xel were here, they would probably say something along the lines of, "Oh, I'm not saying necessarily that Yang is particularly more intelligent than Weiss, just that she is intelligent at all." to which I say, how is that significantly intelligent as a defining character trait?
I need to emphasize this. One of the most effective ways that people can memorize like information is to write it down and repeat it back to themselves, sometimes multiple times, because the muscle memory helps us with our internalized memory. Like that stuff helps a lot. I do that regularly now. I write down a lot of shit by hand because it's better for my memory. Like, and it's so helpful.
Proven, yeah.
I can't take notes because I am an oral learner, which means that I have to listen to what's going on in order to learn. And that's going to change depending on what it is, because you do need the practical muscle memory in order to do like animation and all of that kind of stuff for 3D and all of that. But when I was in high school, I was much better at retaining the information if I just sat there without my notes and just listened to the teacher, or if I was doodling like RWBY while I was listening. If I took notes at the same time, I struggled to listen at the same time. Therefore, I didn't retain any information. That's why I'm saying that he is being ableist here.
It is so baffling to me. It's just like I had a thought that literally just left me. I should have written it down.
Oh.
Yeah, so how's that affect?
Every character has to be undermined to do so. This is what they do.
Yes.
It's like, to be good, you must tear something down. Like this is the mentality they have, and this is why people have problems with critics. They believe that in order for something to be good, you must compare it to something and tear that other thing down. It's like, that's not how this works. That's not what people.
Yeah, no.
They compare for a number of different reasons.
Yes.
I might at one point. I'm interested in doing a comparison between Silent Hill and the Saw franchise at some point, because I think both of those handle morality plays very interestingly in terms of like the exploration of complicated characters. One handles it, I think, poorly. One handles it, I think, relatively well. But I think it's an interesting comparison to how the stories are set up. It's like, I'm not going to try and tear down either. I'm just going to try and look at what they want to do mechanically.
Yeah.
Meanwhile, the gang has paper and pen at the ready and is paying attention for
you can do that without doing either. Like
anything
with my World Trigger video, for example.
Actually worth noting down. In fact, schoolwork is never something brought up as a problem for Yang, which is notable given it was presented as a hurdle for RWBY, and even most
You're making an assumption.
For yelling at them, and Crow's assessment that Pyrrha is the one who carried the team.
It is not shown to be a problem for RWBY. That was RWBY pushing herself, because you know what we see in that episode is RWBY giving accurate information to Weiss that ends up winning her the day that Weiss does not want to fucking acknowledge. Weiss has her pride hurt because she has to take advice from RWBY because she had a lack of knowledge that RWBY had. RWBY is shown to regularly be a very intelligent person, and we're seeing that RWBY is regularly trying harder than everyone else. Does that mean she's trying? You know why she probably is doing that? Because she's 2 years younger and she has a gap in her knowledge base compared to everyone else that is older than her. She needs to actually catch up, and she's taking it fucking seriously. My God, man.
Yeah. Like, I found it absolutely unbelievable that he is saying that RWBY struggles in her scholastic pursuits, as though she is the same age and has the same experience as the other girls. Yeah, that's not fair. She has, like you said, she has a 2-year gap in her knowledge. She has to catch up.
Sky Slasher, he has super chat. Took a break. Now I'm back on where we Why are we on RWBY? That was part of the video. That was just part of our thing. Because we knew we weren't going to take forever on Shad, but this was going to actually eat up some time.
Yeah, but like, freaking even worse than that, I love how they are willing to, give Yang leeway simply because we don't know exactly if she has any trouble in her studies. And yet, when we don't know anything about Weiss and her going through regular channels in order to gain the beacon, that's immediately pushed down. So again, it's just same mentality of tearing something down to prop something else up.
Dakota
and particularly
says,
Weiss too.
Dakota says Xel knows about the comics. Yang struggles to read a book Blake gave her because it was dry and boring.
Oh yeah, they believe the comics are canon, so this doesn't make any fucking sense.
I love the comments for Zell. Yeah, he's being picked. Yeah, he's definitely picking and choosing, and he's also being. Fucking,
Yeah, he's.
This is the definition of bad faith argument.
Yes, he's a cherry picker.
110%.
He is a
We
cherry
train all
picker.
year. Our weapons are awesome. Glenda barely yells at us anymore. And
She's also the one to catch Russell.
Okay, because she yells at other people. Like, does that maybe not include also them as well? Because Team RWBY gets in trouble fucking at the beginning of season 2, at the beginning of volume 2.
Yeah.
In the Forever Fall in order to actually get
Glenda is a disciplinarian. They do like there's a different thing.
information from him. Yang also demonstrates skill in...
Whoa.
No.
What? One minute, I want to hear that.
anymore. And
She's also the one to catch Russell in the Forever Fall in order to actually get information from him.
That means
Because he ran into her.
Yeah,
luck.
literally ran right into her. That's not really on her.
Yeah, what the fuck? That was pure luck.
Yang also demonstrates skill in strategic war games, not only beating RWBY, but creating a plan on the fly that sets Weiss up to conquer Remnant after only a brief look at her hand that she then casually destroys with one card.
Oh my.
Okay.
So she's
Being
good at-
All right,
good
have you
D&D.
ever... No. Have you ever met a Yu-Gi-Oh player?
Yeah, for real.
Would you
dog.
qualify them as smart on average?
Oh, then I'm a fucking genius. Keep on moving on, Zell.
Being
raise the
good
bar
at D&D and Yu-Gi-Oh and other board games means that you are an intelligent person.
Are you going to tell me now that because you beat The Witcher 3, you're a literary savant?
Like there are some games out there that do require a high intelligence point in order to play, but
Sorry, Zero.
these are not those, I don't think.
It's like,
Yeah.
Zero's like, hey, you ain't wrong, but hey.
She was also noted to have only lost to Neptune because she was being overly patient. She is consistently framed as smarter and more aware of what's going on than Neptune during the entire investigation, to the point where Junior wants to know why Yang bothered to bring him.
No, because that's
Wait.
an acknowledgement by the writers. Why did we bother to bring him? Because Neptune does jack shit.
Oh my
Yeah.
god! I just realized something. Zell just contradicted themselves within
Well,
two
one
fucking
moment. Sky Slasher
sentences.
says, I can confirm as a Yu-Gi-Oh player, we can't read. Thank you. Imagine you're blind from all the
Hey.
tiny text on the cards. Anyway, continue.
You don't speak for me, okay? I'm one of the few that actually reads their fucking cards. Anyways, freaking they just contradicted themselves within the same fucking sentence. Neptune is proof that you don't have to be intelligent to know how to play a game well. By your logic, he
Yeah.
isn't intelligent and doesn't know what the fuck is going on, yet he managed to beat Yang!
Oh my god, someone's good at a board game, but might not be intelligent in other areas? Oh my god. Wow, what a novel fucking concept, Zell.
What kind of stupid question is that? Who is this guy?
Yang is also the one to make the call to slow the mech down during the chase, and when fighting it managed to surprise Roman and went straight for the cockpit.
She's
Yang was
driving the bike.
Because it's the obvious point to attack. Actually, no, it's not. It's actually probably a terrible place to attack because that's going to have the most armor. You want to go for the joints.
Yeah, like what Ruby and Blake did? Yeah.
You're talking to you're talking to 3 mecha fans here. No. You're a
100%.
fucking idiot.
Yeah. Oh my god.
Like I
Oh
Twi
my
is much more the
dude.
story person, but I think even like arguing on mechanic level, she could make a pretty good argument about where you attack a
aiming
mech.
for a cockpit? Dude, every Gundam character is a fucking savant. Oh my god.
one of the 2 members of RWBY to actually engage in planning the dance, which was originally a job
That
for a
doesn't
team
make
of
you
4 second
intelligent.
years.
I'm glad to know interior decorator is now a job only for the brilliant.
Yes. Also,
You know,
just
actually, I take
because-
that back because interior decorator, if you can get paid for doing that, you're obviously really intelligent at tricking people.
Yes.
Yeah.
But
Okay,
this is a
so-
basic ass party.
So let me ask you guys, because I'm not familiar with this volume. Are they the only 2 people working on the dance?
Okay,
Or is
so
it that they're the only named and important characters that work on the dance, and there are some NPCs in the background
During
that
the
never
chase,
that
and when
never really
fighting
get
it managed
mentioned?
to surprise Roman and went straight for the cockpit. Yang was one of the 2 members of RWBY to actually
yeah, okay, so they are the only 2 members that we know are named, and it's implied that a team of 4 are supposed to be the ones setting it up because Team Coffee were supposed to do it, but they were busy on their mission, so they couldn't, and so Team RWBY tapped in. So I guess it's implied that all 4 of them are supposed to be working on it. RWBY's just kind of sitting there in a slump because Blake's in a slump. So it's just Weiss and Yang doing it. And it seems that Weiss is the one doing most of the planning, and Yang's doing a lot of the heavy lifting. And Weiss does not seem
she's being the meathead.
Does not seem very pleased with Yang's decisions. Like they start arguing over, like, Yang said no doilies, and Weiss was something to the effect of like, well, if you don't, I don't get my doilies, you don't get the disco ball or something like that. Like, it's like they were they were arguing over it, and it's like, okay, so wait, why are you dissing Weiss in this instance? Weiss was doing a good job.
What is with the Weiss dissing throughout this entire
Weiss could tell
video?
the fine shades of white difference between the 2 doilies she presented that were obviously the same shade. Like, the joke there is she could actually tell a fine difference between 2 shades of the same white. Like, that was like the whole gag. It's like,
yeah, and this is what I said. Like, he needs to put the other girls in the mud in order to prop up Yang as being someone intelligent. That is not a good argumentation route to go down.
And
Holy
even then,
shit!
this is basic shit because the party was incredibly basic. It seems.
yeah, it was just it wasn't anything to write home about. Like, I could have set
It's
that
a
up in an
school
afternoon.
dance. It's a school dance. It's not all that complicated or requires a lot of intelligence.
I've worked
to set up
the Italian dinner at my school that was more complicated than that, all right? And I was a fucking waiter.
Engage in planning the dance, which was originally a job for a team of 4 second years, while also making time to get through to Blake, being able to connect with her and convince Blake for the necessity of rest.
Maybe she just has poor time management.
And also, that's more emotional, like, it's more emotional intelligence than like general, like, actual.
Yeah, that goes into the wisdom category.
Yeah, this is the. Oh my god!
This is the one where she admits that she was a fucking dumbass back in that fucking cart scene.
Yeah, even then, I had said this yesterday, but even then, I wouldn't give Yang the point here because it is an emotionally intelligent thing to do, typically, as what many professionals say, to not, when somebody is feeling down and you need to cheer them up or make them not feel anxious or anything like that, to not make the conversation about yourself.
Yeah. And even then, looking after a friend of yours who seems to visibly be freaking struggling, yeah, that's totally the intelligent thing to do, not something basic like anyone else.
Telling a story and then relating it back to what someone else is doing and like how that might be able to help them is like, hey, this helped me, maybe this can help you. I can see that, but like we need to, like, so on the face of it, I could see this being a positive scene, but on the execution of it, it's fucking awful.
Yeah, still, like, professionally, it is recommended that you actually don't do that, though. So, like, while it may seem intuitive to do that, and I am guilty of that because I am, you know, it seems like it's just a thing that autistic people do, is that they have to relate things back to other people. It is actually not recommended to do that.
Yep.
I feel like that's something most people tend to do.
Well, it's because there's also the flip side of it is using you. Because I was told this by my therapist when talking about like how to talk about some friends I was on the outs with. When you use you, it comes off as aggressive in certain in a lot of circumstances, especially when you're having a heavy discussion. So using I in a heavy discussion is a more passive kind of thing. It's like it's taking the pressure off their shoulders. Like there's a back and forth nature of the using you and I in a conversation. And I think there's a lot to it with like autism and ADHD where using I is and talking about ourselves is a natural defensive position where we don't want to rock the boat.
Yes, for sure.
Yang was familiar with the history of Mountain Glen off the cuff, was the one Blake and Weiss defaulted to, and RWBY was absent. She was also the one who distracted Neo so that Blake and Weiss can pass her.
They defaulted to her saying, go on ahead without me. That was all she said.
Yeah, that was basic.
Saying go on ahead means that you are intelligent, that you are a genius.
Also, Mountain Glen was taught in class, and we know that she was attentive in class. Fine.
Oh, so it's normal shit.
Yeah,
Okay.
it's normal shit. But like, that also raises the question: was anyone else not paying attention in that class, or something like that? I know Ruby wasn't.
Yeah.
But that's, Ruby's also got a lot of other things going on. So.
And
Yeah.
primarily
Weiss
relies on
would definitely also know the history, and that's in character.
Oh, what are you gonna say about this?
throws and grapples instead of her usual more bombastic approach, as the train was the one Blake and Weiss defaulted to and Ruby was absent. She was also the one who distracted Neo so that Blake and Weiss can pass her, and primarily relies on throws and grapples instead of her usual more bombastic approach, as the train car is filled with crates of dust, which could easily be set off to kill them all with an errant shotgun blast.
That is never once addressed. That is
Also-
never once acknowledged, addressed,
even
and
once.
also fucking Neo bodies her here because Yang's
Yeah.
fighting style, she is the hard counter to Yang's fighting style, and Yang is not combat intelligent enough at this point in order to counter it back.
Yeah, like I had mentioned this, and Saito mentions Cardin here, and I did as well. That like
Oh yeah.
it doesn't make you an intelligent person to understand that highly volatile things like explosives will explode if you put fire or other explosive material nearby. So it's a good idea not to blow yourself up. That doesn't mean that you're a particularly intelligent person for understanding
Yes.
that concept. And when it comes to Cardin, like I would say that Cardin is probably one of the more intelligent people in the class because like he said, the wasps and being able to bully Jean, not only getting him to do their homework for them so that they don't have to work very hard at really mundane tasks so that they can focus on things that are more important to them, but make sure that Jean has no way out of it or to be able to reveal what they're doing, and
Yeah.
setting up a plan in order to make it so that everyone else in the class will be incapacitated in case if something goes wrong.
Well, then on top
And
of that,
even-
he
and he
also
even
reads
checks
the work
Jean's
that John
homework
does
that he
and
did for him.
actually absorbs it to point of memory. So it's like,
Yes.
Yeah.
it's like, oh my god, yeah, Cardin is actually a really intelligent character, and then he's incredibly stupid too. Like, that's just how
Yes.
RWBY works.
Yeah.
And during the breach, she made tactical use of the environment to more effectively fight the Grimm. Speaking of
Like
Grimm,
all,
Like
the,
all
other
the other
characters
characters
in
did
that
in-
scene.
Yep.
Clips, Yang asks Ozpin for permission to fly the bullhead, suggesting that she's qualified to do so. She,
That
alongside
is
Blake,
a-
also
That
You
used
does
already
not-
brought it up.
Yeah, exactly. I told you this. I told you that he would just bring it up randomly again for no reason at all. But, like, again, just because she says that she wants to drive the plane doesn't mean that she's qualified to do it.
Well, no, and the thing is, at the same time, is okay. What if she's qualified to fly a plane? That is one skill set, and it does require some level of intelligence. But really, what it requires is a certain type of mindset. That's actually the more
Yeah.
important thing that you're not really addressing. Intelligence and mindset are not the same thing. Like,
Yes.
look, Mythbusters proved that with the guidance of a tower, a civilian could take the helm of an airplane and land it safely if they needed to in an emergency. They actually ran that test on a simulator. It's not that hard once you have the actual instructions in front of you. It just takes training. It takes a little instruction. That's all it does.
It's gonna
Yeah.
take some time.
It doesn't require intelligence to fly a plane. It just requires guidance. And that is like the main thing that is ridiculous with him using that point, saying, "Oh, she's intelligent enough to have multiple licenses." That doesn't make you intelligent.
Josh, hang on. She didn't look behind her till it was too late, so she got brought down and was the only person to be bodied by the Grimm of Team RWBY. Was that in that fight and he just cut around that? Because I can't remember that fight enough verbatim.
Yeah, I don't remember.
I hope those toys in Santa's bag aren't fragile.
Poor
Yeah,
Agumon's really
Agumon's been
excitable.
flying pretty high there, yeah.
uses the most technical language to describe Merlot's island as an industrial-sized drilling operation. It was also Yang who realized they were walking into a bullhead, suggesting that she's qualified to do so. She, alongside Blake, also uses the most technical language to describe Merlot's island.
An industrial-sized drilling operation? That's not technical.
What?
That's not technical.
That's accurate.
That's not even. What the fuck?
Oh my god. Okay, I think I understand what is going on here. The reason why Xel thinks that Yang is so intelligent is because he is not intelligent enough himself to realize that industrial-sized drilling operation is not technical terminology.
I would have said that as a fucking 7-year-old. Well, no, 10-year-old. 10-year-old.
I was 4 years old when I said that I wanted to become a marine biologist. Those exact words.
Also, Josh confirms, yes, he did cut it. So yeah, yep. Picking and
Oh,
choosing.
well, there you go. That's a freaking lie, too. And even if she
M3D.
didn't do that, it was normal shit that everyone else did.
M3D, oh my god, guys, she has a 6th grade vocabulary. Yeah.
Oh my god!
Is an industrial-sized drilling operation.
I
It
was in
also Yang
6th
who
grade
realized
by the time I had a post-high school vocabulary. Ha!
Okay, boys.
I am more intelligent than Yang.
Boys, some friendly advice, okay? When you're trying to pick up a lady, do not have it as a plus that she is smart enough to tie her own shoes, please.
I mean, unless you're into that. I mean, maybe, you know.
I mean, yeah, you know, if she's good at tying other things, if you're into that, I'm not gonna judge.
What?
as they were walking into a trap before anyone else.
An elevator. This has been all too convenient so far.
During the vital...
I fucking hate you, Xel. I fucking hate you.
What
That
is
is
an
just
argument?
that is just a little joke. Like, okay, great. They acknowledge that. You know what she's still doing? Walking right into the trap instead of, I don't know, suggesting going around or doing something else. I don't know what the...
tournament, Yang is the one consistently sent through to each stage by her team. Team RWBY are also first years competing against everything from their peers to 4th years, emphasizing their collective and individual skills. Yang is able to quickly...
Yeah, the skills that you keep fucking downplaying because you want to play Yang up. And I'm sorry, just because she went on in a fighting tournament? What the fuck?
A fighting tournament that they had to agree as a team whether or not to have Yang be the one to move on in the tournament.
Yep.
quickly adapt to the icy arena and deduces Weiss's plan for RWBY on site.
She's the only one that fights on the ice, to my knowledge, other than the other combatants. Like, I don't think any other team member of Team RWBY is on the ice during that scene.
Then against Team Funky, once she stopped letting herself be goaded, removes Neon from the fight by disrupting the land so she can't skate, turns Flint's weapon against him, and then takes Neon out.
Yeah, once she stops being stupid, then she starts being smarter. Thank you for that assessment.
It only
Xel.
takes Weiss taking the sacrificial play in order to try and make anything work when Weiss is fucking around. When Yang is fucking around. Like,
yeah.
Also, CBF says, we have never heard of anything beyond second years in the show. These schools have negative world building.
Yes. Yugok says, knowing how to tie knots equals intelligent, right? Yes. I mean, to be fair, some knots, some, like, I have a little ship poster, or like a ship model thing that I have on my wall, has a bunch of different knots around it for, like, different sailors, and, like, some of those are really complicated. They're kind of neat.
Yang's side of her and RWBY's shared bedroom is also shown to be the one filled with books, while RWBY's has figurines. Now...
Shut up! Shut up! Shut up!
Oh my god!
Xel,
no.
Xel, I know I'm opening myself up for you to say, yeah, you're unintelligent, but guess what? In my bedroom, I have a shelf with a bunch of figurines that I built, by the way. I built Gunpla. That takes a little bit of intelligence and patience. And I also have a bookshelf that has a bunch of books on it. And a bunch of other figurines and shit, including the nice Sailor Mercury mug that Twilight got me.
Yeah.
Excalibur says, 2343, I love Yang and can't even glaze her up this much. Yup.
Yeah.
Yeah,
So
you wish.
you
wish. You're a
this
fake
was-
Yang fan.
This is what I was arguing yesterday. Like, the fact that he is using a clip of where we can only see the top fucking shelf on RWBY's side of the bedroom. We don't know if there are books underneath on where we can't see them. And yet he is saying because RWBY doesn't have books on her side of the bedroom, that means that she is not intelligent.
Don't you just hate it when your gun plus shelf and bookshelf fight?
She doesn't like books.
Well, I was gonna say also, it's a shared bedroom. They could have mix and match. They could have it. Okay, RWBY, this is going to be our bookshelf, and this over here is going to be our model shelf. So Yang might have some models up there. Fuck you.
Mm-hmm. Yeah,
and also, like, Yang is in a different room during this point.
Yeah, so is it even her shared bedroom anymore? What is this fucking house, now that I think about it?
Yeah.
Why is there a bed here?
When my grandparents had their old house, that is now my uncle's house, we used to have 2 beds in one bedroom and then another bed that had another bedroom that had a single bed in it. But when the grandkids were sleeping over, if there were only 2 grandkids in there, we would still sleep in separate bedrooms, even though that there were 2 beds in one bedroom.
But also, like, so where is it? Yeah, RWBY says that she literally loves books. Yes, she does say that. And then also, Blake and Yang are the only ones to use books as the bolsters to their fucking bunk beds. Yeah. It's like, meanwhile, RWBY jury rigs a suspension system for her fucking, I don't even know if there were anchors in the ceiling. Oh my God. Hers is far more stable too.
Yeah, it is far more stable than fucking books, which will collapse the moment that you fucking roll over.
Yeah, and what if you want to read any of them?
Evidently Blake and Yang do not care about books enough to actually take care of them, because that would ruin several of them.
Yeah, in order to make that stable so that the moment that your weight causes the bed to shift in any capacity, you would have to super glue those books together so that they will never move ever again. Or drill something inside of them and then super glue that
link
together.
Them together where you can still open it, but like their covers are still glued together. So they're like one giant book, like in the Owl House when there's the collector and me talking to King.
Adam aside, many people claim that
on Chibi. Okay.
Yang losing her arm was a sign of stupidity. This is ridiculous. Within the last 24 hours leading up to
it was one of the dumbest moments that she ever fucking had, because she charged headlong into a fight that she had no knowledge about being able to win. She saw one of her friends dying and immediately charged forward instead of using her ranged fucking weapon to do anything.
Yes.
Yang had been framed, got kicked out of the tournament, was doubted by her partner, questioning her sanity, found out her uncle and father have been lying to her for years about her mother, that Raven's kind of a dick, and now her home is burning.
Okay, she knew that one already.
She did.
What? Yeah, gee, the lady that fucking abandoned me as a fetus is not a very good person? Holy shit.
And Grim are invading, and Penny is dead. And then
she doesn't know that Penny's dead.
She doesn't give a fuck about Penny. Shut the fuck up.
Has she ever said a word to Penny?
No.
And she finds her partner seemingly utterly helpless, having just been stabbed in the gut. Trapped in a burning room with Grim around, an enemy who is standing between them and who could kill Blake at any moment without looking away from Yang. Any long-range or shockwave attacks might risk hurting Blake.
You just showed that she didn't see the stab. She doesn't know that she's injured.
Yeah. She doesn't.
Has no semblance or tool that would undercut how close Adam is and how quickly he could kill her, and she has no knowledge of his fighting style or semblance.
Yeah, but you know what she is? Apparently a fucking combat savant. Remember that?
Yeah, and even then, okay, with all of those factors in play, how the fuck is pulling a Leroy Jenkins in his direction in any way freaking intelligent?
Yeah. You are just emphasizing how stupid Yang was in that moment, even though that you said that it's stupid to say that she was pulling a stupid move.
Like you're arguing now that she was overly emotional and her intelligence was basically overshadowed by that. That's your argument now. Mm-hmm. You're arguing that she wasn't intelligent in that moment. Yes, her losing her arm was a dumb happenstance. I am sorry, Xel.
Yeah.
And you know what? Here's the thing. It's okay. I actually don't mind that she was dumb in that moment, because she was overly emotional, because she's an emotional person. That has been the heart of her character, is her getting in over her head, because she is not always smart. She is often very much ruled by her emotions. Fucking hell, man.
Yeah, we're not saying that characters making mistakes is a bad thing, as long as they learn from it, which Yang obviously did actually learn from
one of the
losing
few
her
points
arm.
of praise in RWBY. She actually learned.
Yes.
Now, the follow-through could have been a lot better in many different ways, but it's better than nothing like a lot of other characters get.
Yeah.
Jesus Christ. Oh. All right, there's do you want to check something here briefly? Oh, sorry. So someone just commented, like, I think it was Lightning is like, when did Oda draw Yang? And pointing to Zel's, not sorry, Dex drawing. God, my brain's getting fried. We're only halfway through.
Yep.
His semblance is like yours. He absorbs energy through his sword, stores it up, and then sends it back when he's ready. He gets.
You don't need.
Yeah,
to
Yang
play
wouldn't
the
learn about
scene.
Adam's
You already
semblance in a
know
specific unit.
She never learned about this.
Yeah, yeah. You see, this is actually a huge hole. Why did Blake never tell them about any of this even before Adam showed up initially? When she was actually being honest about who she was. Like, oh yeah, by the way, my ex is kind of like fucking crazy.
To dish out damage without having to feel it? That's just cheap.
She has zero way around this, milliseconds to think, and if Adam's semblance hadn't been charged, she likely could have at least gotten him away from Blake. You can't call people stupid for behaving as best they could in a situation where it's impossible to behave perfectly and there are no winning moves to make.
No.
Yes.
I mean,
firing from range would have been a smarter
stupid,
move.
But what? Yeah, we can call this moment stupid without it being out of character or a bad thing to do, because that is an irrational decision, but it's a believable irrational decision.
Yeah, it's a believable rational decision, but if she were making rational decisions, you know what you might have noticed? He's not actively, like, trying to kill Blake. Like, he stabbed her, yes, but she's down, and he's not making any move to double tap. Yang could have approached this as a hostage situation and actually tried to either talk him down or try to distract him while she actually went in to rescue Blake, or she could have tried to ascertain who this guy was or what he was doing and try to find a one-up on him. There's any different number of ways you could have played this. You could have attacked from range and tried to catch him off guard instead of yelling at the top of your lungs and lunging at him. Like, there's any number of ways to fucking play this aside from yelling at the top of your lungs and lunging at him.
Yep.
Oh, random gross fanfic question. Oh god. Can Raven use her portals to perform a seamless cesarean section on herself to potentially reduce the pain and leave that for her leave for her tribe faster?
Oh god.
You see, I was like, what the fuck? But I like the added end of, like, the entire purpose of this just to be done with the pregnancy faster. You know what? Fuck it. Yeah. Why not? That's hilarious.
She's
Especially when they didn't even have all the available information.
Yeah, she gave him ample amount of time to charge back
like,
at her.
legitimately charging at someone with that much of a wind-up time. You ever hear of something in combat called a tell? That was the telliest tell that ever telled.
Yes.
That's a verb now, by the way, telled.
That tell was literally in neon colors.
Like, we've been acknowledging that Yang is combat intelligent for most of the video so far. However, that was incredibly stupid.
Yeah.
And there is no justification for that. I don't care if she was panicking a little bit, because she still should have enough training to be able to quickly assess the situation and come up with a safer route of attack that would have helped both of them.
Guts says, we're only halfway through. Rip to our sanity. More like rip to my fucking bladder. I have to use the restroom. Be right back.
God damn it, he went out first. Okay, I guess I gotta hold it a little longer. Anyways, though, but, like, what makes this... fuck, I thought of something that makes this even worse. I forget. I'm gonna try to get that back again. I'm losing the train. I'm I'm getting near the train, guys. I'm trying to
You're
find it.
getting near it. Eventually, soon.
I'm running in the 90s right now, guys. I'm playing that in the background. Like, also, oh, right, almost forgot. Xel, you're being a naughty sorry, fuck, they, them, fuck me. Okay. No, I was trying to say you are being a naughty boy, but I forgot that they're non-binary. Xel, you are being dishonest by not showing the comments saying that, like, oh, you know, Yang's decision to do this is stupid. We have no idea the way in which these people are saying it. Are they giving similar reasons as to us? Are they just blanketly saying it's a stupid thing? Or are they saying it's bad writing? I have no fucking idea.
Yeah, because, like, here's the thing. A lot of people can have problems with a lot of scenes in RWBY, but they can have problems for them for many different reasons, and for reasons that the others may not agree with. So you should not blanket statement these kinds of criticisms.
Okay, I am back, by the way.
Is this even an example of Yang being dumb outside of her maybe understanding panicking for her friend's safety? I would say that it is.
I would say it is a moment of her being dumb. I don't like I counter the Twi. I think it is a reasonable to some degree. I think it's poorly executed.
Yes.
I think it's poorly executed. I think it could have been done better for a number of different reasons or in a number of different ways. But
sure,
I think there is a rough setup here that justifies what happens here. Yang being stupid, and like it's okay. It's okay for a character to be stupid. It's okay, guys.
I think that it would have been better set up if we had seen moments before of Yang proving that she is not emotionally intelligent enough when it comes to other people's safety. And that would have been a good setup for her freaking out like this and losing her arm. Because I don't think that she had really had moments where, like, RWBY was in danger. Sure, there was a moment of her, like, running toward RWBY and then almost getting speared by those giant feathers, but I don't think that that was a panic situation in the same vein as this one. So I don't think that that was a good example of setup for this. So I think that this, when it comes to showing Yang being combat intelligent, it goes kind of against what was previously set up in order to get to the outcome that they had wanted, instead of properly being able to set that up prior as a weakness of hers, a character flaw, shall we say.
Even Saw 3 shows why rushing in straightforward with no plan is no good idea. Do you mean Saw 4? Sorry. That's the one that you don't go through unchecked doors. Saw 4 is so dumb. It was Saw 4. Yeah, that was what was not Tap. Oh, fucking hell. I used to know a lot more of the characters, but I only really know the main villains now. Anyway. Whew. The Haven Saga 4 through 6.
Now, moving on to
Cognis says, why are we
6.
watching Shad? Are you behind, my dude?
You might want to go to current, man. Oh, well, it wouldn't matter if we told them that. If I beat that.
Yeah.
Oh no, my intelligence is being drained.
Yang demonstrates her artistic skills on her prosthetic hand using her non-dominant hand, something we've also seen in Volume 2 with her chalkboard drawings. Yang may also...
Oh, you don't need to apologize, Cognis.
She learned to adapt to having one arm, to do things.
Yeah.
What a surprise.
Also have been the one to add the gun, as it's unlikely Atlas has Imbecilica's specifications, but that's only a theory. She also crossed...
Okay, I'm glad you acknowledged that one's only... Well, he said it, that's only a theory. It's like, okay,
Yeah.
Oh my god, a moment of intellectual honesty. Where's this been this
Holy
entire
shit.
fucking video?
Holy shit.
You get
yeah,
you get 1 point on the good boy side of this, and 1 point on the bad they them side of this. Yes, I am intentionally doing this now. I don't respect this man whatsoever. He has actively lied about me. I don't give a shit. Like I'm
Yeah. No, I mean, I was there. Like, I was the one that was arguing against that. And he directly said he did not care whether or not you said that you actively loved RWBY, because he wanted to believe that you just hated RWBY in order to argue against you. And that is a dishonest dick move.
Lance Corporal.
I wouldn't even do that to fucking Lilith.
Yeah, at this point, the Taliban could have taken her out. What?
What?
What? Okay, I guess.
What?
Look, if they're in a Toyota, she might be fucked, but that's a different story. I don't understand what's taking Yang out. I mean, on a date maybe. Anyway.
Crosses the countryside and tracks down the area the Brownman bandits are operating in solo without much difficulty, and then is able to trick.
Yeah, we don't even know how she did that at all. Oh no, her dad.
Being able to drive a motorcycle means that you are intelligent.
Driving a motorcycle and finding a bandit tribe that people are regularly getting pissed and angry at. Wow, so difficult. Even though they're hard to find, but they're not.
Shady into leading her right to Raven's base by tricking him into thinking he's leading her into a trap. Rather similar to how she played Junior.
Yeah, no, that's actually showing that he's just a dumb fucking bastard.
Yeah, that more shows how stupid he is rather than showing her intelligence.
Which sucks because Bakugo is a really intelligent dude and his voice actor deserves better.
Yes.
He cleverly intends to use Raven to get to Crow, as it's the most reliable way to find RWBY, and barring when Raven stamps on her trauma, she shows herself to be easily handling Raven's attempts at influencing her.
She knew that RWBY was heading to Mistral. She knew.
Yeah.
She could have just gone to Mistral instead of stopping here to get a fucking portal that she didn't know. Like, she didn't have any reason to need to get there faster. Like, why would she?
I thought I was the only one who thought this. Yeah, this is really fucking stupid.
Her trying to track down her mother to get answers, fine. Her trying to track down RWBY to make sure she's okay and actually be with her through her journey, also fine.
But
her going to her mother to try and get to her sister faster for some reason. Why?
Yeah, which is even more stupid because Yang is actively antagonizing her.
Yeah.
I find it very odd because when you think, like you said, going to find Raven in order to get to RWBY faster is very dumb because Raven is already like at least 2/3 of the way there to finding RWBY.
Yes.
So why would you go out of your way to find someone that you're not even sure where she is in order to get to your sister where you know where she is?
Okay, at the end of Volume 4, what sign is it that Yang pulls up on? Is it the one to Kuroyuri?
I think so.
Because if that is the same sign, then the fact that she pulled up on it means that she is within walking distance of Kuroyuri, which is within spitting distance of fucking Mistral. We know that because of the airship shot that we get. So it's like literally you just went out of your way to get an even less efficient route. It's so dumb. It's all dumb.
Yeah, it is dumb.
Let me verify this a little bit.
Yeah, please go into that. I cannot remember for the life of me, but so it's Volume 5.
What's more, Yang is able to recognize Raven's bird form from a distance and swiftly puts together this is how Raven's been keeping an eye on her and knows so much about her.
I've seen that bird before.
This is a
Okay, that's just weird, but
pattern recognition, guys.
Yeah.
Fucking genius.
Oh no, I can tell the difference between a raven and a crow. I am the smarts. It's not like crows and ravens are incredibly different in terms of size that you can immediately tell them apart.
Oh my god, I just checked in the episode where this is. It's even worse. The sign that Yang pulls up at is one that says Mistral, and the other one with, got spray painted to say bandits.
Which,
she can read a sign, guys. She can read a sign. But it's even worse that she went to Raven. Oh my god.
Wait, isn't Mistral like the country?
Mistral's also the city. It's like New York, that sort of thing.
Well, like, usually it's like the city of New York because it's inside the state of New York and you have to differentiate between them. So, like, that's why you need to specify, because it could be, oh, this is the direction to get to the kingdom of the country. It's like saying that you're trying to get to Ohio when you're already within the state of Ohio.
Okay, I got to clarify here, because this has been just a huge issue with RWBY's world building to begin with. Is that like these are city states effectively, like say the Vatican is now. The Vatican is its own country.
That's why I asked.
I'm saying,
that's why I asked.
Well, no, because you're not wrong. It's like if the Vatican ruled all of Italy and was still called the Vatican, even though the country would also be the Vatican. It's like they've set it up so weirdly, and I don't know why. Sore Heart, the more I see these clips of RWBY, the more I realize RWBY arcs weren't that much fun. Just a few okay fights. Sorry for the random take. No, it's perfectly fine. Like, a lot of people...
Yeah, it's fine.
There's a lot to reflective on it. It's like, man, I didn't have fun with this, and that sucks. It really sucks.
Yeah.
A good reminder of just how fast Yang can put together information based on context clues, which comes up again later. Upon arriving in Mistral, Yang is skeptical of Ozpin, Raven, and Leo, which also lets her be the first to notice Raven's presence.
She immediately took the word of the chick who fucking left her as a kid to antagonize two people that were at least good to her because they can turn into fucking birds. Absolute fucking L.
Yeah, that's not even like dumb at that point. It's quite literally insanity. It's like, okay, first of all, there's no downside to being turned into a bird other than, like, I don't know, give us some like digestive issues, maybe. Like, I don't know. Maybe that's why Crow likes to drink. He's like addicted to hops because they're like seeds.
Yeah, like there's no. It's very weird that she would just automatically take the word of her mother, who is a bandit, and you don't know if she is, like, if she tells the truth despite the fact that she does all of these horrible, atrocious things. Like, oh yeah, she murders and she steals, but she'll never tell a lie. It's like, oh, that makes her good.
Yang is literally driving in the wake of the several settlements that were destroyed by the Branwen tribe.
Yeah.
Just fucking hell.
Like, dude, what the fuck?
An ambush.
Mom?
Yang also deduces Raven's nature as the Spring Maiden, again via context clues alone, and is able to see through her layers of facade and bravado to accurately call out Raven's cowardice and the justification she makes for herself.
Honestly, now that I'm thinking about it, that is kind of a leap.
Yeah.
Although, no, it's not actually, because the gate is open, Cinder is dead, or quote-unquote, Cinder's not there anymore, even though they saw him go down, and Vernal is dead on the floor. No. So the implication
Just because Vernal is dead, though, doesn't mean that she couldn't have opened the door before she died, though.
Yes, but then would that... Okay, actually, no, you're right. Well, there's like a yes and no, because it would imply that at least if Cinder and Vernal were supposedly dead, then that would probably make Raven one of the maidens.
Yeah, one of the possible next maidens. Like, it's an educated guess.
It's an educated guess.
That would kind of imply... That would imply with the death of a maiden that... the door would close for one thing, and if either of them had died and passed on their powers of the maiden, there's no guarantee that either of those powers would necessarily go on to Raven necessarily, because Vernal could have thought about somebody else as she was being killed.
Possibly. Which
I'm
is
going
why
to give
Yang raised it as a question.
Yeah,
I'm just saying that, like, there is and also is not reasonable deduction there.
Yeah, I'm going to give a half point to him.
Yeah.
So you're at
fine
1.5 out of...
Do you want to know how many points there are in the stupid category or in the basic intelligence category?
Yeah.
70.
Okay.
So far.
6 to 8 months.
So far, 6 to 8 months. So, currently, we're more than halfway into the video. In terms of basic shit, I've tallied in 20. Normal shit, as in things that any other character have demonstrated that they are capable of doing, is 10 points. Stupid is at 7 points, surprisingly. Specialties, things that are displaying like her being able to drive and her being good at fighting, those are specialties, not shows of like immense intelligence. 2 points. Pure luck, names on the tin, 3 points. Her being strong, 2 points. And actual intelligence, a half point, as we just got to.
Damn.
Wow.
Then Yang secures the relic by convincing
Autism's
Raven to
right
let her
high
take
today.
it so that she will be Salem's target in Raven's place.
You don't want to do this, Yang. Nope. But I'm gonna do it anyway.
Well,
Plus,
it's part of
during
their
communication-
mission.
Yeah,
so
that was A, their
why-
mission, and
why is
B,
it-
there's a lot of stupid that's also going on there. So I mean, like, I don't know.
God, this
Just like I call that
fucking-
wash,
it's basic.
honestly.
It's freaking basic. What the fuck?
Tower mission, the second she hears the tower didn't go down, Yang takes off in search of Blake and was evidently able to track Blake and Adam's
Basic.
duel through the forest while moving at incredibly high speeds. She also
I'm sorry, anyone would have done that.
Yeah.
Yeah.
That's basic. That's general like concern for a friend. I'm sorry.
Oh, I have empathy for a person that I have been going to school with, and it is my combat partner. I know that I'm supposed to hear a big kaboom. Why didn't it go kaboom? Something
There was
is
supposed to
wrong.
be a
Oh.
big kaboom. Why was there no big kaboom?
There's supposed to be.
Hello, everyone. I'm
Why-
Yang Jiaolong. People say you know everything. Have you seen this woman?
saw through Adam's attempt to manipulate, goad, and panic her. She also instantly adjusted her fighting style once she knew how his semblance worked and outmaneuvered him to devastating effect. Through context clues, we can also
Again, combat.
to see that Yang recalled that in Volume 3, when not sure she could trust Yang, Blake emphasized eye contact, and so when Blake was distressed after the fight, ensured Blake was looking into her eyes when she assured her partner of the trust between them.
That was
This has
emotional
nothing to do with
intelligence.
That's
Fuck
wisdom.
me, dude.
That's
Yeah,
wisdom,
wisdom,
not
not
intelligence.
Oh my god. Okay, I'm gonna have a
And
make
you
a
know,
point
I
for
wouldn't.
wisdom because
I would say
there are 2
there's an
points for it
argument
so
to be
far.
made there, but they also gave Weiss wisdom, like as a trait.
Yes.
So
Well,
it's on the
that's
table.
that is why I said that, like, because the whole thing with that Twitter thing is supposed to be that because these girls are associated with colors, that these are the traits that go along with the colors, therefore these traits are representative of the characters. And we said, if you are going to be accurate with the representation of what represents the characters in terms of traits, Weiss would be the one with the intelligence and Yang would be the one with the wisdom. And we have said all throughout this that it's not intelligence that Yang has, it's wisdom. This isn't
If
a sign
at
of
all,
intelligence,
because
this is a sign of
honestly,
wisdom.
Weiss has regularly actually been the person that people go to talk about their feelings, which is
I
weird.
mean that too, but again, we're talking in the hypothetical RWBY that that we pretend it's the one we wanted, and see how you see, and we see how we felt.
Also, unlike the actual show, we're doing a hypothetical where they had 3 personality traits.
Right.
Ah, true. Yeah. Some of which overlap with each other, by the way, because both Yang and RWBY had energetic.
They slowed down Adam, it was easy mode. Yep.
3, when not sure she could trust Yang, Blake emphasized eye contact, and so when Blake was distressed after the fight, ensured Blake was looking into her eyes when she assured her partner of the trust between them.
I'm not gonna break my promise. I swear. I know you won't.
Yeah, and Blake closes her eyes so they don't have eye contact during that scene.
Manta 5-1.
Okay.
Here we
Now,
go.
volume 7 through 9. Gonna try and speed this up. So, Yang was
Thank
the
you.
first to suggest ditching the ship, the first to approach the floors in iron.
Basic.
Ditching the ship? Why would you? Why?
Well,
you are allowed to leave with it. And you have a direct line to Ironwood. Why would you need just say, hey, have Crow call up Ironwood? This is a huge fucking thing that we have to solve in Volume 7. Like, it's
Oh
actually
yeah,
a
you're
thing.
right. I was about to give the point to basic shit, but more I think about that's stupid.
It's the dumbest fucking move you could make.
Mm-hmm.
Ironwood's approach strategically. She consistently demonstrated.
What
Now,
now?
volume 7 through 9. Gonna try and speed this up. So, Yang was the first to suggest ditching the ship, the first to approach the floors in Ironwood's approach strategically.
No,
the flaws in Ironwood's...
No, what the problem that she raised was the fact that what Ironwood was doing was making the people of Mantle angry, which is a basic as fuck observation. And Ironwood immediately counters her by saying, I'm trying to save the fucking planet.
Oh no, my draconian rules that are trying to save everyone are making people's lives miserable? What a shock! It wasn't like I probably knew that already.
Yeah. Like, here's the thing that I find very frustrating about this whole situation, where it's like, ultimately, the girl's problem is that people's lives are being negatively affected during wartime.
Yeah.
And they say that it's a bad thing that their lives are being negatively affected by the actions that you are taking in order to ensure the safety of the kingdom. You should do everything in your power to make the citizens happy despite the fact that it's wartime.
It's so shallow.
Yes.
Yeah,
consistently
I'm
demonstrate-
rewatching that scene, by the way.
How observant she is by keying into things like Ironwood's frayed state and Blake's discomfort with the mine and the mission to apprehend Robin. Yang was also the...
Oh my god, I hate that you sped up. I can barely understand you now. Okay.
Says to approach the flaws in Ironwood's approach strategically. She consistently demonstrates how observant she is by keying into things like Ironwood's frayed state and Blake's discomfort with the mine and the mission to apprehend Robin. Yang was also the first to deduce Ironwood was lying about the state of the tower.
She is making the observations for the group in almost all of those circumstances. The only one that she was ever intelligent, quote unquote, in was her discussion with Blake, which is a whole other fucking can of worms.
You know,
which even then was stupid because they decided to go behind the team's back, which goes against their principles.
Yeah. And like this goes into another problem with that whole thing is like we discussed this before that like they think like they are a hive mind. They always have almost the exact same opinions on everything. That was another issue that I had that I discussed with you briefly, Raymond, of Land of the Lustrous.
Yes.
Where like they all had like the same brain cell that they just shared between all of them. And whenever someone made a point, they all just immediately agreed with it. And like there was a moment in the manga where the split happened between going to the moon or staying on Earth, where some of the characters like disagreed with each other, but it was still like, oh, our group all just unanimously agrees with me, and then this other group all unanimously agree in the exact same way, just in the other direction. And it's like, no matter, even if they split up, it's still like a hive mind between the groups.
If you guys would like to hear Twilight's hot takes about Land of the Lustrous, which is a very beloved series, let us know.
Yeah, it's been a while since I watched it myself. I didn't think about that.
The anime is fine. It's actually, I think, like isolated from the manga. The anime, I think, is actually really fun, but just like, there's so many problems that she talked about in the manga. I'm like, oh yeah, no, that does sound kind of miserable.
I have many opinions about the manga because I spent all day yesterday reading it, and the ending in particular is particularly painful, especially the 11-chapter epilogue where it's just Foss talking to a bunch of rocks about how terrible humanity was, and it's a good thing that humanity is gone now.
Well,
yeah.
Okay. That aside, though, I'm rewatching this scene, and the first person to question Ironwood about his strategy was not Yang. It was Crow. Ironwood told Penny and Winter everything. He filled them in on Ozpin, Salem, the relics, all that shit. And Crow was all like, "Wait, you freaking told them?"
Yeah.
Which I would say is a pretty freaking tactical decision.
Yeah. Also, Twy, a good question asked by Josh Thomas, more new here.
Ugh.
Was it as bad as ESAO?
I would say that I personally got angrier at Land of the Lustrous than I did with AO, actually.
Interesting.
Because I was at least mentally prepared for AO being garbage, because everyone in the fandom said that AO was garbage. So I went into it knowing that it was probably going to be trash. I did not know that Land of the Lustrous was going to shit the bed after like chapter 50.
Congus, Eureka 7 Astral
though.
Ocean. It's the sequel season to Eureka 7, and it's awful.
Yeah.
I was going to say, like, actually, that is an interesting discussion. What is worse, a terrible sequel that tries to retroactively ruin the original in some way, or a series that halfway through just starts to collapse in on itself?
Yeah, just start.
Yeah.
That's an interesting conversation to have at some point.
Yeah, it would be.
Yeah.
You said in your speech that Amity Tower was ready to launch. You just said that to lure out Watts.
And she knows
they were talking at the
bad
same
thing.
time. They were talking at the same time. They were both implying the same thing. You dumb bitch, and Blake spoke first.
And not only that, they're both saying this as if it's a bad thing to freaking trick a villain into a trap.
And it
so
worked.
That they can be captured.
It fucking
worked.
The
He
man
did the
lost
one
his
thing
arm.
that you motherfuckers, Team RWBY never really captured any villains before.
Can I
did it.
say that it's very rich that Xel earlier had praised Yang for lying to Shady Man in order to get what she wanted, and yet he is
oh my god, you're right.
Simultaneously praising Yang for vilifying Ironwood for doing the exact same fucking thing.
Oh my fucking lord, dude.
One section of being guilty as charged. Just shut the fuck up, man.
And she goads Elm into losing her temper and thus losing her grip on Blake, as well as undermining her semblance by disrupting the ground.
She what?
To
What
lure
the
out
fuck
Watts.
did you say?
She goaded Elm into getting angry so that she wouldn't be
And
as
she
good of a fighter, and then got rid of her strategic advantage by making her semblance useless.
No,
which
that
fair,
is
I guess.
well, no, that's not fair, because that's just Elm being so fucking
Puts Elm
rock
into losing her
stupid
temper
about
and
the
thus
position she's in.
losing her grip on
Like,
Yes.
quite literally, like, you have Blake, knock her the fuck out.
Yeah.
Literally do anything.
Dude, oh my god.
Throw her down to the floor and throw a hammer in her face. Like, I don't do something. Choke her out.
Or, you know what? Push her to the freaking your partner who has this wacky waving inflatable aura arms.
No,
You fucking dumb bitch.
Or, hey, guess what? You have a hostage now. You can negotiate and try to de-escalate the situation and try to get them on your side through a fair argument. This is Elm being stupid, not Yang being smart.
No, I was saying, like, in terms of Yang figuring out, I suppose, which, again, there's a bit of problems there with her. How did she know that this would work other than reading the script? But having the idea that Elm is easily riled up in order to make her make a mistake, being able to figure that out for a strategic advantage, I would say that it's fair for that.
Lance Corporal, this scene, fucking Chris. I think you missed a T there. I was going to say, if you're talking about our Lord and Savior, Chris Yukine from Symphogear, I can kind of understand that. But I don't know if you want to pray to her when it comes down to the hallowed bastion of good writing. Symphogear is not well written, even if she is best girl. Anyway.
Blake, as well as undermining her semblance by disrupting the ground.
I mean, the ground was already fucked up because of all the other things they did throughout the fight. That was pure luck.
I'm going to give that a half point in the combat category or the specialization category.
All right, the specialty. Yeah, it's a specialty thing.
And then she does it afterwards, too. Like, just like, that's after she sees it. Like, that's not... fucking...
Volume 8, despite Jean being
Which, you know, like, I would say that destroying the ground to the point where you don't have that rubble there disrupting her semblance is actually kind of a bad thing, because now she can just go underneath the floor to more stable ground.
Yeah, it's actually... No, remove that half point. It's dumber now.
Yeah, Okay, I was about to say, like, fuck. On one hand, it's a specialty point, and on the other hand, it's pure luck, and on another hand, it's fucking stupid. I don't know which one I should give this point to. Maybe all three.
Give it all three. Why not? At this rate, you know, we're being best faith as we can, but we can give a little bit of leeway because no, he's not giving us any.
Leader Fiona and even the other rescue team members are defaulting more to Yang than him. Yang is also the first to realize the Grimm is using.
Yeah, we don't know why.
What? What? Oh yeah, the Grimm is pushing the freaking hostage in her face when she's about to attack. I probably shouldn't hit them.
But also, like, it's like, oh, we're defaulting to the girl because we're misandrists.
Misandrists, yeah.
In Volume 8, despite Jean being the team leader, Fiona and even the other rescue team members are defaulting more to Yang than him. Yang is also the first to realize the Grimm is using Oscar strategically.
Wait! It's using Oscar as a shield!
After their
Yeah, something that was patently fucking obvious. I'm sorry.
Yeah, she realized that because she was the first person who fucking saw it.
Yeah, that's not intelligence. That's just fucking order of operations.
Oh, my eyes work. I am intelligent.
Dude,
I'm not blind.
Xel, what is with you and your pattern recognition fetish? Keep that bitch under
Xel, there is a
control,
distinction
dog.
between sapience and sentience, all right? Look, there is a distinction that you're not drawing there. Fucking, and also, let us not forget that she stood there she sat there. She didn't even get up to stand. She sat there staring, doing nothing while the thing transformed and was clearly vulnerable. Literally, the entire group there were responsible for getting Oscar fucking kidnapped. Like,
And
literally,
was
they
beating
did
up
nothing
Oscar at the
when
same
he was
time.
not being used as a fucking human shield. In fact, he was under the Grimm, so they could have attacked it from above with no fucking repercussions and tried to actually kill it. Like, there were several levels of fucking dumb that happened in that scene. Add another one to the dumb list.
Mm-hmm.
In fact, add another 2.
pursuit of Oscar, Yang is able to repair her broken hoverbike within hours. This is an experimental vehicle she'd never seen before that day, and they were stranded in a tundra using scrap for parts.
If anyone cares, I found a part to fix the bike.
Maybe
we don't know
how complicated
experimental
that is.
it was.
Yeah, we don't.
Yeah, for all we know, she mostly tried to fix it based off of her general knowledge of fixing her own bike. Because even though that one of them is a hover bike, they still probably have the same basic skeleton of how bikes are constructed.
She could be fixing the muffler for all we know. Oh my god.
Oh, we have to check Discord again.
Yep. Cherry picker Xel.
Oh,
you know, this actually looks quite pleasant.
Yeah.
You know, Xel, this is what you should be doing instead of complaining on the internet. Go out, do some self-care, do some cherry picking outside instead of in here with us.
Yes,
Jose
please.
Galagarza says, "Man, Xel is doing the opposite here and showing Yang as the farthest from intelligent. Yes, it's almost as if she's not the most
110%.
intelligent character in the cast, and
At most."
She is not Nora levels, but she's close.
Yeah, at best, she has basic intelligence, just like any other A human being, or B anyone else in the entire show. And at worst, she's fucking brain dead.
Like, if he is arguing against a specific person who is specifically saying Yang is a stereotypical dumb blonde bimbo from like those B movie, from like a B movie or something, like those very blatant stereotypes. If someone was arguing that and he is arguing specifically against those people, I don't know if we would have as much of a problem with that. But that's still basically saying she is not intelligent, but she's not as stupid as what that person is claiming. But that is not what he's saying.
I would ask them: is the misogynist in the room with us right now, Xel?
Well,
because you didn't fucking show them.
He gave us 3 people on Twitter that said that Yang is not intelligent. They did not say that she was dumb, just not intelligent, which means not intellectually higher than anyone else. Like, she has a lot of dumb moments. There's a lot of really dumb moments that are both intentional and not intentional.
Really dumb.
It's like, I don't, and I think of those three, there was one that gave a list of three for the two of the other characters, and we were like, no, those are stupid, but this third one is actually on point. The only one that was on point was Yang.
Yeah.
Oh, you should touch some grass while he's cherry picking. Yes.
As with Basilica, Yang's engineering skills are next level. Yang also works very deliberately to keep the Oscar rescue team's spirits high, which serves to keep everyone on task.
So either two possibilities: either she is jury rigging in an incredible way, and she is as intelligent as you describe, or the parts are so easily accessible that she managed to find one in a remote shack in the middle of nowhere.
Yeah.
Or they're in storage, and she just had an easy replacement part. Those are like the three options, and that typically means you have a 2 out of 3 chance of her not being the intelligent person you are. And I'm willing to bet, more logical than not, the replacement parts were just easy to find and easy to install.
Yeah. Like, I would think that it would be a point in the actual dialogue if she would have to do something special with it. Because, like, that's something a lot more important to tell them rather than, oh, I need to just take out the broken part and then replace it with the not broken part that I found.
I found a part to fix the bike.
As with Basilica, Yang's engineering skills are next level. Yang also works very deliberately to keep the Oscar rescue team's spirits high, which serves to keep everyone on task and lessen the threat of discovery via Grimm.
I can change a tire. My engineering skills are next level.
So there are 2 points here. One, wait a minute, why didn't Xel mention the argument with Ren about their plan? Because, yeah, she had a big fucking blow up with Ren that was not keeping the morale up. And then 2, Ren was sitting out in the fucking cold because of that argument, so let's not forget about that. He was being a piss baby. I would have just sat in the corner where it was warm. But then,
remember,
on top of that,
their
she's
aura
now
protects
asking
them from the cold.
She's asking John for emotional support by asking if he thinks that Blake, not her sister, by the way, her emotionally devastated sister who's broken up about all of their plans going to shit, asking about if Blake is going to disagree with her or hates her for whatever reason. Like, she is not doing anything you described there at all.
Hey, I had a fight with my sister. Do you think that's going to look bad on me in the eyes of my girlfriend? Like, I just want to know.
Did you beat your sister in front of your girlfriend? No. It's like, no, I don't think so.
Yeah, did you Chris Brown her? What the fuck happened?
Was also the one who suggested using the vaults as a basis for the doorways to Vacuo.
Wherever they are, they're not part of Remnant. Only accessible if you know the right way in. Seems like a safe enough place for thousands of refugees.
It was a plan they all agreed upon. She was just the front man for that part of it. There were several different layers to that fucking plan. She got to say the door part. Great.
Wait. Oh, you, Xel, you almost caught me.
Oh.
Remind me, which character was the one who suggested that they go into a one-way trip to a single spot in Vacuum? Well, actually, the one-way trip thing was Weiss's mistake, but Yang's mistake was the pinpointing to one spot in the freaking desert where many civilians will have likely died.
Yep.
Absolute
no, they did.
Freaking L.
Yeah, people did die. People got fucking carted off by fucking Grimm.
Yeah, we saw them get picked up and flown off.
In fact, that's the last shot we have of any of those people in canon.
Yes.
We have the epilogue that confirms people survived, but for all we know, everyone just died in the desert.
Yeah.
Yang, who realized Sender's grandiose speech was a distraction, and she was observant enough to pick up on the disguised Neo's incoming attack.
Yeah, we don't know how she was managed to do that. That was just pure fucking luck.
Yep.
Like, and that's perceptiveness. That's not intelligence. There's a different stat. It works off of wisdom. Fucking perception is wisdom, motherfucker.
I should know. I'm playing a monk character.
Give it a half point in fucking in both luck and in specialty.
Specialty, okay. Well, I have wisdom too, so I'll just put it down there.
Yeah, okay, not luck then.
In the ever after, Yang engaged in a discussion on literary interpretation with Blake regarding the girl who fell through the world and Alex, showing she didn't just take things as written, but reflected and critically analysed the story she read, even from when she was a young child.
No,
Brooke
it
didn't know
doesn't.
their
That doesn't
cousins and
necessarily
ended
mean
up
that.
starting a war among the townsfolk. Trouble followed her everywhere she went. Well, yeah, but she was kind of a mean person, right? She lied and cheated her way through most of the book.
She's also the
You know what?
That is surface level text.
Okay,
Dude,
but for
what in
RWBY,
the fuck?
but for RWBY,
that
I'll give that a half point.
Yeah, like he said that she took the time to analyze it and discuss the points of the book with Blake, and she literally said the only thing that she said about it that he showed was, well, she wasn't a very nice person. Like, that is a surface level thing to analyze.
Well, it's because she's
and you are
on the flip side, it's a counter to how Blake was interpreting the book, which makes Blake out to be a little bit dumber as well, but it's like,
yes,
it is her engaging in the conversation and actively making a good point about Blake being not necessarily 100% correct.
Yeah,
it's like us
that
correcting
necessarily...
him on blatant information.
Like, this doesn't necessarily make her intelligent. It just means that she has technically read the book. Like, I have not gone into like deep analysis on RWBY, but because I have technically watched most of the show, I can talk about surface level shit too. Like, Yang is a very surly person. RWBY is a very excitable person. Oh, that makes me so intelligent because I can say these things.
Jacob Kennedy Frost.
Us critics must be the most.
At this point, all of your criticisms have become bullying, abuse, and harassment. Your points have become useless and pointless due to your words and tone. I'm siding with Xel and siding against you. That's an incredibly surface level because, one, we are in no way bullying, abusing, or harassing him. This was not sent to him. We have not encouraged our people to go out and talk to him. In fact, we actually encourage people to avoid him at all costs because he is not a pleasant person to interact with. We have all had actively bad interactions with him, including him actively slandering me behind my back to other people and misrepresenting my work on multiple occasions. Even when he was later corrected, he said he was actively going to do it because he wished that I was wrong. Let's see, what else do we got here? Our points become useless and pointless due to your words and tone. Our points have become pointless. That's a oxymoron of a statement. Please correct your phrasing. You have not actually, obviously you have a short amount because you have a super chat, but you need to actually explain how we have become pointless or useless and our tones and words have somehow made it worse. Sorry, I'm talking about someone I actively dislike because they have actively slandered me. I am allowed to be a little bit miffed at him and also judge him for his lack of media literacy. And if you are siding with Xel because we don't say things nicely, but are saying things accurately and also just saying it in a tone that you dislike, you are not being intellectually honest about why you are here. You are here to be partisan. You are not here to learn or actually engage with the criticism. You need to actually take stock of what is being said by him and how we are refuting his points in turn and also providing counterexamples to his points that further elaborate that he is in fact wrong. This is not something that is necessarily pleasant or fun for the party that is being analyzed. I have gone through it. Several other literary critics have gone through it. Several other literary authors have gone through it, and will no doubt all of us will go through it again and again. We will be criticized. Other people will be criticized. This is simply the nature of how criticism works, especially when there are personal emotions involved. I am sorry that it seems that you cannot in some way divest yourself enough to actually listen to our arguments, because I think I am making rational arguments despite my mistakes. And in fact, I am frequently the one among this panel that's giving him the most benefit of the doubt when it comes down to his arguments. What you are observing right now is someone being torn apart because they made a bad and poorly informed video. I am sorry if this is someone that you care about, if you like him personally, if it is someone you have a parasocial relationship with. I am sorry if that hurts your feelings. I am sorry that you feel that way. I am not going to stop, and ultimately, I do not care what side of the argument you land on. I will make my points, and if you so wish to try and counter any of our points, you can feel free to leave it in an extended comment down below, and we will do our best to try and address it at some point in the future, either by replying to your comment or doing so on stream. So please take that all into consideration and have a nice day, and thank you so much for the super chat.
Well said, Raymond.
Also, to point out the hypocrisy here, Xel was pissy at a bunch of amorphous people allegedly saying sexist stuff about Yang in the beginning of this video without showing proof.
Yeah.
So there's that.
I love the fact that he basically said, oh, I'm going to tone police you, therefore you are incorrect, and I'm going to side with the guy that I feel is being bullied. Way to tone police this guy. Like,
yep.
I don't know, man. Like, again, this isn't bullying. If this is bullying, there are way worse things people could have done at this point.
Yeah.
But we don't abide by that because, holy shit, we actually have fucking principles. Also, I'm sorry, man. I'm not going to take tone policing from a guy defending a YouTuber who is friends with a dude who actively said homophobic shit in my comment section and said that anyone who disagreed with them about Bumblebee is freaking an Uncle Tom. Okay, I'm not gonna take that from a guy who's friends with a dude who because I criticized Xel, threatened physical violence against me. All right,
Twy, if you could do me a favor and pull up, are your conversations with Xel public?
Yes, they are. They are public on my Tumblr.
If you could pull any of those up so I can send it, because Kai is asking for receipts on that.
Sure, I can do that.
And I don't...
It might take a while, though.
Yeah, there's also a forum site that might have been taken down. I can't remember if it was or not, where he regularly interacts with characters like Lilitharian and basically misrepresents my work on the regular to them. He's the only one that actually watches my stuff. So if you ever see like Lilitharian talking about fixing RWBY, she doesn't actually watch it. All she's doing is listening to Xel describe it to her, and he is not kind at all.
Yeah, no.
Nope.
Guts says, I've argued with Xel too. He is a professional yapper. And ironically, I've been in a video with Xel. I was in that for Summer of RWBY. There was talking about writing in the RWBY fandom. And that was interesting. I didn't know he was going to be in it, but we were both in it at the same time. I disagree with what he said there, but like I'm all in the heart of like appreciating RWBY as a property. Anyway, let's continue.
Highlight that Jean is merely speculating about how the tree works, not that he has actual evidence.
What happened to Lewis then? Jean said...
Jean wasn't there. The cat wasn't even there.
And moving beyond the series...
Again, it's literally just the hive mind. That's all these things are.
Yeah. There's no reason why Blake couldn't have put that together either.
For canon, Yang was listed in the manga promotional material as the most thoughtful member of Team RWBY. In Ice...
That doesn't mean intelligence!
Isn't intelligence, you piece of shit! Oh my god.
Oh,
stop using that word. I don't think it means what you think it means.
The cat wasn't even there.
And moving beyond the series' core canon, Yang was listed in the manga promotional material as the most thoughtful member of Team RWBY. In Ice Queendom, it's Yang who gets the idea to change the dream so the team can progress after talking with Penny, which she runs by Professor Zidane to make into a workable strategy.
First, regarding Yang's idea, it is indeed possible to change what happens in a dream.
In the official...
Okay. She has... do we want to give that a point?
Fuck it, why not? That makes it 2 points at this point. Spoilers.
And it's not canon, so...
Yeah, and it's not even canon, so it barely even counts. So
look,
putting an asterisk around that point.
Yep.
2019 run comics, Madame Mallory, one of the Xiaolong's neighbors, picks up that Yang thinks more than anyone gives her credit for.
Yeah, but that doesn't mean she thinks more than anyone else. Like, it's...
Yeah.
Just because people might have a lower opinion of her, like you tried to highlight that if people thought lowly of her because she was a dumb blonde, quote unquote, just because she thinks more than that presumption does not mean that she is suddenly super intelligent.
Also, the comics aren't canon either.
Yeah, but I'm still arguing from the point of whether or not they are. Or whether...
Sure.
Yeah, so...
albeit in this case it was because she was overthinking because of her poor mental state at the time. And prior to that, when given a set of tasks to do for Mallory, believing she's being tested, Yang utilizes the tool she has available to handle all 3 jobs in one go, with Mallory praising her efficiency and ingenuity.
Also cutting down her tree, apparently.
Yeah.
If someone cut down my tree to solve a problem that I was trying to get help with, I would be fucking pissed. I'm just going to put that out there.
Yeah, but
you don't
I'm
fuck with
willing
tree
to at
law.
least give that a point as well. It's not like either of these matter
Oh,
anyway.
Xel missed the bridge scene where Blake worked out how her and Yang could reach the platform. Oh. Huh.
Wow.
Yang's also the first to notice the Grimm are behaving oddly in the simulation in the first part of the Justice League crossover.
Since when can Grimm shoot laser beams?
I think she's the first to react to it because she's right fucking next to it. That's it.
And
That's the only
Ruby
thing.
saw that too.
Yeah, and you're talking like it's not that. Again, that goes back to perception. Again, wisdom, and it's also a no fucking brainer. I might even give that a wisdom point.
No, me neither. I'm just putting that down as normal shit. But like, also Deaderex, it's canon adjacent. Fuck off with this canon. This dick is canon adjacent, motherfucker.
I'm gonna be that guy. I actually do consider these fucking movies canon.
Oh my god. Well, Deaderex was referring to the comics. To be
okay.
fair.
These Grimm, you said they don't shoot lasers?
Not usually, but they also don't usually absorb all the dust we shoot at them.
Said crossover also calls back to her line in Grimm.
Yeah, and Ruby was also trying to help work Clark out where the fuck he was because he's from a different world. Like,
Yeah.
no mention of that. Look, if you're going to say that she's an
guys-
incredibly intelligent person, you have to highlight other people's intelligence by comparison.
Yes.
A tourist coming up to you and asking for directions because they don't know the city means that you are an intelligent person for knowing the layout of the area.
Let's go!
Clips about piloting the airship as she gets to do so in the movie and shows clear comfortability in use of the vehicle.
Who's flying the ship?
Specialty.
Autopilot.
So
I set the proximity alert for when we get near Atlas.
And in the second film, much like how
Yeah, also implies you can fly to Atlas from Vale in like 3, like not even like a couple. Like, the world is so tiny, man.
yeah.
Like they thought they could even do that within a couple of hours. I don't want these shitty movies to be canon anymore. Why? They're no worse than the main show. It's like,
Yeah.
In fact, I actually argue that the second movie is okay. It's not terrible.
Yeah.
Debatable.
how Superman was the one to reach across the aisle and help Ruby, was Yang who was able to identify and sympathize with Barry's trauma to help him.
How did you get over
Wisdom!
It's not something you get over. This anger you feel, it doesn't just affect you. It affects everyone who loves you.
Which further emphasized.
I mean, that's, yeah, giving the wisdom, that's fine.
As her observation skills, as she was not only able to recognize and cut right to the core of the issue, but did so with the member of the League she knew the least about because of his technical absence throughout the first film.
It was humiliating.
Wisdom. Yep.
I felt
powerless.
In RWBY Beyond, Yang was the one to highlight how some things don't add up, such as Ty's absence and what's being kept from them, and she is actively seeking more information to better understand what's going on.
I know Crow said he's on assignment, but what's more important than here?
Yeah.
Maybe we don't have the full picture.
I don't know. Some things you just need to be there for.
She also recognized the need to address what happened in the Ever After to better accommodate Ruby's needs. And
yeah, because
Wisdom.
she fucking ignored it all. No, negative wisdom. This should have been addressed.
Negative wisdom.
Yeah, this should have been
I
addressed.
like how Ruby is being an intelligent person there and saying, hey, maybe it's more complicated than what we're giving it credit for. And Yang just pushes that aside and being like, well, maybe you have to have actually been there to understand it.
Yeah, what the fuck?
Hell.
Finally, these were just the most obvious options. These were the things that were undeniable. These were the things that don't rely on interpretation or extrapolation.
No, all of that relies on gross misinterpretations of fucking everything. What is
You
okay?
want
What's
fucking
our
bet, dude?
What are our final tallies for us? I mean, just give us intelligence first, so we know how many points that he won us over on.
Actual intelligence, 3 points, 2 of which aren't canon, and 1 of which are both half points stuck together.
Ooh.
Oh.
All right, and what about the other categories?
Okay, wisdom, 9 points.
Ooh.
Pure luck, 5 points. Strong, 2 points. Specialties, 8 points. Basic shit, let's see, 5, 10, 15, 20, 25, 26. Normal shit, 13. Unlucky number. And finally, stupidity with 14 points.
Jesus
That
Christ.
I caught.
Wow. I managed to mute my microphone for the sneeze this time. Yay. Praise me.
Oh my god, that's so intelligent.
That
I know. I am so smart. I could be like the next Einstein.
That
guys,
total,
simp for
man.
Twilight.
And
I'll
they
put
are
these down in the
everywhere.
Discord.
Yang is smart as hell.
You mean hell frozen over? Yeah, I agree, buddy.
Oh, Xel, you're an idiot. Genuinely. I can't get over that guy super chatting us to tell us that we were being mean, and I'm just sitting there, I'm like, have you been here for some of the other creators we've covered, like Synthetic Man?
Yeah, dude.
Like, I have gotten way angrier before. Xel is like fucking moderate by this point. This had a beta reading, dude. This had beta reading and an editor. At
what
no point did any of these people? There are 3 people involved in the creation of this video, and none of them fucking stopped him to say, "Hey,
this had fucking beta read." Oh my god.
This is quite possibly Xel's worst video yet, even worse than the Bumblebee one.
Somehow is like a quarter of the length of the freaking Bumblebee video, and it's somehow worse.
It is shocking to say that there is more evidence to Bumblebee being a thing than Yang having intelligence.
What have we learned today? I don't know. I had to go get my grandfather some water. What was going on while I was gone?
What have we learned today? We went through the totals. That's what we went.
Yeah. I had to leave halfway through the totals because my grandfather needed to get water.
You want to go? You want to go back just quickly through those for her?
Sure. Basic shit, 26 points. Normal shit, 13 points. Specialties, 8 points. Strong, her using strength, 2 points. Pure luck, 8 points. Wisdom, 9 points. Actual intelligence, 3 points. 2 points aren't even freaking canon. And finally, the stupid tally, which is a whopping 14 points that I caught.
Wow.
Yep.
Incredible.
Including several instances that he just neglected to mention.
Yeah, that's not even counting a whole bunch of the stuff that he flat out fucking lied about. That was me giving you leeway, dude. You do not have to simp for this character so hard in order to make her seem interesting or engaging, dude. Yeah. We have literally said throughout this entire stream that Yang, theoretically, her strength within the team is being the team mom and being wise and street smart and emotionally fucking intelligent. You don't have to literally kiss the ground that she walks on because she brushes her freaking teeth every morning.
I don't think it's the ground he wants to kiss.
True.
I find it very odd that Xel is so defensive over this character that he likes to the point where he has to make things up in order to stop people from criticizing her. But also simultaneously, he thinks that these traits are something that you should never put on a female character just because they happen to be negative, which is in of itself kind of a sexist thing to do because you're putting women up on a pedestal and making them something out to be not human. Women, while a lot of negative traits have been placed on women over the centuries that need to be placed in a more nuanced fashion because women are people. That doesn't mean that sometimes those negative traits can't be applied to women or women characters. And to not acknowledge that is to be just as harmful.
You were on a roll there, but I was so tempted to be toxic and just be like, it's like, and women are people, and I was going to be like, debatably. That's a joke my grandpa would probably make.
That is a joke I thought of.
He makes a lot of jokes. He's very much a believer in the like everyone's a fair target, including himself, including like the Irish. Like he jokes about everyone gets mocked equally, that sort of thing.
Yeah.
Orion Lupin, after we go through that slug of a video, I don't have doubts about how I'm writing Yang in my AU. I'm glad that some good came from this awful video. I am sad that there was really good music that he used as background noise for it. It feels like it's tainted. Like there's Ace Attorney music in here. Like I was saddened by that. It didn't deserve that. This is abuse towards that soundtrack.
Abuse.
Oh God.
Leave that song alone, Xel.
I was gonna say actual cats have more brain cells. Especially the orange ones.
Of course.
That sounds like a joke Synthetic Man would make, though. If he said that, I'm not sure it would be. It's not a joke with him. That's
yeah, it really
like,
isn't.
Like I will make occasionally spicy jokes, but I always mean it. Like 95% of what I say, typically speaking, is supposed to be a joke. Although, admittedly, when I'm covering a video like this,
next video, Blake is strong as hell.
Oh wait, is that?
Fucking imagine.
Is that what someone said?
No.
Yes,
I don't think so. They're just saying as a joke.
Who was worse, video Shad or Xel? I got more angry at the Xel one. The Shad one was just disappointing.
Yeah.
And we breezed through that one.
Yeah. Like if he did actually make a video of like, oh, Yang is strong as hell, it's like, well, yeah. Like there would be, I don't think there would be a lot to disagree with in that video. Because the show, time and time again, does show that she is physically strong and has the combat prowess. It wouldn't be that bad of a video, I don't think.
Yeah, but like I wouldn't imagine it'd be very good either because it's just saying basic shit we already know that she's capable of. Like it's going to be the equivalent of a bargain bin version of a power scaling video. That's what it is.
Yeah.
I watch power scaling videos. They're actually fucking impressive.
I mean, I remember when Fat Man Falling in Volume 2 review someone did the fucking math on when Yang was hit out of Beacon's cafeteria by Nora using the watermelon hammer. And like the math on that is goddamned insane to the point that like Nora should be able to launch people into low orbit.
Mm-hmm.
Yep.
I find it very interesting as well that he is so self-conscious about his pet character that he like everyone can acknowledge that it is very unusual for a busty blonde character to also be the bruiser, but that's also not enough for her to be
to stand out.
For her to stand out and to not be a stereotype. She also needs to be intelligent in every single possible way, or else this is a failure of his skills as a media debater, apparently.
Dude, and if he bothers to come over here, hypothetically, let's say hypothetically that he comes by and tells us that we are being sexist in our assertions here. We literally said that Weiss is intelligent this entire stream, and also
we were defending RWBY and Blake.
Yeah, we were defending RWBY and Blake, and number 3,
as well as Weiss.
And
Kira.
I'm willing to say that Vi from Arcane is actually intelligent, way more intelligent than Yang is.
Yes, I would easily say that.
By a
I would say that John is actually less intelligent than many members of Team RWBY, like by presentation.
Again, go watch my freaking John versus Osamu video.
So here are the arguments he's arguing against for the sake of privacy and names. Yeah, Yang isn't intelligent. Made sense till he called Yang smart. She's the idiot of the group. How could the smarts go to her? That one, he's probably fighting a little more. Yang intelligent, question mark, question mark. I say more. So 2 of these is accurate. One of these goes, I think, a little farther. I don't think she's a complete idiot.
Yeah.
But like, she's also not the smart one. It's like, I don't, like, dude, I get that, like, you, I don't know, I don't get you at all, honestly. You're just a fucking nutcase.
Yeah. I don't understand this man at all. Like,
it would be funny if Xel called twice sexist for saying women can't have flaws like that. Yeah, no, they will. They will try. They will call her a self-hating woman.
Crimson probably will.
Yeah, it's the common recurring thing with people like this who love to tout the fact that they are like male feminists or NB feminists or whatever the fuck. It's not even like their gender or whatever. It is the attitude of people like this that are so adamant about defending women. But the moment that you are a woman with a differing opinion than theirs, then they will try to eviscerate you with a fucking vengeance. They will go after you.
They'll accuse you being a pick-me and shit.
Yeah. They will have a special place in their heart for their hatred towards you.
Okay, so someone just commented that they went to Jacob Kennedy Frost's channel and it linked to his Twitter account and he read the bio. And I was like, okay, well, how bad can this be? You guys aren't fucking ready for this.
Wait, who is that?
It's the guy that sent us that very polite message that told us that we were being harassers.
Yeah.
Not to out you, man, but you did also publicly post this, so I'm imagining you don't mind. He's from Canada, so it's why he's up near you.
Well, I saw that from the $10 Canadian dollars that he sent us.
He is
this country.
Do some quick math in my head. He's 5 years younger. He's about he's 26 years old. Oh, it's in his profile there. You guys aren't fucking ready. For one, he's already got me blocked. These posts are already protected.
No shit. Yeah.
First thing in his profile. Full-time diaper-wearing nudist.
Oh my god!
I was not fucking ready.
Neither was I.
Oh.
No way. Ain't no way you got it. I gotta see this.
Again, I am not someone to judge people for their kinks so long as you keep it in private or in spaces where it is permitted. You know what? You're a nudist. Go to a nudist beach. I don't care. Why are you advertising that? Why are you advertising any of that? Full-time diaper-wearing nudist. First of all, that's a contradiction.
Oxymoron,
yeah, that's a. I don't know how you're pulling that off. Do you have like clear diaper? Oh. I don't want to think about this anymore. I don't want to think about any of this anymore.
By the way, this is a saying that you're wrong because of all this. This is just public information that we are commenting on at the end of this because it's.
Look, I don't mean to put you on blast, man, but
you
opened the door to this by just commenting it all. I'm sorry that you thought that we were trying to harass Xel. We weren't, we don't, and we haven't.
We haven't even said anything all that negative towards Xel himself, other than he is a cherry picker and that he is, well, I've mostly said that he is insecure about his favorite pet character. But like, we've mostly been saying that he isn't telling the truth here, or he is obfuscating the truth, or cherry picking the truth, or not being honest.
Yeah.
The worst thing that we said is that he's a fucking liar.
Fetish, maybe. Canada is done for as a country. I'm
oh my god.
I don't know, Lance Corporal. I don't know if you can make that judgment.
I'm pretty sure that by like percentage ratio, given the fact that we're only 10% of America's population. You guys have a lot more diaper fetishists than we do, and a lot more nudists than we do.
Look, Twi is still there holding the line for now. That's
Yeah.
the
The last sane Canadian.
Jacob doesn't even understand his own fetish. I may be mentally stunted, but at least I want to be helped. Ooh, look, you know what? Again, I don't kink shame. I'm just like, why are you airing that? Like, dude, keep that in private.
Yeah, why are you putting that in your bio?
Yeah.
Like, I don't think anyone would care that you have weird fetishes if you didn't, like, broadcast it with a microphone out for the world to see. Like, it's fine to have weird fetishes as long as they don't hurt other people. Just, you don't have to tell me about it.
Yeah, it's kind of weird, yeah.
I don't care.
Yeah.
Nobody cares.
But yeah, so that was Xel's video about Yang being smart as hell. It was dumber than heaven, as you might imagine.
Yep.
That doesn't even make any sense.
So dumb,
but you know
not
what?
even heaven wanted it.
God was like, I save everyone, but exceptions can be made.
Your Kingdom Hearts fans, you aren't saying, excuse me, a lot of us are perfectly sane. Thank you very much. It's just, don't confuse passion with insanity.
And
that is a very important distinction.
And don't confuse passion for sanctuary. Very important.
Very important, yes.
Yes.
Don't think twice, guys.
Don't do Oh. You'll wind up in a den of thieves.
Ryan's asking, how can you be a nudist in Canada? You get frostbite. We have summer. We have a desert in Canada. Did you know that? We have desert in my province. My family down south lives in the fucking desert in Canada.
I was too slow on the, I was going to say, of course you have desert. You have Timbits. Anyway, thank you all so much for watching. I hope you all had a fun time. Do you guys have anything you want to talk about?
Okay, well,
all right, settle in, everyone.
What the fuck?
It'll be a while.
You're very wordy.
Oh, shush, it'll be short. On my channel, currently I am prepping for the video about RWBY and its themes. I already got the thumbnail out if y'all saw my community tab. So that should be out either at the end of this week or at the very least next week by the end of the month. So stay tuned for that. And also feel free to go into the poll that I made recently to see what other videos you want to see first in the new year, in the year of our Lord 2025. And I appreciate y'all for watching. Like if you haven't, comment if you haven't, subscribe if you definitely haven't.
People are saying, oh, I didn't know that there are deserts in Canada. Yeah, we have scrubland deserts in British Columbia.
Deserts
in the southern...
I'm pretty sure every continent and every, there are a lot of, it makes sense. Canada's huge. Of course it would have, guys, there are cold deserts. Tundras also count as deserts, I believe, right?
Yeah, they do. And snow does act in the exact same way as sand deserts. So, yeah, we have two different types of deserts, actually, out of the three. Because I don't think we technically have dune deserts with sand and stuff, but we do have scrubland deserts, as well as the tundra deserts. So we technically have two. Anyway, I do apologize because I've been saying that I've been working on my Digimon video. I really haven't. And I did say that I would start streaming again, and I haven't. Winter has kind of kicked my ass this year in terms of my mental health, so I do apologize for that. I will try to get things back to where they have been. I've at least been working on recording those Otome stories, and at least one of them is done now. It takes a month to go through if I want to be as free to play as possible.
Twi, don't worry. Here, I'll tell you a story about myself, and this will help you.
But wait, Twi, you lied to your audience. That means you're intelligent.
Yes, but not intelligent. Yeah. Also,
wait, she doesn't have a penis. Gotta remember that.
Oh, right. She's not anatomically correct. Anyway, No, so on my channel, still hard at work on Fruby, still hard at work on Sentinels. Don't worry. Lightning makes a good point. Yeah, the Tundra is a desert, except on Fridays when we have Bad Fan Fiction Night at 10 p.m. Join us for that. Remember, it is the last installment for this round of reading Sith Resurgence, and we will be choosing our next story to read after that. So be there for the voting. I'll try and get it up on my Twitter before we even stream that day so everyone can get their votes in early. Oh, yeah, guys, so I'll have mail-in voting, I guess.
Yeah.
And finally, I am still working my script for My Hero Academia, which is going to cover my thoughts on the entire series, is near finalization, and I'll begin work on that recording and getting that edited together as soon as I can. I've just been very busy with a number of different things, so yeah. That's all I have to say. Thank you all so much for watching. Remember, we're skipping next week because it's Christmas, but we should be here for New Year's. We'll have to figure out what we're doing, and it'll be officially we had our 50th episode last week. It'll be officially 1 year of it.
Yeah.
Next it'll be 52 episodes. That's a full year.
Oh,
How
and now
about that?
choose the moment to die.
You're back. You're back. All right.
Wait, what?
Thank you all so much for watching, and we'll catch you all on the flip side.
Happy New Year.